From Hard Rock Live, the Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino, este es el combate estelar de esta noche. This is the main event. 5 asaltos por el título peso ligero de Bellator Fighting Championships. This bout, 5 rounds for the Bellator Fighting Championships lightweight title. Presentado por, being brought to you by Ford Motor Company. Hecho con Fuerza Ford y ESPN Deportes. Los jueces son, the judges are Tim Manata, Rich Green y Héctor Gómez. El referee, Jason Herzog. Presentando la esquina azul, introducing the blue corner. Vestido de pantaloncillos blancos con color rojo y negro. He steps into the ring, wearing the white trunks trimmed in red and black. Detuvo la báscula, un peso oficial de 154 libras y un cuarto. He tipped the scales at an official 154 1/4 pounds. Practica el arte marcial de estilo libre y a nivel profesional. Mantiene un récord de 22 victorias con 12 derrotas. He is a freestyle fighter with an extensive MMA record of 22 victories against 12 losses. Representing Throwdown Elite, Los Ángeles, California, Toby Imada. En la esquina roja, in the red corner, vestido de blanco con negro y gris. He steps into the ring wearing white trimmed in black and gray. Su peso oficial, 155 libras. His official weight, 155 pounds. Un especialista en boxeo que a nivel profesional mantiene un récord de 17 victorias y solo 2 derrotas. He is a boxer, which on the professional record has 17 victories against only 2 losses. Representing the Fight Factory, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, Eddie Alvarez.
Fighters have gone over the rules in the back. There are no final questions from you, Blue. No final questions from you, Red. Touch gloves, come out ready to fight.
And, you know, we saw Jorge Masvidal earlier tonight get the first submission win of his career. Eddie Alvarez, a guy who came into Bellator without a true submission win, and in the quarterfinals and the semifinals, able to choke out his opponent.
I think it's pretty safe to say that Eddie Alvarez will not be submitting the Toby Triangle Imada.
Let's fight!
Yeah, great clash of styles here. Toby Imada, a submission guy. Eddie Alvarez, a knockout artist. We'll see how it plays out. 5 rounds if necessary to decide the first Bellator lightweight champion.
I think this fight's going to have fireworks all over it. We saw that Toby Imada is more than willing to stand and trade with guys like Jorge Masvidal, and you know, Eddie Alvarez, obviously a fantastic striker himself, and says that his fights that he's stood and traded with guys were the ones that not only did he like the most, he got him the most recognition. Fights like Kawajiri, which I think was Fight of the Year last year.
And Eddie Alvarez has won championships for smaller shows here in the U.S., but this would be the capstone to his young career if he could get it done here tonight against Toby Imada. And Alvarez coming in tonight as the overwhelming favorite. Any line you saw out there, some as high as a 4-1 underdog, was Toby Imada entering the fight tonight against Eddie Alvarez.
You hear the crowd beginning to chant Eddie about a minute into the fight here. Speaking of being an underdog, there's no way that Toby Imada thinks he's a big underdog. He thinks he's probably a 51-49 coin flip here because he's bringing it to Eddie the whole fight this far.
And of course, Imada has excelled throughout his MMA career as an underdog, but this is a stiff test here as he works for the takedown. Alvarez gives up his back there briefly, but Eddie Alvarez has a whole lot of respect for Toby Imada. Wasn't taking this opponent lightly whatsoever.
No, not one bit. Even when they both won their semifinal matches in the ring, Eddie was saying how much respect he had for Toby and thought he was a great fighter, and you know that he knows he's dangerous on the ground.
Of course, we mentioned Toby Imada going the distance with Jake Shields several years ago, and Jake Shields hasn't lost in several years now, doing damage for Strikeforce. So Toby Imada's been in a lot of wars.
Yeah, Toby Imada's resume looks like a who's who of mixed martial arts.
Yeah.
Jason Miller, Joe Stevenson, Jason Von Flute, who he beat by armbar, you know, Antonio McKee, like you said, Jake Shields. I mean, he's not losing to slouches, and even though his record is 22-12, a big handful of those are coming to guys that are in the top 20 or 30 of their division, considering there's, you know, hundreds and thousands of people in your division. Toby Imada's creeping up the rankings.
And we've really seen with Eddie Alvarez the evolution of the mixed martial artist over the past 18 months or so. Of course, the aforementioned 2 submission wins now on his resume. He is the complete package, and that's why no matter what rankings you look at, he's a consensus top 2 or 3 guy in the world and deserves to be there.
Absolutely. I mean, Eddie Alvarez. Oh, beautiful judo sweep there by Toby Imada. He's not able to capitalize on it, but man, what a great sweep.
No feel-out process here. Both guys willing to exchange early.
Eddie Alvarez said he's more than happy to stand and trade for 5 rounds. Toby Imada obviously wants to get this to the ground. The only problem that Eddie Alvarez has had in the past is that his chin has been a little bit suspect. Never knocked out, although he did get the bell rung a little in his first fight. A little flash knockout, and he gains really quick.
And Jay, does it look a little bit like Toby Imada is getting the better of these exchanges? Maybe has Eddie a little out of sorts here in the early going. No?
This is a close fight to call this far in. What I'm surprised is that both these guys have stayed clinched for the first 3 or 4 minutes. I mean, if I'm Eddie, I want to push off of Toby's face, create some space, and throw some punches.
Well, Eddie Alvarez knew Toby Imada was for real, and I think now as we approach the 1-minute mark in round number 1, he knows acutely just how real a threat Toby Imada is. The Alvarez corner, calling for the overhand right.
Yeah, Toby Imada is dangerous. He has good head movement. His boxing looks a lot better than we thought it did.
And Imada might be well served to get those hands up. I know he's trying to get a shot in, but you keep those hands down against Eddie Alvarez, it could be denied pretty quickly.
Eddie Alvarez has shown time and time again he can take a punch. Oh, big body shot there by Alvarez.
And now Eddie's starting to throw a few bombs here under a minute to go in round 1.
I think both fighters are going to take the first round and feel each other out a little bit. They know it's a 5-round fight. Both guys having a good pace.
And again, it seems like there's some blood dripping out of the right eye of Toby Imada. We know he can take a punch given what we saw against Jorge Masvidal, but opened up here early against Eddie Alvarez.
Got to talk to Eddie Alvarez a little this afternoon. Talked about how he likes to fight. He likes to bring the fight to guys, and that's clear. He's pushing Toby Imada around the ring.
Yeah, Eddie really good getting it going with that left hand towards the end of round 1. So just as the doctor ordered, the lightweight title's on the line. 1 round in the books in Hollywood, Florida.
Well, I think that the thing that really may sway the judges was this beautiful judo throw that Toby Imada had. So it's kind of hard to say if the blood or this throw here is going to be the deciding factor. I mean, overall, I think that was probably a 60% round for Eddie Alvarez, but both guys really showing their versatility, both on their feet, in the clinch, and on the ground in the first round. And we've got 4 more of those to go.
And again, you see Toby Imada there in between rounds complaining of headbutts and that Alvarez was holding the cage. So Jason Herzog will be keeping an eye on that here in round number 2. You saw the judo throw there. Toby Imada certainly has the judo credentials. A huge right hand for Eddie Alvarez. Imada hits the canvas, and his chin will be tested here. Alvarez into the full mount. Imada holding on, trying to survive. But what a start to the second round for Eddie Alvarez.
Yeah, he came out with a big right hand that just floored Imada. And man, I don't think Imada even realized where he was for a few seconds. And Eddie hopped in him out. Now on the back of the Jiu-Jitsu specialist. This could be an impressive win here if the striker wins 3 in Bellator via submission, especially against a guy who's a black belt in judo.
Oh, and that is Eddie Alvarez by rear naked choke, a 3rd submission win. Eddie Alvarez is the Bellator lightweight champion, the champion of the world. A huge start to the second round for Eddie Alvarez. The big right hand floors Toby Imada. He falls victim to the submission shortly thereafter. Eddie Alvarez stating his case as a top 3 lightweight in the world, and now the Bellator lightweight champion.
Back and forth action. You see Eddie threw that overhand right that his corner was yelling for, and you know, it just worked from there on out. You take a look at this from another angle. He slips over and then throws that big a la Chuck Liddell right hand over the top, flooring Toby Imada. hops into rear naked choke position, sinks that right hand around the throat. Couldn't really tell from the angle we were at, but when we saw the referee Jason Herzog come in there and stop it, it was all over. The submission victory.
Yeah, you see the tap there on the leg, and Eddie Alvarez, why not? What a night, and we talk about him as a knockout artist, really set up the submission with his power, the huge right hand, and then such a gifted, accurate striker. The right hand lands once again with Imada on the ground, and just as we expected, Eddie Alvarez is the Bellator lightweight champion of the world. We send it inside the circle to Lupe Contreras.
Damas y caballeros, una estrangulación mata León, obliga a la esquina azul a rendirse con un tiempo oficial de 38 segundos el segundo asalto. Ladies and gentlemen, a rear naked choke forces the blue corner to tap out with an official time of 38 seconds of round number 2. Your winner, by way of submission, el ganador por sumisión. Y ahora, el campeón peso ligero, and now, the Bellator Fighting Championships lightweight champion, Eddie Alvarez.
We are set for this Bellator lightweight world title fight. Jimmy, our tale of the tape.
You see Pat Curran 13-3, Alvarez a stunning 21-2, and those victories have come against some top talent. Like we said, Kawajiri, Jansen, those are huge names, very tough fighters.
And Jimmy, your inner circle.
Well, no confidence for Curran. Eddie has said he wants to start fast and break Curran's will. Look for him to hit fast and hard. Keep the pressure on. Curran hurt Imada twice in their fight and backed off both times. Eddie tends to get dropped in fights. If he is, Curran has to follow up and finish because he won't get many chances. Securing his place. Eddie Alvarez is in the top 5 in his weight class. Every performance of his is a statement to the other 155-pounders in the top 10. What statement will he make tonight?
Procedure instructions. Protect yourself at all times. Get my commands at all times. Touch gloves if you like. Let's fight.
This Bellator World Championship fight is under the unified rules of MMA. It is scheduled for 5 5-minute rounds. Elbows to the head are allowed, both standing and on the ground, and there is no kicking or kneeing the head of a grounded opponent.
Sir, you ready? Fight!
Round number 1. Our Bellator clock is presented by the new action thriller Hannah, in theaters everywhere Friday.
Now, Eddie said a fast start is vital. I want to let him know he's not on my level.
Pat Curran is in the gray trunks. The champion Eddie Alvarez is in the white trunks. Already chance of Eddie ringing through Mohegan Sun.
I've said it before, I think Eddie Alvarez might be the best pure boxer in MMA. He has great hands, good head movement.
Just like that. Lead right hand.
But look at the... It's not just the right hand, it's that he angles off and he throws it, then he's out of the way.
Alvarez barely landed with that kick. Curran didn't even flinch. Alvarez not getting through with that right hand.
You know, Pat's got to throw. He's got to throw enough to keep Eddie Alvarez from getting confident.
Alvarez told us in the fighter meeting, Jimmy, he thought Pat Curran was going to run. He did not think he would sit in the pocket and trade.
Well, he backpedaled a lot against Toby Imada. Oh, look at that straight right down the pipe. Speed kills. I'll say it over and over again. When I spar, a guy that hits me hard doesn't scare me. A guy that can hit me and I don't know where it came from, that freaks you out. That's Eddie Alvarez. He does both, actually. Pat Curran taking the center of the cage, but not really throwing anything.
Look at the movement by Eddie Alvarez, the lateral movement, Jimmy. Look at the footwork.
Moving his head as well. He's one of the few guys I talk to. You know, I own a boxing gym, you know, Sweet Science MMA, and the boxing trainers there talk about Eddie Alvarez like a boxer, like, man, I'm really impressed with his hands, and that's rare. Not a lot of boxing guys are impressed with the hands of MMA fighters. Eddie Alvarez has pro boxing level hands.
Curran, though, Jimmy's just landed 2 left hands. Step in right by Alvarez, misses. Straight left by Curran. Right to the body, landed left to the head, missed by Alvarez. Getting the chant of Eddie. thigh kick by Curran. Alvarez did not flinch on that. So much bounce in the step of Eddie Alvarez.
I think part of the strategy here might be for Pat Curran, you know, take Eddie Alvarez's measure, show him I'm in it to win it. I'm not just gonna fold in the first round.
Alvarez with a single leg takedown, gets the back. Curran right back to his feet. Waist cinch now held by the champion Alvarez. Alvarez applying pressure.
One thing all of his training partners have told me about Pat Curran, he has great takedown defense. We're seeing that right now.
Knee by Curran, not much on that. Looking for the inside trip is Alvarez. Good knee by Curran on the counter. Avoided the takedown, landed the knee.
But every second that goes by that he's in this fight, Pat Curran, his confidence is going to grow. He's going to think, hey, this isn't so tough. I can stay in here with this guy.
Chopping thigh kick by Curran, who does not look intimidated.
No, he does not. You know, if Eddie Alvarez thought he was going to have his way in the first round, he's doing well, but he's not having his way with Pat Curran.
Alvarez letting go with the hands. Uppercut with the left hand by Alvarez. Simultaneous jump knees. Bit of a smile from both fighters there.
One thing Alvarez is good at are those body shots. He's good at working the ribs.
Again, there's that almost flailing step-in right hand by Alvarez. Left by Curran.
Curran starting to find his range here, starting to get the timing of Alvarez a little bit.
Live next Saturday night on MTV2, it's Bellator 40, which again will feature Bellator's 170-pound world champion Ben Askren versus UFC and Sengoku veteran Nick Thompson in a non-title super fight. The broadcast will begin at our regular starting time, 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Central.
Now, I'm impressed with Pat Curran's takedown defense so far. Remember, Josh Neer had no answer for the takedown of Eddie Alvarez.
Curran was a high school wrestler in his native Florida. Straight right hand by Curran. Bolo punch there by Alvarez, but missed with the right hand. Curran missed with that right hand. Two to the body there by Alvarez. He looks like a boxer, not like an MMA puncher when he throws those body shots.
Oh, it certainly does not.
Stiff left jab by Curran. Both fighters looking for one more big shot in round number 1. Round number 2 of this Bellator World Lightweight title fight. Jimmy, on your scorecard.
10-9 Eddie Alvarez, but a very close first round. Pat Curran started counter-punching a lot more effectively the second half of that round.
Pat Curran is in the gray trunks. The champion Eddie Alvarez is in the white trunks. Curran feinted with the push kick.
I thought Eddie landed a little bit better and was obviously a bit more aggressive.
Good sprawl there by Curran, then through the right knee. Curran just missing with that right hand over the top. Curran much more stationary. Alvarez a lot of movement side to side. There's the push kick from Curran.
No, Pat Curran not pushing anything. He's waiting for Alvarez to come in. He's trying to land that counter shot.
When Curran defeated Roger Huerta, he was so effective with the push kicks in that bout last May. Left hand by Alvarez comes forward. Feinted the shot, got Curran to sprawl. Big uppercut. Just glanced though.
He has to counter, he can't wait. You see there, you know, there's a difference. It may look like the same thing, but when Pat Curran is standing there and he's firing back, that keeps Eddie at bay. If you're just standing there looking at him, that's gonna be a problem. That's what Pat Curran is getting caught doing, standing there looking at him last couple minutes.
Alvarez applying the pressure. Putting Curran's back against the fence and throwing lefts to the rib cage. Another left to the body.
That's what he's so good at, those body shots. Not used that effectively in MMA.
Pat Curran, of course, trained by his first cousin, Jeff Curran. People say legend a lot in sports. He's a legend in MMA, Jeff Curran. Fought in Pride, WEC, of course, in Bellator. Instrumental in getting Pat Curran into this title fight.
You know, you say legends, he's a pioneer. He's one of the first ones out there, well-rounded. Just really an outstanding fighter and trainer.
Straight right hand by Alvarez.
And you got to give Pat points for composure.
Another right hand by Alvarez. Again, look at the lateral movement of the champion, Jimmy.
Yeah. In and out, back and forth, good head movement.
He throws some wide, wild shots. Those bolo punches, those uppercuts, yet Curran not countering.
You see Curran trying to time it. I think Eddie Alvarez's movement is making that very difficult, but Eddie's throwing wild punches, and that's not good against a counter fighter.
Knee by Curran. Alvarez looking for the outside trip. Well defended by Curran.
Now it's interesting. Pat Curran never had that Division I wrestling experience. He was never a standout grappler, but his takedown offense is really excellent.
Knee by Curran as Alvarez applying all sorts of pressure. Chopping kick by Curran. Alvarez right back undaunted. Good body shots.
Man, you can hear those. Pat Curran nodding like, all right, you got me.
Uppercut by Alvarez. Straight left hand by Curran.
And what that does is it brings your elbows down. You're worried about the body shot. You pull your elbows down to your ribs, and that's when the right hand comes over the top.
Lead right hand by Alvarez. Can you see the sprawl in the knee by Curran? Cousin Jeff Curran in the corner yelled yes on that. Obviously, they've been working on knee from the sprawl on the shot. See Alvarez fishing for the outside trip. There's the good balance of Curran. Again, the knee. Another kick by Eddie Alvarez.
Eddie has faith in those body shots. They pay dividends. Do them early. By the 4th, 5th round, it's very hard to breathe. Remember, this is a 5-round fight.
Deep into round number 2 of this Bellator World Lightweight title fight. Pat Curran versus the champion Eddie Alvarez at Bellator 39. And the champion Alvarez looking for the takedown, going for the single leg.
Eddie Alvarez got hurt by that knee coming in, got hit by it. I don't know if he was hurt, but he's putting pressure on Pat Curran now.
Left to the body by Alvarez. Dying seconds now of round number 2. Warning to Alvarez from referee Keith Peterson for holding the fence. Curran with the elbow.
Eddie Alvarez went in for the takedown. Bang on the right side of his head. Not super clean. Not a devastating knee. I don't think Eddie Alvarez was hurt. Knocked him back a little bit. But, you know, Pat Curran is like I said, not being blown. He's hanging in there with the champ.
So you ready?
Not sure if it was
So
noticeable on camera, but Zach Makovsky, Bellator's 135-pound world champion, is in the corner tonight of Eddie Alvarez, his regular training partner. Round number 3.
Well, Alvarez is starting out banging now.
Again, this for Bellator's world lightweight title.
I think Eddie has realized this will not be easy. I need to turn it up to get this kid out of here.
Pat Curran is in the gray trunks. The champion Eddie Alvarez is in the white trunks. Jimmy, on your scorecard.
Well, I have it 2-0 for Eddie Alvarez, 20-18. There are 2 decisions to be made here. Eddie Alvarez, is he going to turn it up like we're seeing him do here? He's starting out more aggressively to try and get this kid out of here. And is Pat Curran going to decide, hey, is it enough to hang with the champ, or do I want to win this fight? Do I want to start taking rounds?
Jimmy, I asked Eddie Alvarez 2 days ago in our fighter meeting, if you win and you win all 5 rounds, but it's a decision, will you be disappointed? Without hesitating, Eddie Alvarez said yes. Then he paused and he said, well, if it's a war and Curran gives a gutsy effort, no, I won't be disappointed. But clearly Alvarez says that he wants to finish, and he says that he trains to finish fights. Throwing the right hand there is Alvarez.
Yeah, but Eddie's certainly throwing with more authority in this round than he has in the previous 2.
Left hand by Curran. Curran trying to stick out the jab. Alvarez stepping in with the right hand. He's throwing a lot of straight rights from that southpaw, from that conventional stance.
He likes that right hand lead. He throws the right hand and then angles. Now going southpaw. He's so slippery. He's tricky. He's very hard to get a handle on. but he drops his hands a lot. So we'll see if Pat Curran can take advantage of that.
When southpaw, the conventional, and loading with the hands there.
Nice uppercut.
Curran missing with that jab.
Oh, good uppercut again.
The short left by Alvarez.
Another thing is, like I said, Eddie Alvarez gets dropped in just about every fight. It's not like he has a granite chin. He gets dropped, he comes up, and he keeps fighting. So Pat has to know, if I can land that one good shot, I got a good chance here.
A trickle of blood coming out of the left nostril of Eddie Alvarez. Thigh kick there by Curran. Alvarez lands so effectively to the body even when he misses the head. Another sprawl from Curran.
I like what Eddie Alvarez is doing here. He's showing a lot of maturity. He's picking his spots. He knows he's winning this fight. He's not getting frustrated by the fact that this wasn't an easy fight, that, you know, Pat Curran, he hasn't landed those huge shots yet. He's landed some good ones in this round. He's showing that championship maturity.
This is the 24th pro MMA fight for Eddie Alvarez. Just the 3rd time that he has been into round 3. For Pat Curran, it's his 16th pro MMA fight, and it's the 9th time that he has been into round 3. Alvarez normally does the business pretty quickly.
Oh,
good body shot there.
Great body shots. You see the pain on the face of Pat Curran.
Curran tried to answer with a jump kick. Straight right hand by Alvarez. Good inside, deep inside thigh kick by Alvarez.
You know, getting hit in the head can knock you out. Getting hit in the body makes you want to quit. That's the difference between those two shots. You get hit in the body, and man, I don't want to be in here anymore.
Curran took a big step back to the body, then the big sweeping left to the head, and a straight right jab to the face of Curran by Alvarez.
I think Eddie's finding his range now, especially with those wicked body shots. First big takedown.
Driving his man down.
Now, one thing we've seen, especially against Roger Huerta, Pat Curran is very hard to hold down. You can get him down, hard to keep him there.
Curran trying to scramble to his feet.
And he does.
Did not want to play on the ground. Short right hand by Curran. He's in an awkward position here in the closing stages of round number 3.
See, Eddie Alvarez going for that outside trip, trying to work the takedown a little bit.
Body shot with the left hand by Alvarez.
That's the problem, is it's body, body, head. As soon as you think, man, I gotta watch out for these rip shots, that's when he comes upstairs.
Alvarez has been effective to the head, Jimmy, but he's been really effective with those punches to the body.
You see Eddie now, a little bit of smile on his face. He thinks he has the timing and range on Pat Curran. That was his most dominant round yet by Eddie Alvarez. Man, they're just cracking shots. You can hear them, you can almost feel them against the ribs, man. Those are winging shots, and that set up the takedown. First takedown of the fight. To his credit, Pat Curran got back to his feet, but that was a dominant round for Eddie Alvarez.
Round number 4 coming up. The first time that either man, Pat Curran or the champion Eddie Alvarez, has gone past 3 rounds.
So you're ready. Fight.
The bell and round number 4. Jimmy, on your unofficial scorecard.
3 rounds to none for Eddie Alvarez, 30-27. I think Pat Curran needs to step it up here. He has to make that decision I talked about earlier. Is it good enough to hang with the champ, or am I going to win this fight?
Pat Curran is in the gray trunks. The champion Eddie Alvarez is in the white trunks. Again, this for Bellator's World Lightweight title.
Man, I am so impressed with the body work of Eddie Alvarez. Some of the best body punching I've ever seen in MMA.
Jimmy, some people believe in this thing called moral victories. I don't believe in moral victories, not in MMA and not in life. I don't think Pat Curran is thinking, well, if I go 5 rounds against Eddie Alvarez, it's a moral victory. I think that he believes he can still win this fight, and I think he's going to try to win this fight.
I agree.
What does a moral victory get you? A loss. Nice right hand on the inside by Curran.
Man, you seem pretty harsh on the moral victories there, Sean. Dang.
Just too much talk, Jimmy, in sports about moral victories.
Man. guess there are some out there, you know. I know guys who have made a whole career out of I almost sweat kicks and Gracie. So hey, you know, sometimes they're out there.
Curran definitely came into this title fight thinking that he could win, no question.
Yeah, definitely.
And he said, interestingly, that he was more confident for this fight versus Alvarez, who he did concede is the best opponent of his career, than he was for either the Huerta fight or the Amata fight last year.
I think he knows that I'm on the championship level. I fought championship guys and I won. I didn't beat Eddie Alvarez, who's the best, but I'm on this level. I deserve to be here. That's a huge mental step. And he's being very aggressive in this 4th round.
And again, credit to Pat Curran. He may be down, Jimmy, on your unofficial scorecard, but he is not fighting just to survive 25 minutes. He's still trying to win this fight. Alvarez, though, looking pretty comfortable here in round number 4.
Both guys really enjoying what they're doing there. They're nodding at each other, they're talking.
Again, the chant of Eddie here at Mohegan Sun in Uncasville, Connecticut.
Now we're seeing some blood, I think, out of the nose of Pat Curran.
A lot of Alvarez's fans have made the trip from Philadelphia.
Yeah, his nose is bleeding a lot. Problem with that is it interferes with your ability to breathe. It runs down the throat. Hard to get a full breath.
I believe the blood is coming out of both nostrils.
And will those body shots slow Pat Curran down? Now in that 4th round, he's been eating those for a while. Hard to get a full breath.
Alvarez definitely feeling pretty good about things. You see from his movement.
Man, that nose is leaking badly. I don't think it's broken, but he is definitely bleeding a lot out of his nostrils.
Straight right hand by Alvarez.
Man, that head movement of Eddie Alvarez is incredible. It's like a cobra.
Alvarez continuing to stick the jab, then the thigh kick.
Kind of almost reminiscent of those who saw Prince Nassim Hamed in his prime. Low hands, but unbelievable head movement.
I was thinking about Prince Nassim Hamed. Interesting you said that, Jimmy. I was thinking about him in round number 1, how unorthodox Alvarez looked, and yet still so effectively landing those punches.
Oh, man, he's got him hurt now.
Alvarez backing up Pat Curran. Perhaps sensing a finish in the closing stages of round 4.
But Eddie Alvarez has a lot of respect for the power of Pat Curran. You can tell. I think he walked through a lot of Roger Huerta's shots. I think he's showing a lot more respect to Pat Curran in this fight.
Alvarez not getting through with those punches, but Curran stepping backwards. Curran sticking out the left jab. 1-2 by Curran, but both missed the mark.
And now just walking it off a little bit.
Alvarez has the skill, the speed, the timing, the accuracy to land the uppercuts, the bolo punches, the big wide shots from very, very difficult angles.
And it's all about speed and angling. Those are his keys to success. He's very fast. He never stops moving. Always lateral, side to side. Hard to time a guy like that.
Look at that, an uppercut and then 2 straight left shots to the face.
Good takedown, now going for the guillotine, but like I always told my guys, no guard, no guillotine. He does not have the guard.
Alvarez popping his head free. See a lot of blood coming out of both nostrils of Pat Curran's nose.
I think he's gonna keep the pressure on. He's a smart fighter. He's gonna keep the pressure on. If he can get the knockout, he'll take it, but he's not gonna go wild. He's not gonna risk a lot to get the knockout, but he's gonna keep the pressure on.
Into our 5th and final round of this Bellator World Lightweight title fight. Jimmy, once more on your scorecard.
Well, once again, that's another round for Eddie Alvarez. I have it 4 rounds to none.
Pat Curran is in the gray trunks, the champion Eddie Alvarez in the white trunks, and Alvarez so emphatic in saying, I train to finish fights. Push kick attempt there by Curran. Single leg shot, and the takedown by Alvarez. Curran right back to his feet.
Pat's so good with that takedown defense. Doing that.
That was clever, trying to turn out of the waist cinch.
Going for the switch, that's classic wrestling.
Alvarez sticking out the left hand. Alvarez was a very good high school wrestler in his native Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania, a very tough wrestling state.
This is our 5th and final round of this Bellator World Lightweight title fight. Pat Curran, who earned this title shot by winning Bellator's Season 2 155-pound tournament last year, versus Bellator's first and so far only world lightweight champion, Eddie Alvarez. With Jimmy Smith, I'm Sean Wheelock. Glad you're with us for Bellator 39 from Mohegan Sun, live on MTV2.
Now, if you're Pat Curran right now, you got to let it all hang out. You're taking on the champion. On my scorecard, he's down 4 rounds to none. You do not want to leave this to the judges. You're in Eddie Alvarez's backyard. It's time to go for broke.
Look at Alvarez shuffling his feet. Talked about Prince Nassim Hamed. How about Sugar Ray Leonard circa 1982 there?
Crowd getting a little upset because Pat Curran is waiting back, looking to counterpunch. He's not being as aggressive as Eddie Alvarez.
Alvarez trying to drive his man back. Curran continuing to pump the left jab. He's never really found a home for that punch in this fight. Alvarez letting go with the hand once more.
Pat Curran doing a good job of covering up at the right time. His defense is pretty sound, but he's just not firing back like he did in the first 2 rounds. But Eddie Alvarez, man, still moving like crazy. Still on his bicycle, still moving around. A lot of footwork. And we're in the last 2 minutes of a very tough 5-round fight, and he is still moving.
Body kick by Curran. Alvarez just walked through that. That's a nice left hand by Curran.
Going for the flying knee, hit him with the left hook.
Alvarez obviously feeling in full control of this title fight. Alvarez with the outside kick, then backs off.
I heard his corner just say you got 1:30 to make this happen. That's all he has left. His counterpunching has not been effective. He might have to just go for broke here and throw.
Push kick by Curran. Alvarez with the right hand.
Eddie just such an elusive target.
Big uppercut by Alvarez. One of his best punches of this fight, certainly his best punch of round 5.
Good left hand.
Into minute 25, the final minute of this bout.
Pat Curran still firing back, still trying to win. His face is a mess.
The champion Eddie Alvarez looks in full control. A hop there for emphasis in the center of the Bellator cage.
I've never seen that as a setup to a takedown. Hop and then double leg. Never seen that before.
There's the takedown from Pat Curran. Open guard from Alvarez.
What can he do with 30 seconds left, though?
Alvarez now in a tight, low, closed guard, then opens his guard, tries to shrimp. Alvarez punching with the left from the bottom. Shots through the top by Pat Curran. Looking for a miracle finish, Jimmy, and Alvarez back to his feet.
And they are slugging till the final bell. Great performance by both guys, but Eddie Alvarez, he is pumped.
The end of this world title fight. When we return, we will learn the winner. You are watching Bellator.
Ladies and gentlemen, having gone the distance, we'll go to your judges' scorecards. Judge David Torelli scores the fight 49-46, while judges Brian Miner and Carlo Urso both see the fight 50-45, all for the winner by unanimous decision, and still the Bellator Lightweight World Champion, Eddie Alvarez.
World title fight, Jimmy, here is our tale of the tape.
You look here at the record. Eddie Alvarez, vastly more experience in bigger fights against better talent, but Michael Chandler has never tasted defeat. Very confident.
Gentlemen, we all know the rules. I want a good, clean fight. I will not tolerate anything less. Let's touch gloves. Let's get ready to rock and roll.
This Bellator World Title fight is under the unified rules of MMA, scheduled for 5 5-minute rounds. Elbows to the head are allowed. There is Jamie, Eddie Alvarez's wife. His 3 sons are also in attendance. Michael Chandler versus the champion Eddie Alvarez for Bellator's Lightweight World Championship. The bell in round number 1.
How much time will Eddie spend on the feet? That's an important part of this fight. Good left hand.
Chandler is in the black trunks. He got him in the white trunks.
He hurt him back.
He's letting go. Alvarez in all sorts of trouble trying to hold on.
Oh, good right hand by Eddie.
Troy Wong was seconds away from stopping this fight in favor of Chandler.
Eddie could still be rocked. Remember, Eddie gets rocked in every fight and manages to come back, but you know he is still in trouble.
Alvarez said, one of us is going to win inside of 2 rounds. If that doesn't happen, this will go all 25 minutes. I thought that was a remarkable statement from the champion.
Could be a statement of bad luck because he got rocked.
Partial suplex there by Chandler. Alvarez trying to fire back to the body. Bouncing the step of Eddie Alvarez.
And I think Chandler established he is not to be taken lightly on the feet.
Jimmy, I'm telling you, referee Troy Wong was about to step in and stop the fight in favor of Chandler.
I'm glad he didn't. Eddie was able to stay on his feet. Didn't look hurt like he was hurt that badly. Able to come back. Another good right hand.
Great inside right on the counter by Alvarez. His best punch of the fight thus far.
And Chandler doing a great job with that lead right. Beautiful jab.
Eddie Alvarez said, I have to pick my spots, when to explode, but I need to put Michael Chandler into a fight.
Now Chandler's exploding first, very athletic. I think his speed is surprising Eddie at this point.
Alvarez talked to us, Jimmy, about calculated risk, knowing how to pace himself.
And that's one thing he said he made very clear. He goes, this kid has not been in a 5-round fight like I have. He doesn't know how to pace himself like I do. Chandler coming out with a lot of energy so far. Can he keep this pace up? Good straight right. Both these guys are having a lot of success with that lead right. Man, only 2 minutes into this fight. Unbelievable.
Incredible action thus far. That's a really clever, almost look away, walk away right hand by the champion, Eddie Alvarez.
Eddie looks like he's recovered well. That's an important thing. He's been dropped in a lot of fights. He recovers very quickly.
Chandler trying to change levels. Chandler wants to use his wrestling, but on the ground, he is a ground and pound fighter, not a submission fighter.
Good body work by Eddie. Chandler now starting to kind of find his rhythm.
Chandler went for the leg, couldn't find it. Alvarez to the body. Chandler now tying his man up. Remarkable start to this world title fight.
Eddie dropped by Joachim Jansen. Tatsuya Kawajiri came back to win both of those fights.
Roger Huerta dropped him as well.
He did. Trying to take his back. Good job by Chandler.
Chandler too slick. Out the back door, a single leg, then Alvarez slick back to his feet.
And the crowd is on its feet tonight.
Alvarez, it was an absolute destruction of Roger Huerta. A TKO stopped between rounds 2 and 3, and yet Huerta dropped Alvarez in that fight.
Now this is where Eddie is at his best, in the center of the cage when he's loose. I think the speed of Chandler, his aggression to begin his fight kind of got him on his heels. Looks like he's recovered, but Chandler's still very dangerous. Oh, another good right.
So remarkable that Chandler, entering the season 4 155-pound tournament back in March, said, I'm thinking about Eddie Alvarez. The other 7 tournament fighters said, it's just one fight at a time. I'm not even going to consider the champion.
Eddie's talking to Chandler now. Trying to get inside the head.
Outside kick by Eddie Alvarez.
Of the much younger fighter. I think that's important. Little gamesmanship there. Great knee.
Oh, that was a big knee as Chandler
Another
dropped.
good right.
Good overhand right by Alvarez. Chandler missing with the left. Bouncing the step of Alvarez. Chandler trying to pounce. Knee by Chandler. Good uppercut.
Eddie moved his head at the end of that. Just grazed him. But Chandler's still moving forward.
Chandler not intimidated coming forward.
Good right hand.
Alvarez not intimidated coming forward. No counter fighting thus far.
Man, can you say round of the year? I think this is it.
Right hand on the inside by Chandler.
And he has to be careful with his jab hand. He's got to watch that lead right. Michael has stunned him with it. Another good jab.
Chandler came
another good right.
A straight wrestler, but he has really worked hard on his striking. Final seconds of round number 1. An amazing round number 1.
Dropped him again.
Right hand by Chandler, looking to finish before the bell.
Wow! You see here the end of that first round, but they are right back in it. Oh, good right by Chandler.
Round number 2, you saw in that replay, referee Troy Waugh about stepped in. He hitched and caught himself. Waugh almost ended his fight in favor of Chandler early in round 1. But we continue round 2, and Jimmy on your scorecard.
Yeah, 10-9, Michael Chandler. Looked like Eddie was winning back that round, but that flurry at the end, I think, iced it for Michael Chandler. That's 2 times it looks like he could have finished Eddie Alvarez. That's stunning.
Michael Chandler is in the black trunks. The champion Eddie Alvarez is in the white trunks. This for Bellator's lightweight world title. Chandler, it was fascinating, Jimmy. He said, I don't want a fluke knockout win. I want to go at least past 3 rounds. I want to show that I have dominated the champion, Eddie Alvarez.
Yeah, that's a bunch of crap. If he could have ended that in the first round, he would have. He didn't back off because he wanted to. You finish it when you can against a guy as dangerous as Eddie Alvarez.
Foot stomps and knees to the thigh by Chandler. Another foot stomp.
I never believed that, I wanted to really show what I had. No, you want to win. Both these guys want to win.
Chandler forgot about that statement when he was trying to finish in round 1. I keenly observed that point. Phenomenal fight. Blood coming out of the mouth of the champion, Eddie Alvarez, and a big takedown from Chandler.
This is where Chandler has been so dominant in Bellator, on top. Good submission game, but really good with his ground and pound. Tremendous pressure.
You saw Chandler taking the back, but not getting either hook in. Alvarez back to his feet. Alvarez missing with that right hand.
There's an outstanding lead right. I think he needs to set it up a little bit better. Chandler's catching him with that jab coming in. Now he's starting to read the right hand.
This crowd is absolutely rocking here at the Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino in Hollywood, Florida.
Now Chandler mugging him a bit, sticking his chin out.
Seems to be a split crowd, Jimmy. Half behind the champion, half behind the challenger in this fight.
I don't care who you're behind. This has been an amazing fight.
Chandler trying to become the champion.
Oh, good knee.
Alvarez trying to further his claim as the top 155-pounder in all of MMA and make his second successful title defense.
Now, both fighters said they wanted to make it a fight. Both fighters are correct. That's what they're both in.
How smart there was Chandler, Jimmy. He was in a position to be kneed in the head, and he kept both of his palms flat on the canvas.
Exactly. 3 points position. Anything more than your feet on the ground, you cannot be kneed. Remember, Eddie Alvarez does have outstanding submission skills. A lot of options from here. Guillotines, Peruvian neckties, got to be careful. Chandler has to be conscious on the bottom.
Alvarez now getting his right hand on his left bicep.
The gator roll, anaconda. We see here Chandler protecting, pulling that right elbow down to give himself some space. How much energy is Eddie using here? That's the question.
Chandler back to his feet, eats a knee, and then slips the right hand. Counter right on the inside by Chandler. Both fighters going all out for victory. This is not about scoring points. This is not about playing it safe. This is to win or retain the world title.
Great head movement by Chandler. He's moving back off that right hand very effectively. I think he's reading it well.
Bounce to the step of the champion, Eddie Alvarez. Final minute of round number 2.
Eddie needs to get that lead hand going, that lead jab and lead hook. Michael Chandler's really timing that right hand well with his head movement.
Alvarez to the body, then the head.
One thing Eddie does very well, works the ribs. He's a good body puncher, nice leaping left hook.
Chandler feinting, coming forward. Counter shots the kick, glancing kick there by Alvarez. Alvarez showing his elusiveness on the feet. Feinting coming forward now.
See Chandler slowing down.
Good kick on the left hand.
See Chandler slowing down a little bit.
Alvarez feinting with the flying knee. Hold it back. Closing seconds of round 2 of this world title fight at 155 pounds. I love this fight, Jimmy. Heading into round number 3, we're scheduled for 5 in this Bellator lightweight world title fight. Michael Chandler earned this title shot by way of winning Bellator's Season 4 155-pound tournament, facing the champion, the top 155-pounder in all of MMA, Eddie Alvarez. 3 judges scoring cage side from the state of Florida. Jimmy, on your unofficial scorecard.
Now, why did I have to score that last round? Unbelievably close, almost an even round. I'm going to give it to the champ 10-9 and have it even.
Michael Chandler is in the black trunks. The champion, Eddie Alvarez, is in the white trunks.
Now, Chandler's pace slowed a little bit in that second round.
Again, Alvarez said, I need to put Chandler into a fight. He did not believe that Chandler had ever been in a fight before. Chandler entering this bout a perfect 8-0 in his pro MMA career.
Now it's Eddie taking the center of the cage.
Good left hand by Alvarez.
That's important. Chandler's at his best when moving forward.
Chandler missing with a hook to the body.
Now his corner in between rounds says, I want to see that uppercut. Change up your punches. I think that's because Chandler is reading the right hand so effectively.
It's been a pretty split crowd, even for Chandler and Alvarez, but now Jansen, Eddie.
Also, those Philadelphians so loud. Doesn't have to be a split crowd. Even if it's 50-50, you're going to hear Eddie's fans every time.
Chandler didn't know the exact number, but he said, I'll have at least 20 family members here, including his mom, Betty, who you saw earlier, as well as his dad, Mike.
My favorite quote from Eddie Alvarez said, my fans would boo Santa Claus.
They did actually at the Eagles game in the early 1980s.
Oh, City of Brotherly Love.
Good left hand by Chandler that misses with the right to the body.
See Chandler slowing down a lot here.
Alvarez trying to turn up the pace. Alvarez in a position to knee.
Maybe you see here that left hand, he was leaving it on the ground to avoid the knees. Now going for the guillotine.
Chandler pops his head free. Both fighters so sweaty right now, Jimmy. It's tough to get a standing guillotine in those gloves, as you know.
Chandler looked down. I don't know if there was some kind of problem there.
Alvarez trying to let the hands go. Chandler pulls away on his bicycle.
And he's turning it on now.
Alvarez trying to let go with the
Another good right hand.
Right hand.
He could be looking for the finish here, Sean.
Stalking mode now. Chandler trying to fire back. Big shots from the champion. To the body now for Eddie Alvarez. Uppercut. Straight left hand by Alvarez. Chandler missing with a counter right.
I think it was a body shot that hurt him initially. It seemed like all the gas suddenly went out of Michael Chandler, like all of his air suddenly went out of him, and he's a great body puncher. I think that was what did it.
Chandler on the single leg shot, Alvarez the sprawl, pulls his leg free.
Man, Chandler looks just about spent, but he is still very dangerous, and Eddie knows that.
Body lock now by Alvarez. Alvarez seeing things go his way here in round number 3. Letting go with the hands. Chandler missing with that right hand. Alvarez keeping his boxing tight. Alvarez to the body. Chandler missing with that jump in knee.
But he's taking big gulping breaths, and he is so exhausted. I think those body shots just took so much out. Now he's in big trouble.
Alvarez sensing the end, trying to let go with the hands, trying to find the finish here in round 3. Chandler so tough firing back.
But Chandler's still loading up. You see just unloading at the ribs. 1 minute left in this round. Can Eddie finish him?
Another spectacular round in this truly spectacular fight. Another single leg shot by Chandler. Another successful sprawl by the champion Alvarez.
And every one of these takedowns that he doesn't get takes so much out of him. Look at the hip pressure of Eddie Alvarez and Michael Chandler just spent from here.
Well into minute 15 of this fight. Remember, we're scheduled for 5 5-minute rounds.
Just relentless with this takedown, but Eddie Alvarez relentless with the body shots. Go for an outside switch now.
Do not grab the fence, Ed.
It's basic wrestling. I think Chandler's just holding on, trying to see the end of the round. See the smile on the face of the champ.
You see the blood over both fighters. Michael Chandler versus the champion Eddie Alvarez for Bellator's lightweight world title. Closing seconds of round number 3. A tremendous fight to this point. Chandler has sensed the finish, Alvarez has sensed the finish, and still we fight on.
Stop, stop.
Here comes round number 4, scheduled for 5 of this Bellator lightweight world title fight. Undefeated Michael Chandler versus the champion Eddie Alvarez. Alvarez looking to record his 23rd Pro MMA win, and this is 25th Pro MMA fight. Jimmy, how do you see this fight thus far?
Man, I give the last round to Alvarez, 10-9. That's his first clear dominant round. I gave him round 2, but that was very, very close. I thought round 3 was the first one he clearly took.
Chandler is in the black trunks. The champion Alvarez is in the white trunks. Alvarez cut badly, and in at least 2 places, if not more, in his mouth, leaking a lot of blood out of his mouth. There's still quite a bit of blood on the back of Michael Chandler. It's the blood of Eddie Alvarez from the mouth.
The thing is, you know, Chandler established that right hand early on in the fight. That made Eddie Alvarez give him a lot of respect in that 3rd round and not go in for the finish when he might have been able to do that. He didn't want to walk into another one of those right hands.
Alvarez trying to walk down Chandler with punches.
That's when he's been successful, starting with the body attack and then going to the head. Remember, it was a body shot that started the dominance of the 3rd round.
Chandler so complimentary coming into this fight of the champion Eddie Alvarez. He said he really doesn't have a weakness, but what I can exploit is his wrestling. By and large, Jimmy, this has been a stand-up fight.
I was about to say, it's been mostly a stand-up fight. Chandler has really impressed me with his boxing.
Good right hand by Chandler.
He's a little below the chin. Hit him in the upper chest. Eddie coming back.
9th Pro MMA fight for Michael Chandler. The first time he has been past 3 rounds. The 25th Pro MMA fight for Eddie Alvarez. Just the 2nd time that he has been past 3 rounds.
Man, he is still winging power shots, Sean.
April of this year, Eddie Alvarez defended his Bellator world title versus Pat Curran, winning a 5-round unanimous decision.
He looked gassed at the end of that 3rd round, but still coming forward, still throwing with a lot of fire in this 4th round.
Here's the shot.
Oh, good right hand.
Big right hand by Chandler. His best punch since round 1, then the left. Windmill right by Chandler, just missed the mark. A bad uppercut forming under the left eye of Michael Chandler.
Oh, another big right hand. He's hurt. He's hurt badly.
Chandler now pouncing. Alvarez bleeding terribly out of the mouth. Chandler letting go with the full-on ground and pound.
He needs to get space. He needs to get up right now. Chandler is all over him.
Chandler trying to move the side control, and he has it. Chandler knee on belly passes. Beautiful pass now into mount for Michael Chandler.
Eddie has great recovery, but he's mounted right now. Now giving up his back.
Chandler looking
That's it.
choke. There's the tap. And we have a new champion. Michael Chandler is Bellator's new lightweight world champion.
That right hand was landing all night, but this time he was able to get on top, able to get in his comfort zone on a rocked and hurt Eddie Alvarez and never let him off the hook here in full mount. Eddie turned his back, and from here, that's it. Arm underneath. Power Mataleon rear naked choke. And we have a new 155-pound champion.
Ladies and gentlemen, inside the Bellator cage by way of a rear naked choke. The tap comes officially 3 minutes, 6 seconds into round number 4. The winner by submission. And now the new Bellator lightweight world champion, Michael Chandler.
Here we go with our tale of the tape.
You see the 10-year age difference. That's how Rick Hahn has to fight. Mature, wait for his openings. He can't, I think, beat the athleticism of Michael Chandler. Can't fight at Chandler's pace.
Gentlemen, protect yourself at all times, obey my rules at all times. Fight clean, fight hard, fight fair. If you want to touch gloves, touch them now. Step back and good luck.
Scheduled for 5 5-minute rounds. Rick Hahn versus the undefeated champion Michael Chandler for Bellator's lightweight world title.
You ready? You ready? Get on.
The bell in round number 1.
Michael Chandler very fast. He knows how to explode. Rick Hahn has to catch him coming in.
Hahn is in the black trunks. Chandler is in the red trunks.
That's one thing his teammates have told me. He's really added kicks to his arsenal. Haven't seen that in his previous fights. So one thing, Chandler's hands very low, almost in karate stance. Might not be a good thing. It's a guy with a powerful right hand. Rick Hahn keeping that right hand glued.
Two outstanding athletes who, by their own admission, Jimmy said, I had no idea how to punch until I started training MMA.
Picked it up quickly.
I say naturals.
Both these guys very gifted athletes.
I'm trying to throw the uppercut as Chandler stepped in.
One thing about Michael Chandler, he was never a national champion, never even a state champion in high school, but an All-American at Missouri based on his work ethic.
There's the shot to single leg and the takedown from Chandler.
That was a lot easier than I expected. Judo guy's so hard to take down, very heavy hips, and man, he just picked him up, dumped him.
Close guard from Hahn.
Rick Hahn's jiu-jitsu coach, Kevin Landry. The team Renzo Gracie, I've rolled with that guy, smooth jiu-jitsu. His other coach, Faraz Zahabi, rolled with him too. They're both great on the ground. So you know he knows what he's doing off his back, but Michael Chandler's so tough on top.
Big elbow from Chandler. It's a clever turn, then the push off from Hahn.
Excellent job.
Low close guard again from Hahn.
This is not where Rick Hahn wants to be, is on his back with Michael Chandler on top. When we talked about the grappling, he said, one place I don't want to be is on my back with Michael Chandler on top. If I'm doing any submission work, it's going to be from the top.
Body head with the right hand by Chandler.
You see here, not walking his guard up, not angling, doesn't look like he's going for any submissions, locking up both arms, keeping a very tight guard. Strategy might be to control and look for a stand-up here. Wrestler's so hard to catch.
Chandler, you see there, Jimmy, that's smart. Avoiding the stand-up from referee John McCarthy, just peppering those shots to the body.
One thing, you know, Rick Hahn, from his judo background, they have some submissions. A lot of them are from the top or from throws. They'll throw you and then go straight to an armbar. They don't have a lot of submissions off their back like a jiu-jitsu guy would. And I know he's done a lot of jiu-jitsu since then.
Push off.
He doesn't have the experience on the bottom like he does on top. Chandler being very judicious with the strikes. Now Rick Hahn taking his chance, trying to get up here.
Knees to the thigh by Chandler. Again, driving that knee, and again, Chandler holding the waist cinch. Good control of Hahn, and bearing that knee into the ribcage of Rick Hahn.
See Hahn keeping his hand on the ground. Doesn't want Chandler to angle off and knee him in the head. But he's got to sell out at some point. He's got to take the risk and pop up. Can't stay here.
And as Jimmy said, Hahn keeping himself grounded, so Chandler can knee to the body, just not to the head. As long as that hand is down, that's the third point.
Problem is, well, there you go. Can't climb a mountain and leave one foot on the ground. You got to take a risk at some point, and he did.
Chandler went for the suplex.
Whoa!
Nearly the full throw from Hahn. Hahn trying to implement his judo there.
Great defense by Chandler.
Big swings, big misses.
But Chandler pushing the pace, being the aggressor. I think he's relying on the fact that he's the better athlete.
High tempo here in the opening round of this Bellator lightweight world title fight, scheduled for 5 rounds. Final seconds now of the opening round. Chandler missing with the uppercut. We'll go to round 2.
Nice stiff jab by Chandler.
Jimmy, on your scorecard for round 1.
10-9, Michael Chandler. He pushed the pace, he got the takedown. I like his advice in between rounds from his corner, saying don't get in those brawls like he did at the end of the round. Man, keeping those hands dangerously low.
Jimmy, were you surprised that Chandler, as Hahn clips with the left hook there, were you surprised that Chandler went for and got the takedown in round 1?
Not at all. I'm surprised it took that long.
Chandler on cue goes for the takedown there.
Look at that power.
Hahn had the wide defensive base and was scooped up and driven down by Chandler.
That's one thing I did not expect. I thought in positions like that, up against the fence, Hahn would be able to use his judo to stay on the feet a lot longer, but man, Chandler not just taking him down, lifting him into the air and slamming him down. So different from his teammate, you know, at Mizzou, Ben Askren, our welterweight champion, get these, you know, outside single legs and funky stuff, and man, Chandler just double leg drives, picks you up and slams you. Very different stylistically. Chandler, his corner in between rounds, said he's just stalling on the ground. He's just stalling. He's not going to go for anything. Push the pace when you're on the ground. Keep the strikes coming.
Jimmy, from a neutral perspective, what would you like to see more of out of Rick Hahn at this point?
Well, the thing is that, you know, he's got to throw a little bit more. You see him trying to load the right hand, doing some good jobs with the left, and he has to go the jab, some fast punches to get Chandler off his rhythm.
Chandler trying to land the elbow, just missed, and he landed it there.
Let's go, gotta work, come on.
Go for action from referee John McCarthy.
See, Chandler staying chest to chest, really not posturing up to land big strikes.
One hook in.
Hard to take the back up against the fence. Now going for what we call a power half in wrestling. The power half Nelson really cranks the neck.
Something that we rarely see in MMA. Right hands, those are blocked.
Yeah, it's not a jiu-jitsu thing, it's pure wrestling. And that's a strong dude.
Went for the full suplex, still got the takedown to Chandler.
Now has the back.
And looking for the rear naked.
He might have it.
That is tight, but looks in, there's the tap. And Michael Chandler successfully retains his belt.
Not just successfully, dominantly against Rick Hahn. That was unexpected. Man. See it here, up against the fence, lift, bang, dropped him right on his hip. I mean, just no resistance at all practically. Up against the fence, pulled him out, body lock, bang, dumped him. End of the fight. both hooks in. You see here, once the arm was under the chin, look at here, he just cranked it just like Eddie Alvarez. Not pretty, it's all power, all hip pressure, and that is the finish. Once again, look at this. Arm under the neck, and look at that hip pressure, bending Rick Hahn all the way back with his hip pressure. Man, beautiful job by the champ.
A steamroller of a performance by that man, Michael Chandler. Here's Michael Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, inside the Bellator cage, the tap comes by way of a rear naked choke. Official time, 3 minutes, 7 seconds into round number 2. The winner by submission and still the Bellator lightweight world champion, Michael Chandler.
Here's our tale of the tape.
Look here, the height and weight. Of course, they weighed in the same weight class, but David Rickels cuts a lot more weight than Michael Chandler. He stands 6 foot. He's the bigger fighter. Can he use it tonight?
Okay, fighters, this is for the Bellator Lightweight Championship of the World. We've gone over the rules in the back. There are no final questions from you, Blue. No final questions from you, Red. Touch gloves, come on, ready to fight.
Huge respect between these two. Both talked about their opponent being durable, rugged, tenacious, aggressive, and tough.
First round, fighter, you ready? Fighter, you ready? Fight!
Round number 1.
See the size advantage already. Chandler, though, very fast with his hands.
David Rickels is in the purple and green trunks. The champion Michael Chandler is in the white trunks. Body kick lands from Rickels. A lot of head movement early from the champion Michael Chandler. Snapping that jab. Counter left, good right is dropped. Rickels and Alvarez trouble, and that is it! A lightning strike title defense for Michael Chandler, just like that.
Said he had fast hands, they were on display there. Dave Rickels is right in front of us, he is still out. Look at it in regular speed, fast jab, bang! Right hand over the top, and look at this flurry to end the fight. Beautiful counter right over the top, and once he had him hurt, look at this, flicking that jab out, snapping his head back, and then this beautiful counter right, look at this. That follow-up, the speed on the follow-up, that is what is so impressive.
Rickels landed his left first, as you're going to see.
Look at this jab, snaps his head back with it, and then counter right over the top. Rickels tried to recover, but it's like trying to catch up with a runaway train.
And Jimmy, you said it, because Rickels got off first. It was the counter that dropped, and then the natural-born finishing ability of Michael Chandler.
Ladies and gentlemen, inside the Bellator cage, the end comes officially. 44 seconds into round number 1. The winner by knockout, still undefeated, and still the Bellator lightweight world champion, Michael Chandler.
Our tale of the tape.
You see nothing highlighted. Age, height, weight, reach, all relatively the same. No physical differences really between these guys. It's going to be the intangibles that decide this fight.
You ready?
That is what it's at stake. Bellator's lightweight world title, round number 1. Alvarez in the red trunks, the champion Chandler in the white trunks.
The thing about Chandler, he likes to keep his hands low and rely on his speed. That might be a mistake against Eddie.
Watch your head. Watch your head.
Side-to-side movement from Alvarez. Swing and a miss, then the slip by Chandler. Alvarez didn't pounce.
That's the one thing that's always impressed me about Eddie is his footwork. Not a lot of guys in MMA have that boxing angling footwork. Eddie Alvarez does.
Right hand lands from Alvarez. So Chandler trying to establish the jab. Chandler coming forward.
The one advice I would have given Eddie Alvarez in the first round if I were his coach is move, move, move. Head movement, foot movement. Don't stand in front of this kid like you did at the beginning of the last fight. Make him miss, frustrate him, make him pay.
Alvarez looking very loose on his feet. Now looking for the single leg. Chandler doing well to defend. Gets the separation.
In Eddie Alvarez's corner, Kenny Monday. U.S. Olympic gold medalist, outstanding wrestler. You know he's been working on his takedown defense.
Stiff left jab by Alvarez. Already an abrasion under Chandler's right eye. Good right hand by Alvarez.
Eddie loves that punch, that lead right hand.
Alvarez just waving Chandler in. Chandler yet to find the striking timing.
You tell what Eddie wants to do, frustrate the kid. Angle, move, make him miss, make him frustrated. He may be naturally faster, he may have picked up a lot of boxing, but Eddie Alvarez just more experienced.
Good right hand by Chandler. Chandler swinging hard as he steps into the pocket, Jimmy. Above the waistline from Chandler, now walking forward. Counter left from Alvarez. Good right hand. Alvarez looking for the single leg. The fighters back to their feet. 1:45 remaining, round number 1. Scheduled for 5. This for the Bellator lightweight world title.
One thing Eddie's gonna have to do is counter-strike effectively. Catch Alvarez when he misses, when he makes mistakes, make him pay, make him back off. Because right now, he's certainly the aggressor in this fight. Isn't landing effectively yet, but he's certainly pushing the pace. Good strategy against somebody like that is land some good counter-strikes, make him respect you.
Chandler missing badly with that lead left hook. He comes forward. Alvarez, a lot of lateral movement, Jimmy.
Nice jab.
Kick caught. Chandler pounces. Has to get one hook in. Big takedown. Chandler now has his right hook in.
I can't see how deep it is from here. It's deep.
Tied on the rear naked choke. Chandler looking to finish. 28 seconds to go. Can he find it in this time? No. Great submission defense from Alvarez as he powers out. What a look of grit and determination on the face of Eddie Alvarez. Joe McCarthy recognized the accidental headbutt. Quick separation. Right back to it. Chandler right back to it, driving in. Slip by Chandler. Here comes round 2. Jimmy, your scorecard round 1.
Very close first round. I went 10-9 Chandler. Eddie was landing good, effective counter strikes at the beginning of the round. Then he was still angling toward the end of the round, but Michael Chandler started taking over. You saw the takedown at the end. Very close, but 10-9 Chandler on my scorecard.
Oh, good right hand, then the left. Counter right back from Alvarez. Misses badly. Bounce in the step of the champion, Michael Chandler. Chandler's worked so much, not just on his footwork, but on his head movement in his stand-up. Bring the C punches better, slip punches better. Footing right from Alvarez. Chandler, you can see just loading up that right hand, Jimmy.
Landing a couple of good ones so far.
Alvarez on his bicycle, circling to a better angle.
Likes that look away right hand, that strafing right hand. It's been a very effective punch for him. Just like that.
Slight abrasion now under the left eye of Eddie Alvarez. Alvarez trying to establish his jab. Good left hand, almost a look away. 1-2.
Nice jabbing. What will it do to the energy level of Eddie Alvarez? He has been circling non-stop since the beginning of this fight. Costs a lot of energy angling that much. It's an effective strategy. Move, 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 but it also takes a lot of gas.
Stiff jabs from Alvarez. See, Chandler, though, Jimmy, is he's walking and really trying to showcase that head movement. To the body. Looking for the takedown, and he gets it. Right back, another takedown from the waist cinch. See, Alvarez trying to pop back to his feet.
Chandler has what I call wrestler's jiu-jitsu. It's opportunistic. Things like rear naked chokes, guillotines, head and arm. He'll catch you in a bad position, and he'll capitalize on it. Can be very effective.
Earlier in round 2, and another takedown by Chandler. I mentioned the abrasion under Alvarez's left eye, now bleeding from under his left eye. There's Chandler bleeding from under his right eye. Chandler trying to stay tight. Downward elbow strikes from Alvarez. See the blood on the thigh now of Eddie Alvarez. It's from under Chandler's right eye. Significant bleeding and significant swelling, Jimmy. Alvarez looking to his corner.
Come on, let's work. Let's go.
John McCarthy telling both fighters to work.
It's a difficult position for Michael Chandler to use here. Got to pull him off the fence.
Alvarez just looked at McCarthy like, are you going to stand us up? Alvarez gets up of his own volition. 50 seconds to go, round number 2.
Oh, nice combination.
Chandler's left eye is starting to swell significantly. And the level change from the champion. And the takedown. 20 seconds remaining, round 2. Open guard from Eddie Alvarez. Right hand from Chandler, posturing on his knees, close guard from Alvarez. 10 minutes in the books. Bellator's former lightweight world champion Eddie Alvarez versus that man, Bellator's reigning lightweight world champion Michael Chandler. Round number 3 of this rematch. Jimmy, what do you think thus far?
10-9 Chandler in round number 2. I thought Chandler landed better strikes. Other than that, oh, nice kick.
In the right hand.
An uppercut combination Eddie Alvarez threw was his best combo of the fight. I thought Chandler's activity and takedowns won him that second round. Very close, though.
Three rights to the body from Alvarez.
The question's going to be what's going to happen if that eye swells shut. Depth perception goes right out the window. Sorry, that left eye.
There's swelling under the right eye, but the really bad swelling's under the left.
Really swelling shut.
They're driving through. That's nicely defended by Alvarez. Stiff left jab from Alvarez again. Swing and a miss on the uppercut from Chandler. Hands much lower now, Jimmy, for Michael Chandler here in round 3.
And he always likes his hands low. I think that's a weakness in his style. He likes that low-handed kind of style, but you're relying on your speed there. Eddie Alvarez, of course, having a year off from MMA. He talked to us about it and says, I'm better because of that year off. I healed up in that year off. I got my head straight and my life straight in that 1 year. Now, Chandler, of course, more active, but if you remember, they've been quick fights. He blew away Gono, blew away Dave Rickels. Rick Hahn was only in the second round of a fight that he dominated, so he hasn't had a ton of rounds himself since he fought Eddie.
Bouncing the step of Chandler. Looking to successfully defend his Bellator lightweight world title for the 3rd time. Truthfully, Jimmy, no disrespect to David Rickels or Rick Hahn, the first time that he's been tested in the title defense.
Very true. Talk about him having more fights. Hasn't had a lot more ring time.
Chandler now bleeding out of his nose.
Eddie Alvarez starting to take advantage. Blending well with the jab, and he's targeting that eye.
Driving through, and again you see Alvarez. He's following through and getting the separation that he wants.
Problem is that each one of those takedowns he doesn't get costs him a lot of energy.
Alvarez, you see, just trying to kick out the leg. Chandler being very patient.
And Chandler looking very tired.
1-2 to answer, though, from Chandler.
Everybody down at Alliance has told me nobody trains like Michael Chandler. The guy's a madman in the gym. That's why I gave him the check mark, thinking he had the better gas tank. He looks very tired right now.
Spinning back fist from Alvarez, uppercut to counter from Chandler.
The bloody nose could be affecting his ability to breathe. His mouth very wide open.
And that left eye of Chandler looking like a bit of a disaster. Swollen and bleeding badly under the left eye. Also cut in his left lid. Second attempt for a rear naked choke. One hook in for Michael Chandler.
Not quite in the right position. And that eye is a mess.
Nicely done, just powering through Alvarez on the takedown. 25 seconds to go round 3.
Right, you just said, only 25 seconds left. Not enough time to really use that top position.
Alvarez, you see, keeping Chandler close, out of striking distance from his open guard. Elbows to the body from Alvarez on his back. Forearm, then a left hand from Chandler from the top position. Body head with the right. The championship rounds upcoming. Round number 4 starts with a chant of Eddie. We're at the Long Beach Arena. Jimmy threw 3 rounds.
Gave Eddie Alvarez that last round, 10-9. Have it 2 rounds to 1 for Michael Chandler. The doctor looking very closely at that eye. Might give Chandler a bit of urgency in this 4th round.
Trying to walk down Chandler, who's on his bicycle. Alvarez being busy with the left hand.
You see the shift. Oh, nice
knee, and that
knee.
landed clean. Beautifully timed by the champion. More left hands though from Alvarez as he backpedals. Chandler coming forward, a good left hand. Shot in the sprawl. Not much between these two fighters in the Bellator cage tonight. Rose guard now from Alvarez.
Now Eddie's looking tired. This is where Chandler wants to turn it on.
The blood on the face of Alvarez from that cut under his left eye.
Also out of the nose. His nose is bleeding quite a bit.
Open guard from the former champion, Eddie Alvarez. The reigning champion, Michael Chandler, trying to go to work with his ground and pound. Big right hands. See Alvarez raise up with the chest hold, bringing him in close.
Eddie needs to get some distance, get back to his feet.
Chandler tenacious throwing those right hands from his knees. The big white base, now the left.
Great
Another left
strikes.
elbow. Right elbow strike that time.
Get your fingers out of his throat, Mike.
McCarthy just telling Chandler, fingers out of the throat. He's using that to try to essentially hold the head of Alvarez still. Still open guard for Eddie Alvarez. Both fighters covered in blood, their own and each other's.
Trying to trap the arm, the right arm of Eddie Alvarez under his back. Then he can let go with the left hand.
Don't grab the glove, grab the whole hand, Michael.
Alvarez trying to shrimp and also trying to punch from his back. Another elbow strike from Chandler.
And Chandler really turning it on top. That's why they call these championship rounds. These are two of the top lightweights in the world.
Chandler looking to suck in the wrist and the arm of Alvarez. This is with that right hand. Landing with those right hands.
Dominant round so far for Michael Chandler. It's how much does Eddie Alvarez have left? That's the question.
And Jimmy Alvarez, time and time again, trying to throw from flat on his back. Not looking for sweeps, just shrimping and trying to punch.
Problem is, punches from the bottom are never as effective as punches from the top. He's got to use those strikes to set up something, be it a submission, a sweep, some space for an escape. Just elbows from the bottom, strikes from the bottom aren't going to do it.
Twice in sequence, McCarthy warning Alvarez,
Go,
grabbing
Mike,
the
you want to stay there?
fence.
Let's improve. Let's go. Let's go.
The bell can't come soon enough now for Eddie Alvarez. 10 seconds to go, round 4. Chandler letting go with punches and elbows from this top position. And we will go to the 5th and final round.
Step on back. Step on back.
The first time around,
Here we go. You ready?
it did not get out of the 4th round. Chandler submitting Eddie Alvarez. Here in the rematch, we have reached the 5th round. Jimmy, how do you see it thus far?
So far, I have it 3 rounds to 1 for Michael Chandler. I only gave Eddie round number 3. Eddie's corner very honest in between rounds. I said, you got to get him out of there if you want the belt, if you want to win. I agree completely.
Chandler backing himself up. Shooting good sprawl from Alvarez on the double-leg attempt and 2 left hands. Jump knee again from Chandler.
Chandler's hands way down. Eddie needs to take advantage of those hands being down if he wants to take this fight. Oh, nice uppercut.
Takedown for Chandler. Set up in sequence from the uppercut. And now looking to take the back of Eddie Alvarez.
They are right in front of us. That is all crank. Pure power on the jaw and the neck. He's got to get underneath the chin to finish.
Chandler going hard on the crank.
Man, a crank takes a lot of energy. So you have the gas to finish that. Needs to get underneath the chin to get the choke.
Alvarez turning. Back to his feet. The waist cinch on Chandler.
Can't question the heart of either one of these guys. Eddie Alvarez still fighting hard. Still fighting like he wants that belt. He's down, he's not out.
See the blood dripping out of the mouth of Michael Chandler. Chandler trying to explode to a better position. Alvarez matching him turn for turn. Hammer fist now from Alvarez. 2 phenomenal fighters throwing down in the Bellator cage. Bloodied, bruised, swollen, beaten, and still they fight on. At stake, the Bellator lightweight world title. The former champion Eddie Alvarez versus the current champion, the man who took his title, Michael Chandler. 2:30 to go.
I would watch these guys fight 20 times, 30 times, as many times as Bjorn Redman will put him in the cage. I'll watch him.
Chandler keeping himself grounded with his right hand. Also with his right knee. Left from Alvarez.
At this point, the bodies of both these guys have to be spent. I know they train hard, but so much of what you're seeing is heart and guts.
Chandler trying to somersault to a better position. Again, Alvarez matching him and gets 1 hook in.
Has 2 of them in.
Alvarez now thinking his own rear naked choke to finish and take back his title.
Can't see how deep it is. He might have it. Chandler able to roll out, but still full mount. He's in big trouble still.
Chandler again looking for the rear naked choke. Lost it. 1:15 to go. What a fight. Phenomenal.
Man, this is unbelievable. Chandler struggling at this point. Eddie doing everything he can to get the finish, but Chandler just won't give in. He's got to get out of this position, though.
The crowd not behind the champion, Michael Chandler, but behind the former champion, Eddie Alvarez.
They're just applauding the guts we're seeing here. Man, Chandler's face is a bloody mess. But he is still fighting and ends up on top.
Also covered in blood, and now he's on his back and in the open guard. This is beyond talent. This is character, Jimmy.
In fighting, you can't hide from who you are. You cannot hide from what's inside you. These guys are warriors.
The finish line in sight. Will we reach it? 15 seconds to go. Another takedown from the champion.
Man, another fight I feel privileged to see, Sean. Privileged to call.
A phenomenal 25 minutes in the Bellator cage. And look at the show of respect from these 2 phenomenal fighters.
Everyone in this arena should be on their feet. That was an amazing fight by 2 champions. I'm sorry one man has to take the belt. That was a championship performance by 2 warriors tonight. Look at this rear naked choke. So deep, Michael Chandler just fighting out of it. Pure heart, pure guts at this point. Battered, exhausted, just unwilling to submit. And look at it here, thought this might be the end of the fight. This image says all you need to know about this fight, the look on both of these fighters' faces. Eddie doing everything he can. He knew he needed to finish. Tried every trick in the book to get it, but Michael Chandler would not be denied at the end of that fight, ending the fight on top. Question is, was it enough?
To end all suspense, here's Michael Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, inside the Bellator cage, we go 5 full rounds. So we now go to your judges' scorecards. Your first judge, cage side Mike Beltran, sees the fight 48-47. He sees the fight for Chandler. Your second judge, Stephen Davis, scores the fight 48-47. He sees the fight for Alvarez. Your third and final judge, Derek Cleary, scores the fight 48-47 for the winner by split decision for the new and now two-time Bellator lightweight world champion, Eddie Alvarez.
Jimmy Artale of the tape.
Look at the record, 12-2 for Michael Chandler. Those 2 losses, split decision losses, one of them to Will Brooks. Will Brooks, 14-1. These are 2 of the best lightweights in the world.
Are you ready? Let's fight.
Round number 1.
Really curious about the pacing of Michael Chandler. We've seen him come out like a fireball before. Will he do that again?
Chandler, the former champion, is in the black trunks. Brooks, the interim champion, is in the white trunks. Early on, Jimmy, you see Chandler trying to cut off the cage.
No surprise here, Will Brooks playing the outside. Both guys showing where they feel comfortable. Chandler, it's coming forward. Brooks, it's angling, kicking, picking his opponents apart.
A lot of bouncing and moving from Chandler. Chandler in for the takedown, now looking for the single leg. Round number 1 of this fight for Bellator's Lightweight World Championship. Michael Chandler versus the interim title holder, Will Brooks.
Takedown battle so crucial. Michael Chandler won it in rounds 1 and 2 of their first fight. Will Brooks won it in rounds 3 and 4.
Brooks said, I truly believe I am a better fighter all around, every single aspect of MMA over Michael Chandler. I said, what about wrestling? He said, including wrestling. Such is the confidence of Will Brooks.
When Chandler talked about what's improved, he talked about his jiu-jitsu a lot. Has a lot of faith in his submission skills before he had what I call wrestler's jiu-jitsu. Good chokes, good arm triangle, positional stuff. He feels he's much more advanced now.
One hook in from Chandler.
He's a little high in the ride, though. Out comes Will Brooks.
Nicely done by Brooks. Both fighters back on their feet, center of the cage.
One thing Chandler tends to do is come in with his hands down. He has a lot of faith in his speed. This crowd's gonna roar every time Michael Chandler lands anything.
You see, though, how low the left hand of Brooks is. Just misses with that snap jab. Chandler to the inside, right back out. 2:10 remaining, round number 1.
They can talk all they want. You see the respect shown for the skills of the other. Neither guy rushing in. Both guys taking their time. They know the other one's dangerous. They can say all they want, I'm better, I'm better, I'm better. They know the other guy's dangerous. That's how they're fighting. Brooks already finding a home for that right hand. A nice leg kick.
Right on the knee, into the body. Chandler blocks that. Brooks that time to the inside, right back out. The fighters very active in their striking. A lot of movement.
So far, it's Chandler being the aggressor, but Brooks, I think, being a little bit more accurate with his strikes. Bit more pinpoint.
Chandler, a bit of a shoulder roll. Missed on that head kick. Chopping outside kick from Chandler. Jump knee from Chandler. Nothing there. Both fighters, Jimmy, thus far round one, trying to work to the inside. Snap jab from Brooks.
So far, a very tough round to score.
A jab landed from Will Brooks, then the inside kick on the thigh. Chandler switching stances. Showing southpaw back to conventional. Chandler, you see, trying to cut the angles.
Oh, nice knee.
Scheduled for 5 5-minute rounds for Bellator's lightweight world title, Michael Chandler versus Will Brooks.
Second round, fighter, you ready? Fighter, you ready? Fight!
Jimmy, your scorecard through the opening round.
Like I said, a very tough round to score. I went 10-9. Will Brooks by the narrowest of margins. He landed some more effective strikes on the outside. That leg kick and that found a home for that right hand a couple times. Thought he won the striking battle barely.
Chandler said, I have no preference where this fight goes. He said, I'm better than Brooks on the feet and I'm better than him on the ground. I just want to let it flow. Chandler, though, again looking for the single leg.
Already some redness around the left eye of Michael Chandler. One thing we've seen consistently throughout his career, he does not wear damage well. He swells easily, he cuts easily. It's easy to see every time Will Brooks lands.
Chandler in tight. Strikes landed round one, courtesy Jimmy of CompuStrike.
And to me, that was the story of the first round. Nothing big, but 24-8 for Brooks. He was just the more effective striker.
Knee to the inside from Will Brooks. Chandler undaunted, again a knee. Chandler very tight, very sticky. Driving with his head.
That's one thing, Will Brooks so athletic, strong, very hard to take down, even though he didn't have that Division I experience like Michael Chandler. So usually Michael Chandler gets in that deep on the hips, you're going down, and Will Brooks not getting taken down, able to stay on his feet.
Good right
nice
hand by Chandler. Forward with purpose, lands the knee to the cup.
No, he's saying that was a cup shot.
Time called by Herzog.
He was trying to stop him.
Right here.
Chandler went after him.
Come here, you kicked him. Right in the crotch. Right here.
Bam! Kicked him in the cup.
I know it's an accident. Stay there for me, please.
Problem is Herzog just not in position to get in between them. Bam! Right to the cup. Boosh.
When you're ready, if you want to just kind of stand up and take your time, okay? Whatever you need here.
Brooks given 5 minutes to recover.
You want to walk around a little bit? There you go. You got 4 more minutes if you need them.
Herzog just said to Brooks, you've got 4 more minutes.
You good? All right, guys. Ready?
Good stuff. That foot went right between the legs.
Brooks tells Herzog he's ready. Time in.
Fortunately, didn't take any more damage afterward because Chandler really being aggressive. Great kick by Will Brooks.
On the side kick. Unorthodox, but it landed flush. Someone always boos on a cup shot, Jimmy.
Most people
where
boo on a
you
cup
are.
shot.
We've done MMA in 12 countries. Someone always boos.
Oh, nice knee.
Chandler coming forward, just misses with that kick and the spinning back fist.
Brooks doing a good job again, playing the outside, even though Chandler's being the aggressor.
Almost a capoeira kick from Brooks, misses over the top.
Look at the takedown defense afterward. Usually you miss something like that, you're done.
Big right hand from Chandler. Knee to the body. Over the top from Chandler in tight. Uppercut from Brooks. Counter knee to the body from Brooks. Right hands from Chandler.
Chandler getting some damage done on the inside. Such a close fight. Such a close round. Oh, nice uppercut.
Chandler now in full stalking mode. After bicycling out, Brooks explodes forward. Final minute, round number 2.
Chandler's in guillotine position, but his hips are not in a great position to finish. Good job. Now he can.
Chandler going hard for the guillotine.
He's cranking on it.
Jason Herzog taking a close look.
Now switching to the head chancery, doesn't finish. Someone is bleeding badly. It's Michael Chandler.
It's just missed with that right hand. Brooks to the inside, lands with that overhand right.
I think Chandler spent a lot of gas on that guillotine.
Blood coming out of Chandler's nose. That's the downside, of course, Jimmy, of a guillotine. If you don't get it, it exhausts the arms.
And now he's just walking into punches. Hands down, moving forward.
Back and forth we go. Michael Chandler versus Will Brooks for the belt.
Blue, you're in your corner. You're right here.
Michael Chandler getting much more aggressive in that second round, attacking Will Brooks. Going hard for the guillotine. Will Brooks, though, able to weather the storm. But man, the end, walking into the punches of Will Brooks. Never seen that before.
Through 2 rounds, Jimmy, what do you think?
This is a fight I hate judging so close. I sat here for about 10 seconds thinking about it. I think Will Brooks, based on that ending sequence, the last 30 seconds, Chandler just coming forward and getting punched with his hands down. To me, that gave Will Brooks the striking edge, but man, that round could have gone either way. And that's what I meant about Chandler's tendency to fight in flurries, to be really aggressive and then kind of run out of steam within rounds. And we saw that in that second round. Went hard for the guillotine, but then hands down, gulping air, looked out of gas. He cannot do that. He has to stay consistent because Will Brooks, good at doing just this, staying on the outside with an even pace.
Brooks starting to stick the jab, moving backwards on his bike. And again, just like that,
outside game of Brooks. See here, the total kicks landed 29-8 for Brooks. Not even close. What you could call a weakness is also one of Will Brooks' greatest strengths. He's not a great finisher, doesn't tend to finish a lot of guys, so he's used to going the distance, used to having to pace himself.
Chandler again working on the single leg.
I'll say it again, usually when Michael Chandler is in this deep, it is all over, but Will Brooks, once again, able to stay on his feet.
Short knee from Brooks, still heavy pressure from Chandler. Walked right into that knee, walks through it. Chandler undaunted, coming into the inside again. Simultaneous knees. Across the halfway line of this world title fight. At stake, Bellator's lightweight world championship. Sneaky left hand lands from Brooks.
Might be in position for a bulldog choke. Very hard to finish.
And he lets it go. Quick turn.
Don't want to waste gas on that.
Short left hands from Brooks. That one lands in a great turn by Chandler, but he eats a knee for it. And a great turn right back from Brooks.
Put your hands off the top of the goods like that.
Herzog just warned Brooks, you cannot put your hands on top of the cage padding. Brooks starting to really establish his short knees. Just like that.
Chandler bowling in for the takedown, but so far not successful. He's taking so much energy to keep going for these takedowns and not getting them.
Looking for the level change.
Good scramble by Will Brooks coming out the back. Wrist controls, classic wrestling ride. One hook, both hooks in.
Both hooks in now, but too high over the top.
Yeah, he bailed out. He knew it was too high.
Chandler more aggressively now looking for those takedowns. Foot stomp from Michael Chandler. And Brooks looking for short inside knees. Chandler warned by Herzog, let go of the cage. Chandler with the underhooks. Driving pressure from Michael Chandler. Not much between these two outstanding lightweights. We're headed to the fourth round. Headed into the championship rounds of this fight for Bellator's lightweight world title. Fourth time in his career that Michael Chandler has gone past 3 rounds. He's gone the full 5 in his last 2. Brooks, second time in his career, past 3 rounds. The other time, the last time, his last fight versus Chandler. Jimmy, your scorecard.
I have it once again, 10-9 Will Brooks. Chandler coming in for the takedown, not able to get it. Will Brooks landing those short knees. Got a takedown out of a scramble on his own. Well, once again, a very close round.
Chandler talked a lot about finishing. That comes from his dislike of Will Brooks. Chandler said, if this goes the full 25 minutes, I'll feel like I've lost.
His coaches told me the same thing, said if this isn't one-sided, we're disappointed. Well, guess what? This is definitely not one-sided. I don't care who you have winning.
Big swing right from Chandler.
Chandler's style looks like a jumping bean. He's bouncing around all the time, using a ton of energy, but not landing effective strikes. If you're going to use that kind of energy, got to land something with it. Will Brooks much more efficient, and I think landing a bit more effectively from the outside. That's been the story of this fight. Chandler pressing forward, but not being effective with his aggression.
Bolo punch from Chandler, that misses. Jump knee, that lands. Right into the level change.
But this has been Chandler's kryptonite. He gets in, goes for the takedown, can't get it. That just costs a ton of gas.
And the driving pressure from Chandler. There's the separation, and again you see Brooks circling out and then snapping that jab. Big swing and a miss again from Chandler.
Those punches from outside just too easy to see.
Small mouse has popped under Chandler's right eye. You see the trickle of blood.
Like I said, it's a hallmark of all his fights. Rematch with Eddie Alvarez. I thought he won that fight. He looked like a mess at the end.
There's the level change from Will Brooks. Chandler to his back, now gives his back.
Chandler 0 for 8 in takedown attempts tonight. Trying to crowd Will Brooks, who can't get the hooks in. Doing a good job so far, but Brooks in good position to advance if he can get his hooks in.
Brooks complaining to Jason Herzog. I believe that he's saying Chandler is grabbing his glove. Spinning back fist misses. Grab your own gloves, you just can't grab your opponent's gloves. Push kick from Brooks. So step of Chandler, he tries to reset. Looks though, Jimmy, more and more finding a home for that snap jab.
Remember all that head movement we saw in the first round? We're not seeing any now from Chandler. Nice right hand over the top by Brooks. What is he complaining about?
Chandler turning his back, talking to Herzog, covering up, and that is it! There's the stoppage from Jason Herzog, and there's the win and the world title for Will Brooks!
I don't know what Chandler did. He walked away and waved his hands.
He totally stopped defending himself. He totally just stopped again. I don't know what you did. You shot up and you were like, what's going on? What happened? You turned your back, completely stopped fighting. Yeah.
I didn't see what happened.
You'll watch the replay. Yeah, he definitely did. Yeah.
No way, dude.
Yeah,
Chandler.
yeah, definitely. I know you don't remember right now, Mike, but you'll see it in a second.
Chandler doesn't remember that he stopped fighting. Jason Herzog just told him, you stopped fighting, you turned away. He wasn't defending himself. I just don't know why. He did turn away. I do think that was a good stoppage. Let's take a look at it.
Almost a surreal sequence to end this fight, Jimmy.
He just broke up here, went for the throw. It's when they pop up. Clipped him on the temple. Like he doesn't know where he is. I think that shot, yeah, that's a good one. I think he just literally forgot where he was. I mean, he just, he was out on his feet is what it looks like to me. Look at him here. Yeah, that's a look of a guy who doesn't know where he is. His eyes are not clear. Yeah, he doesn't see these punches at all.
I think Chandler completely disoriented by that right hand.
He was. He's not defending himself. Yeah, that's a good call. That is a good call. We didn't know why it happened. It was the right hand. Bam! And it looked like he waved off the fight, like he didn't want anymore. I think he just didn't know where he was. I think he was out on his feet. He can't see these punches coming. Herzog lets him take a couple more and then stops it. Looking at the replay, that's a good call.
Here is Michael Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, inside the Bellator cage, the end comes 3 minutes, 48 seconds into round number 4. The winner by TKO, and now the Bellator lightweight world champion, Will Brooks.
Sports. Look at Dave Jansen, 35 years old. This might be his last shot at a major title.
Gentlemen, went over the rules in the back. Protect yourself at all times and obey my commands at all times. Fight clean, fight hard, fight fair. If you want to touch gloves, touch them now. Best of luck to both of you.
Jimmy, your keys to victory are brought to you by AutoZone. For the auto parts you need, get in the zone, AutoZone.
Yeah, for Dave Jansen, fight disciplined. Also, he was the one initiating the trash talk. Be careful what you wish for. Did he upset Will Brooks and give him more motivation? For Will Brooks, it's a matter of start fast, make his physical advantages key, and be ready for deep water. Jansen, very hard to finish.
That is what is at stake. Bellator's lightweight world title.
Let's get it on.
Let's get it on from Big John McCarthy. Round number 1. Jansen opens with a push kick.
Little Hand says it's time to rock and roll. Jansen coming out very aggressively.
Tonight's fight clock is brought to you by Miller Lite, the original Pilsner. Cheers, it's Miller time.
So much for that feeling out process.
Jansen in the blue gloves. Bellator's lightweight world champion. Brooks in the red gloves. Flipping right hand from Brooks.
Jansen does not want to do is get reckless. Ask Michael Chandler about Will Brooks' ability to finish.
Jansen kicking the leg out from Brooks. Brooks right back to his feet, right back to the center of the cage. Checks that Jansen kick. To the body, then the straight left hand from Brooks. Brooks to the inside Jimmy and then right back out.
Yeah, I don't see him wasting a lot of energy trying to take Jansen down. He's going to fish for it. If it's there, he'll take it, but it'll take a lot of power to take down Jansen.
Right hand from Brooks. Jansen to the outside.
Brooks trying to time that right hand, take advantage of Jansen's aggression.
Into the tie plum. Into the body as Jansen drives back to champion Will Brooks.
Jansen usually a lot more cerebral than this. He's being way more aggressive than he normally is. It's taking Brooks a second to adjust to that. Oh, nice!
Big knee to the body. Brooks right back to his feet. Jansen now starting to open up. Looking to implement his in-tight Muay Thai. See the knees, the elbows. Stiff left jab from Brooks. Jimmy, Jansen talked to us about expecting a very fast start from Will Brooks, but I think this is an atypically fast start from Jansen.
Yeah, exactly. The roles have been a little bit reversed here.
Mike Richmond using the hashtag Bellator136. Richmond is either watching Bellator or fighting in Bellator every week. LC Davis, a great victory against Hideo Tokoro 2 weeks ago, Fight of the Year candidate, also weighing in on Twitter.
Jansen was convinced that he was the stronger fighter than Will Brooks, physically stronger. That may or may not be true, but he's fighting like he believes it. Going forward, trying to use his strength against Will Brooks.
Will Brooks kept repeating it almost like a mantra. I've got to establish myself as a physical presence over Dave Jansen.
Faking a little bit there for the head and arm throw. It's a dangerous move in MMA and Jiu-Jitsu.
Right hand to the body, then the uppercut from Brooks. Jansen firing back to the body. Stiff short uppercut by Brooks. Body kick lands from Jansen. 70 seconds remaining in a very entertaining round number 1 of this Bellator Lightweight World Championship bout.
Nice flurry there by Ill Will Brooks. Whoa, beautiful stuff.
Brooks starting to land as Jansen looks for the axe kick. Brooks has been landing on the inside more and more with those short uppercuts. Big exhale from Will Brooks. Jansen to get a lot of flash and a smile on his face as he missed with that sequence. Back to the tie plum.
He's throwing strikes that cost a lot of energy. Brooks right now, I think mentally, if not physically, on his heels. He didn't expect this kind of attack in the beginning from Dave Jansen.
To the body from Brooks, the push off from Jansen to create space, then coming back in. Final seconds, round number 1. There's the bell. Keep your scores coming. Round by round on the Bellator MMA app. Also on Twitter, use the hashtag Bellator136. Time called by John McCarthy.
Step right here. Right here.
Kick to the cup of Brooks.
My time.
In the first round, according to CompuStrikes, Dave Jansen threw 99 total strikes. Yep.
Get in the corner and stay in the corner right now.
That's a cup
it's
shot.
Not about you posing. I know. Stay right there. There you go. That's fine.
I've never heard that. It's not about you posing.
Take your time. All right?
Yeah, just call my dick first.
It's all right. It happened.
Honesty, it's a hallmark of MMA. You know?
Yeah. You ready? Yep. All right, stay right there.
How you doing? I caught my dick.
What if the closed caption operator typed that in?
Oh, that's awesome. Live TV.
Brooks is ready. Time in, round 1, rather round 2 resumes.
Language every dude understands. Hey, how do you think I did?
Stand over the top from Jansen.
What surprised me is both guys just throwing power shots. Once again, faking on that head and arm throw. It's a dangerous move in Jiu-Jitsu and MMA because you turn your back to your opponent. If he gets underneath that elbow, duck under kind of position, you're in big trouble. But he hasn't committed to it with his hips.
Jansen wrestled NCAA Division I level at the University of Oregon. Brooks never wrestled collegiately, but he implements an outstanding wrestling for MMA strategy and style.
And his defense is phenomenal. Michael Chandler, of course, All-American at Missouri, could not take him down to save his life in their last fight. Incredible core, he has gigantic legs. Jansen doesn't want to do is waste a bunch of energy trying to take him down. And so far, he hasn't done that.
Uppercut again from Will Brooks. Hammer fist to the thigh by Jansen, counter knee from Brooks. Jansen showing more variety in his strikes than we've ever seen him before.
Nice right hands.
Brooks got off with 2. Kicks landed last round, courtesy of CompuStrikes.
Oh, nice kick.
Brooks starting to open up with his arsenal.
Starting to throw combinations. He's catching Jansen with that 3rd and 4th strike.
It's exploding back to the inside.
That's what I mean about that freaky physical ability. He's explosive. Once he turns it on, man, it's hard to see those strikes coming.
Hammer fist to the knee now. Look at that. Something you rarely see in MMA. Jansen rubbing the outside of Brooks' knee. Big knee from Brooks.
That's been the combo. Right hand over the top, left kick or left knee on the other side. Grabs you, slip the right hand to the inside. The kick comes from the other side. Just like that. That left kick has been deadly.
Brooks looking slicker and slicker with his kicks to Jansen's body as this fight progresses.
I think he was a little taken aback by Jansen's style in the first round. He's adjusting well in round number 2.
From the right hand from Will Brooks. Straight 1-2. The one landed, the two did not from Brooks. Jansen back to the inside.
Even the right hand from Will Brooks, he doesn't commit a lot to it. It's not a winging, hard punch. It's fast, it's accurate. He pulls it back well.
Brooks definitely starting to open up more and more with his kicks here in round 2. 90 seconds now remaining in this round. Short knees again from Jansen. Jimmy, we're seeing a lot of strikes of attrition from Dave Jansen. Talked about the hammer fist to the outside of the knee, all of those short knees to the body, the legs of Will Brooks.
The kind of strikes,
there's the takedown.
Yeah, the kind of strikes that pay dividends in a long fight. Jansen has a fantastic guillotine. He wants back to his feet.
Punching effectively and out. Jansen comes forward. Time called again by John McCarthy.
Yeah, mouthpiece came out.
It's clean. Put it back in your mouth. We're good. Fight!
John McCarthy is fond of saying water doesn't disinfect anything. Mouthpiece right back in.
Maybe that's why he smells like that. I don't know. He doesn't believe in water cleaning ability. Answers a lot of questions to me. Just kidding, John. I love you.
Low kick from Brooks.
I see Jansen still moving forward, still being the aggressor, but Will Brooks timing him better, figuring him out. He's not a spectator anymore. He's actively trying to time him. Way more effective in the second round.
Again, Jansen, the hammer fist back to the knee. We're going to round 3. Our outstanding Bellator girls, Mercedes Terrell, Summer Daniels. Round number 3, scheduled for 5 at stake. Bellator's Lightweight World Championship. Jimmy, how do you have it?
All tied up. I gave Will Brooks the last round, 10-9. You fans agree with me?
Head kick not getting.
Whoa!
Spinning back kick lands. Brooks looking for his own spinning back kick. Body lock from Brooks in the turn. Animosity cutting both ways heading into this fight. Jansen said of the champion Brooks, he lacks punching power, he's a runner, he's a champion by accident, and he's mentally broken. Brooks countered saying Jansen is basic, he's never fought anybody who poses a serious threat, and he cannot compete with him physically.
You know what they're not doing right now in the cage, Sean? Talking. Got to back up everything you say. Say whatever you want. You know this is going to be a tough fight.
Jansen fishing for a standing guillotine. Let it go. Then eats the knee from Brooks. Brooks coming forward. Tight, straight punches.
Really finding a home for that right hand.
Watch the count, watch the count.
Look at the strikes landed last round. Jansen 33 out of 73. Brooks 50 out of 72.
Jansen trying to work the tie plum. Over, under. That was slick from Brooks.
He committed to the head and arm throw. That is a mistake.
Takedown. Close guard from Dave Jansen.
And feinted with it a couple times. This time he committed his hips, and that's the problem with that throw. If it doesn't work out, your opponent gets your back. He's able to turn again, but he's on the ground on the bottom.
Jansen scrambling.
He's still creating space with his butterfly guard, getting back to his feet. That's what he does again.
Knee from Jansen. Brooks staying tight, chest to chest, body head with the right hand. Again, the hammer fist to the knee of Brooks by Jansen. 2:15 remaining, round 3. Jimmy, you and I thought this would be a grinding fight. This is definitely a grinding fight.
Yeah, before this fight, when you and I were sitting here talking about it, we said we're gonna see round 4 and 5.
A mouse has just popped under Jansen's right eye. The blood's starting to flow freely.
Regardless of what you see round 4 or 5, you gotta be ready for round 4 and 5. Both of these guys are.
Checking that kick in the left hand.
Right now, Dave Jansen looks a lot more tired than Will Brooks. Blinking his right eye.
Time called by John McCarthy.
Come over here.
I don't know what caused that.
Look at me. Look at me. Don't worry about them. Look at me. Okay. Can you see clearly out of it? Okay, you just brushed it. It was action. It was action. I know. Stay right where you're at.
Yep, there we go.
Hey, not your fault, but when your hand's going out, it just brushed across his eye, all right? It's not your fault. Okay, you give it a second just to clear his eye out, and we're gonna get going, okay? Clear your eye out. You good? You sure? Yeah. All right, that's what I want to hear. Are you ready? Fight. Time
Says he's okay, but he's still blinking that right eye.
Master class by John McCarthy. Eye poke procedure. Brooks wants to go. Time in.
I think one of the reasons he went back into the, restarted the fight quickly is he thinks Jansen is more tired than he is. Doesn't want to give him a break.
Jansen felt confident that Brooks would start strong, slowly fade. Jansen thought he would start slowly and build momentum, but it's really been the reverse thus far,
Yeah,
Jimmy.
exact opposite. Jansen started strong, throwing big, heavy strikes. Now his output is dwindling, and Brooks keeping basically the same pace throughout the fight. Never set a pace you can't keep. Don't throw 100 strikes in the first round, and then 50 in the second, and 25 in the third.
Brooks thought he caught Jansen in the eye, wanted to touch gloves. Jansen didn't touch gloves, keeps fighting. For all the bitterness coming in between these two, we haven't seen the taunting, the clowning, the talking. Been very professional from both men.
It's also been a tough fight. They've been too busy trying to knock the other guy out. Nice
big right hand by Brooks. Knee to the body by Brooks just before the bell.
All right, man. Get over here. Get over here, baby.
Let's listen in on the corner of the champion, Will Brooks.
Oh, yeah.
Fourth round, buddy. You good?
I'm okay. Breathe. What's your breathing?
Hey, you gotta get to work now. You never know what they're gonna score in these rounds, you know?
Yes.
These 2 rounds has to be.
That's this one. You go both of them. Try to hit both of them. You know, right at the liver. After he moves, when he does a step, you can't go back. Step, boom. You do it again, okay?
End of the round. That right hand that Brooks has been finding a home for since the second round. It's been the key to him getting back in this fight.
Round 4 upcoming, headed to the championship rounds of this Bellator lightweight world title fight. This is the 23rd pro MMA bout for that man, Dave Jansen. First time that he has been into round 4. Will Brooks, this is his 17th pro MMA fight. Third time he has been past 3 rounds. Previous 2 times coming against Michael Chandler, his last 2 bouts. Jimmy, your scorecard.
I have it 2 rounds to 1. I've given Brooks the last 2 rounds. Only Jansen's only round the first. Telling stat to me, in the last round, Jansen threw 50 strikes, half as many as he did in the first round.
Jansen looking for the level change in the takedown. Nicely defended by Brooks.
To me, the story of the second Chandler Brooks fight was Chandler going in for the takedown, spending a lot of energy and not getting it. Jansen cannot spend a lot of time here driving for a takedown that he doesn't get. He's got to be efficient with his takedowns.
Outstanding defensive wide base from Brooks to defend that takedown. Bellator's newly crowned bantamweight world champion on Twitter, Marcos Galvão. Use the hashtag Bellator136. And my fellow Kansan, the caveman Dave Rickels, also on Twitter.
Let's work out of there, let's go.
Foot stomp now from Jansen. Brooks pulling his foot away.
Stop! Get it apart, let's go.
Restart from John McCarthy.
Right.
Jansen back to the inside, Brooks the knee. Good left hand for Brooks.
Seeing a difference in physical power at this point. Brooks' strikes are doing a lot more damage than Jansen's strikes are.
Brooks again landing that uppercut.
Fighters at American Top Team have told me he's the hardest working guy in the gym. This is what we're seeing now. Consistent pacing.
Will Brooks very candid with this, Jimmy. He said, I'm terrified of failure. That's what drives me to outwork everybody. Jansen again looking for the standing guillotine. Brooks immediately pops his head out. Nowhere close to being locked on.
Work, let's go.
Short right hand from the champion, Will Brooks. Then the uppercut. Good right hand. That turns Jansen.
You see how he never lets Jansen off the hook. Hits him with the right hand. He's right on top of him, putting physical pressure on him. Never gives Jansen the opportunity to circle out and breathe, get his win back.
Jansen trying to counter with knees to the body of Brooks. Brooks now turning up the volume, big right hand.
And he's confident, he's aggressive. I think he senses that Jansen is fading. Now cut looks like in between the eyes, Sean. Blood running down his nose.
Brooks to the tight plunge. A lot of knees to the body now from Will Brooks, Jimmy. Jansen trying to fire back, trying to open up wider with his punches.
That sucks when you're already tired. Those body shots, you cannot take a breath. That's the kick of a tired guy.
To the step-in knee from Brooks to the body lock.
Again, quick feint on the head and arm throw.
Cuts due to an elbow.
John McCarthy just said the state of California Athletic Commission table. The cut, bridge of the nose, legal strike from an elbow. McCarthy does it so the judges know it's a legal blow and is scored as opposed to, say, an accidental clash of heads. Which you would not score that, you would not assess that damage. Right hand from Jansen.
Oh,
kick lands.
That caught him.
Final seconds, round number 4. Foot stomp from Dave Jansen. We thought it would be a war of attrition. Jimmy, we're getting a war of attrition.
Flurry of punches up against the fence. Once again, landing that right hand, and he never lets Jansen go. Right hand and then physical pressure. I'm not letting you circle away. I'm not letting you get a break. I'm not letting you get a breath. That kick just caught him with the toes. Scores with the judges.
Headed into the 5th and final round. Will Brooks playing to the crowd.
You ready?
Scorecard, Jimmy.
Easy.
There you go.
I gave the last 3 rounds to Will Brooks. I only gave Jansen round number 1. Fans at home, you agree with me? After that first round, it's been all ill Will Brooks.
We'll see now if there is urgency from Dave Jansen. Jansen turns, eats the right hand. Following this fight, more fights from the Bellator cage. Back online, spike.com.
Let's work.
We're just getting started, Jimmy.
It's gonna be a long night for us.
Four minutes remain, 5th and final round. At stake, Bellator's lightweight world title. Dave Jansen versus the champion Will Brooks. Attempting to make his first successful title defense, improve his record to 16-1. Jansen coming in an outstanding pro MMA record of 20-2, unbeaten in his last 7 fights, all of which have taken place in Bellator.
Problem for Jansen is he hasn't been an outstanding finisher at the elite level. Has 10 wins by submission. Only 1 knockout. Does he have the tools to finish a fight in which he is behind? He's not used to that.
Does Dave Jansen sense the urgency? If so, does he have the energy to capitalize on that? This is an exhausting fight for both men, make no mistake. Again, Jansen looking for the head and arm throw, again not finding it.
Again, Will Brooks able to take advantage.
Shoulder strikes from Brooks.
Let's go. Stepping back. Fight.
We've seen axe kicks, hammer fist to the knee, shoulder strikes, foot stomps.
Just about everything.
We fight on. Brooks getting through with the right hands, not getting through with the head kick. Jansen again looking for the level change. Jimmy finding nothing there.
Hasn't been able to take Brooks down. I don't think effective with his striking past round number 1.
You want to stay there, work. Let's go.
Just heard McCarthy say to Brooks, if you want to stand there, work. Jansen again, Jimmy looking for that standing guillotine. Down to the tie plum. Body head, then the uppercut from Brooks. Showing a lot of hand speed in close.
Short combinations, he's been accurate with them. He's fought an efficient fight.
Get out, let's go. Stop, get it apart, let's go.
Restart from John McCarthy. The champion of Bellator's lightweight division, Will Brooks, looking very fresh. Closing in on the 25th and final minute of this bout.
To me, the most telling statistic of this fight. Round number 1, Jansen, 99 strikes. Round number 2, 74. Round number 3, 50. Round number 4, 36. Output dwindling. He set a pace in the first round that he could not keep for 5 rounds.
For the body from Brooks. Brooks looks up to see how much time is remaining in this 5th and final round. 45 seconds to the finish line.
Will Brooks.
Shoulder strikes again.
The opposite. First round 49, second round 72, third round 71, fourth round 81. He's gotten stronger as this fight has progressed.
There we go.
Superman punch from Dave Jansen. Body kick. Brooks walks right through it. Brooks again looks to see how much time remaining in this fight. Hits the takedown.
Bridge him over, can't get it.
Half Nelson for control from Will Brooks. More right hands. The bell and the end of the fight. That's a nice moment between these two outstanding world-class fighters.
Ladies and gentlemen, having gone the distance, we'll go to your judges' scorecards, where all three judges, Mark Smith, Michael Bell, and Marcos Rosales, all see the fight exactly the same at 49-46 for the winner by unanimous decision, and still Bellator lightweight world champion Will Brooks.
The tail of the tape in the lightweight world title fight is brought to you by Dave & Buster's, the only place to eat, drink, play, and watch sports.
Look at the record. Both guys extremely experienced. That one loss on Will Brooks' record is Sayadawad. He avenged that. Wants to move to 17-1 and keep the belt.
Gentlemen, went over the rules in the back. I want you to protect yourself at all times. Don't obey my commands at all times. If you want to touch gloves, touch them now. Good luck to both of you.
When Michael Chandler beat Marcin Held when Held was 19 years old, he said after the fight, that is going to be our world champion someday. Is this that day? Will Brooks says absolutely not. That is what it's all about.
All right, here we go. Are you ready? Are you ready? Let's get it on.
The fight clock brought to you by Miller Lite, the original Pilsner. Cheers. It's Miller time. And it's world title fight time. First of two.
The question is, what has Held picked up in the world of kickboxing? Knocked out Ryan Healy. We know he does have power when he turns over his punches, but is he a complete striker now?
The whole world knows he wants to get this fight to the ground, but getting it there is a completely different matter. The takedown defense of Will Brooks is spectacular.
It's that athleticism, the balance, the flexibility. He likes to roll back to the heel hook from this position. That's what he did against Tiger Sarnofsky.
Liam McGeary tweeting from his seat here in St. Louis tonight. Will Brooks, calm. LC Davis.
There's a knee bar he can hit from here with his hips. If he's able to keep the left leg of Will Brooks flat, he can actually finish one with the hips. It's very rare, but it exists. If anyone can pull it off, it's Marcin Held.
Will Brooks looks as calm as a guy who has prepared for this exact thing 100 times.
Ricardo Laborio, Conan Silveira, my family, Carlson Gracie, they're the instructors over there at American Top Team, phenomenal jiu-jitsu. I know they've been working on defense. Probably what most of this camp was about.
This could be a big night for American Top Team. In Coconut Creek, Bobby Lashley has already won. Daniel Strauss, Will Brooks' close friend and teammate, fighting for the featherweight world title next.
And here's a question, can he stay busy? Can he hunt for enough submissions to keep this on the ground? Can he land enough ground and pound to keep Will Brooks here? He's going for that knee bar. Can't get it.
So Will Brooks very consciously keeping his legs spread.
The clamp he's keeping on that leg. That's what's keeping Will Brooks from popping back to his feet. Jiu-Jitsu's physical chess. It's the little moves, the little setups that make everything else work. It's not always the big movements. He's trying for that knee bar. He's going for it, and he's letting it go when it's not working. It's hard for us to see from this position. That's partly what's keeping Will Brooks where he is. He feels what Marcin Held's going for.
Will Brooks looks like he's about to take a nap. Look how calm he is.
Game face, that's what you need. What's hard to understand about mixed martial artists is we're always training with people better than us at something. Getting our butts kicked, being in bad position isn't weird for us. It happens to us all the time.
And sometimes it's more dangerous to try and escape than to stay where
yes,
you are.
Very true.
Brooks saw that knee coming.
Remember the Dave Jansen fight. The last time we saw Will Brooks in the cage, he lost the first round and came back strong. Now going for the arm bar. Going for the right arm of Will Brooks. See him pull his shoulder out. Even on top, this isn't where he wants to be, especially early on in the fight. Maybe after he wears him down a bit. In the knee bar position.
Don't hold the pad.
See Will Brooks using that left arm. Remember, you can't hold the other glove. You can hold the wrist of Marcin Held, but you can't hold the glove.
Trying to straighten out the leg. Problem is, his left leg is caught by the head.
Yeah.
See how Will Brooks is holding on to it? That hurts his leverage. Needs to free it. He's got it free now.
Dangerous moments.
Marcin Held really going for this one. Toe hold. And cranked his hard. Now back to the knee bar. This is where he finished Tarnowski.
Will Brooks trying not to flatten out.
He might have it. He's got to get his right arm free. And he's out. Unbelievable. He's not out of the danger yet. He managed to avoid the submission.
Well, Will Brooks is walking that line right now. Marcin Held may have been inches from the world title. This sport began with Jiu-Jitsu dominating. Marcin Held trying to carry on that tradition. A late flurry from Will Brooks and the escape that got him out of danger.
There you go, using his foot to free the other leg. Close one for Will Brooks.
Bellator with a vengeance. It has been a phenomenal night already. We are into round 2 of the first of 2 world title fights. And Will Brooks barely escaped with that title in round 1. Talk to me, Jimmy, about the geography of the cage and where Will Brooks needs this fight.
Where Will Brooks wants to be is in the center. Moving around, angling, doesn't want to be against the fence. Ronan Silveira telling him, keep this fight in the center, but he went to the fence and got the takedown. That's a little surprising.
Will Brooks can take Marcin Held down at will, but that is walking into the line.
Yeah. I'm not surprised he would do that at the end of a round, at in maybe rounds 4 or 5, the end of a round to maybe ice the round in the eyes of the judges, but to go for a takedown early in round number 2, both guys still very fresh. I'll go for the arm triangle. That's how Michael Chandler caught Marcin Held when they fought.
And Marcin Held has never tapped. He passed out. You know Will Brooks would love to end this by submission. Send a message.
Look at his hips, always angling, always trying to set up, especially the right arm of Will Brooks. He's always working. He's never sitting there. Brooks, though, very careful now, trying to danger. Look at that posture. That is physical strength, my friend. Great posture, great technique, but now a right arm in danger. Uma Plata.
A superior athlete, of that there is no question. But he is walking a very dangerous line here.
Funny guy, he's chaining his jiu-jitsu together very well. One submission, the next submission, the next submission. Now he's trying to straighten out the leg again. Back to the toe hold. That's the combo. Toe hold to knee bar. They're complementary submissions. Easy to go back and forth from one to the other. If the leg's bent, you go toe hold. If it's straight, you go knee bar.
Ryan Couture, who we talked about earlier, speaking for all of us when he talks about the fascinating chess match we were looking at.
The problem is constantly going for the legs and stretching out the leg, fighting against the strongest muscles in the human body, might wear Marcin Held out. Now Will Brooks transitioning to mount. Excellent job.
The danger that Will Brooks is in is apparent, but that danger, we don't see the fatigue of Marcin Held.
Exactly. If you haven't stood next to him, Will Brooks has huge legs. Very, very strong.
He is an elite world-class athlete that he's showing here.
It's that next generation of MMA fighters that were just great athletes, now transitioning to MMA, now going for the arm triangle.
Marcin Held trying to hold on to that right leg.
You can finish it from half guard. It is possible. He's going to want to try to pass to really secure this.
He's inching towards it. Marcin Held, that was not a strong reach to keep him in the guard.
Got to free that left leg. If he does, he can finish this fight right here. He's got it.
Will
Marcin
Brooks
trying to roll, though.
stepping on the leg into full mount, and he keeps him in the choke.
Now the arm's free, but now he's in full mount. Will Brooks showing his jiu-jitsu in round number 2. It's impressive to beat a man in his own game.
Marcin Held's jiu-jitsu is to set up wins. His ground and pound just to set that up. Will Brooks uses the jiu-jitsu to set up the ground and pound.
Yeah, exactly.
It was so striking how calm Will Brooks remained when he was in so much danger.
In key lock position, he has to keep that arm flat. That's hard to get. But it does set up a nice short elbow.
Marcin Held has not been under pressure like this.
And also, we talked about the gas of Will Brooks. Problem with Marcin Held is how good is your gas when you're under attack, when things aren't going your way.
Key lock is harder near the fence.
Yes.
Well, if Will Brooks just got this where his coaches told him to get it in the center. Dangerous Marcin Held might not still be alive in this fight.
Now Marcin, you see him sticking his arms up a lot. What he's trying to do is bait Will Brooks into going for an armbar so he can escape. Will Brooks so far not going for it, staying smart positionally.
Good job.
It's almost as if he just wanted to get this thing into the deep water.
And it's also, I'm bragging, he hopped up before he had to, got to the line, and was dancing back and forth saying, I'm in better shape than you are.
Marcin Held tried to shoot on Will Brooks. That was a low percentage play. But he does have it on the ground. But now, unlike the first 2 rounds, it's in the middle. If Will Brooks can do what he did, passing into full mount in the middle of the cage, as opposed to near the fence, this could be a different story. It's going to be a long 5 minutes from Marcin Held.
That second round was a huge statement for Will Brooks. He said, hey, I can counter you. I have my own jiu-jitsu. You're not going to own me on the ground.
I took your best shot.
Exactly. A wipeout in ground and pound, 81% for Will Brooks.
The route continues here.
I love jiu-jitsu. It's my art. I do it all the time. The difficulty in MMA is it's an all-or-nothing kind of thing. If I go for submission and I don't get it, you eat a lot of punches. Hence the ground and pound wipeout for Will Brooks. Also, if your opponent gets out, unless you really strain something or hurt him somehow with your submission, he's fine. He pulls his arm out and he's fine. If I throw a punch, if it scrapes or kind of lands, it does damage. So jiu-jitsu, in a sense, there's an all-or-nothing quality to it in MMA. You go for 20 submissions. As long as I get out of all of them, I'm in good shape.
Will Brooks with the temperament of an extraordinarily well-prepared fighter.
Right. The tie kick, you can block it. It's still going to hurt. I just got to be careful with that leg. Step that left leg forward. That's a bad idea. The problem also is that submissions don't get easier as the fight progresses. They get harder. You get tired. You let your opponent get slippery. It's one of those things. If you didn't catch him in the first round, how are you going to catch him in round number 3?
Still to come. Will Brooks and Patricio Pitbull then headed in the same direction on opposite sides of the fence. Two faces, the 2 world champions.
You hear the crowd not appreciating the jiu-jitsu battle. I am, but both these guys need to ignore that completely. Keep doing what they're doing. Don't let the crowd influence them. Both these guys too experienced to do that.
Are you surprised how willing Will Brooks has been to keep it here the entire
Completely. The takedown early in the second round really surprised me, and it sent a message he's not afraid of the ground game.
Take his heart on the ground and then finish him standing.
Right.
Can't beat me at your game. How are you going to beat me at mine?
Yeah, exactly. You see there, an opportunity for Will Brooks to stand up and maybe do some damage. He doesn't take it.
He has not even looked that way.
Nope. He might think he can finish this right here.
It's a risky strategy. It's a gutsy strategy, Barry, with the world title on the line. It's a dangerous first round. Will Brooks has been in control. Brooks' best moment of the fight when he passed in the second round into full mount.
Trying to use a half guard, trying to come out underneath the armpit of Will Brooks on the right side. He's going for that knee bar again with the legs.
With the legs.
That's what he's trying to do on top that you guys couldn't see necessarily. You see it there. It can be done. But it is hard to do. Especially on Will Brooks.
Now you start to see damage for the first time.
Especially when you're getting punched in the face. Now in heel hook position. Got to straighten him out, but that's hard to do against the fence. He's in straight footlock position. That requires extension, and that's hard to do from here.
Machine Held has been here before. He's taken damage to go for these submissions, but never against an athlete the world-class level of Will Brooks. He survived some dangerous moments in round one, but the lightweight world champion in control now as we head to round four. Seen some history change here in Bellator, walking through that arch in June and here tonight. Will Brooks has looked stronger as this fight has gone on, and now we're in the championship round, and you can tell right now which one looks like the champion.
Machine Held looks exhausted when round number three. Will Brooks is dancing, and look at that!
He rolls for it immediately. Machine Held is no fool.
The kick and spun for the leg lock.
Jimmy, your scorecard through three.
Easy, 2-1 for Will Brooks. I only gave Held the first round. Since then, it's all ill will. Inverted heel hook.
Here it is.
That's a dangerous one.
Will Brooks goes for the wrists.
Once again, powerful way out. Yep. Inverted heel hook, widely considered the most dangerous of the leg submissions.
We said before this started all night, Machine Held was going to get him to check a few times, but getting him to checkmate is a whole different deal.
That's tough.
How mentally strong is Machine Held to continue to do what he has to do to win this fight? Taking a ton of ground and pound. It's like fighting a great knockout fighter. Just need that one moment. The poise of Will Brooks has really been so evident from the start. If you're a fan of Will Brooks, this has been a white knuckle fight.
But the calm on his face every time he's going to escape a submission, he is confident he's going to get out. We haven't seen him panic, haven't seen him rush. He has faith in his jiu-jitsu, in his ground game. A lot of a lot of Machine Held's opponents almost concede the submission advantage. Will Brooks has not done that.
Any great athlete, almost to a man, one of their characteristics, they are stubborn. Now, Will Brooks has plenty of that to go along with that world-class athleticism. And those of you that have been on the internet last couple hours, you know it is starting to blow up. We had one announcement. We have a major announcement still to come. Not to mention another world title fight. Whenever I see Scott Coker wandering the building talking to people, I wonder what he is up to. He can talk Hillary into the Tea Party.
Look at the physical pressure of Will Brooks. You see it right there.
The dangerous moments for Will Brooks have been fewer and far between as the fight has gone on.
Exactly. Like I said earlier, it doesn't get easier. It gets harder.
You see the price Marcin Held has paid for going for all these submissions.
The knee bar again. Transition to the toe hold. It's the combo he loves, but
he needs those feet separate, obviously.
Exactly. Will Brooks has done such a good job of just kicking it off with the other foot. Doing well, he's turning with everything he's got. And he can't lock his hands together. He has it now. He's in good position to finish this. Not able to get it. Saw the pain on the face of Will Brooks. It didn't matter.
You wonder if in the first round he would have had enough to finish with that.
Yeah.
But now he has taken so much punishment. Still, you have to ask yourself, why is Will Brooks down here at this point?
He's confident. He thinks he's doing damage with his ground and pound, which he is.
He's won another round. How will he approach round 5? Will he stay away, or will he continue to crawl into the dangerous area of Marcin Held? For 20 minutes, Will Brooks has stayed on the ground with the ultra-dangerous Marcin Held. Now, it feels as if he has this fight won, decision-wise. It feels like he has 3 rounds. If he's facing a knockout fighter, you try and stay away. Against a submission fighter, you try to keep it on your feet. Will he go that way?
Will Brooks, in between rounds, though, said, rub my ankle to his corner man. A lot of torque on that ankle. It moved to the left with that toe hold.
Marcin Held knows what he needs to do. Does he have the gas in the tank to do it?
Nice right hand. Look at the ground and pound wipeout.
Will Brooks threw the shoulder there too, and those numbers are no surprise, but think about the damage that does and what Marcin Held is feeling right now. Back to the ground.
In cruise control at this point. He believes in his ground and pound. He doesn't want to make this a kickboxing match.
He doesn't need the ground and pound anymore. He needs to escape. He's still in a very dangerous place. Marcin Held, just 23 years old. 25 amateur fights before he even turned pro at age 16.
Marcin Held having fewer and fewer answers for the attack of ill Will Brooks.
When you take in this punishment, when you feel this fatigue, what is it that Marcin Held needs to do that he no longer can?
What's the hardest? His mobility's gone. He was cutting angles a lot in the guard in the first couple of rounds. Now he's very square. His ability to move around, to cut angles, to set up the submission has severely diminished because of fatigue. You find yourself holding your opponent more. You can't angle your hips. You don't hold on to him as well. It's the setups that really fall apart.
And a fraction of a second slow defending these shots here.
Yep.
Marcin Held right now, how deep is that water?
You can't see the sun anymore. That's how deep it is. And you have to. I mean, the only way I can say it is you have to see that I can win this fight. I can still pull this out. But the analogy really fits. It's like you're underwater. You can't see the sun anymore. You have to know it's there. You have to know you can still win. And only he knows if he believes that.
it up. Let's go. Come on.
Not what Marcin Held wanted to hear. Will Brooks has been disinterested in range.
And he's had it. He's landed some good punches. Marcin Held seems fatigued. His hands are very low. He's eaten a lot of shots. And yet Will Brooks, no interest in kickboxing. And in a sense, it's kind of kept Marcin Held in this fight. And as long as he's on the ground, he's at least dangerous enough to go for things, to keep it interesting.
Will Brooks almost had both those arms locked up. Will Brooks just sending a message to the rest of the MMA world. I can beat you any way you want to fight.
That's the only thing I can think of, because I don't think Marcin Held would have a whole lot left on the feet. He's not interested in that. He's staying on the ground, working his ground and pound, almost to show him, I don't care where you're dangerous, I'll beat you there too.
This has been a different kind of dominant performance from Will Brooks. Dustin Poirier and Daniel Strauss, American top team, working that round robin drill a lot of people had never seen before. He has been tweeting for months, hashtag and still. And he's about to hear Michael C. Williams say it.
Just like his last fight against Dave Jansen, a tough first round, he owns the next 4.
Will Brooks plays Marcin Held's game, and he beat him at it. That was impressive.
Ladies and gentlemen, having gone the distance inside the Bellator cage, we'll go to your 3 cage-side judges. Your first judge, Travis Busking, sees the fight 50-45, while judges Robin Veal and Rob Francis both see it the same at 49-46, all for the winner by unanimous decision, and still Bellator lightweight world champion, Will Brooks.
The reach advantage by Patricky Pitbull is slight, but he needs to use it. Michael Chandler very fast on the inside.
The Bellator lightweight championship of the world. I want to protect yourself at all times, obey my commands at all times. Fight hard, but fight clean. Touch gloves now. Good luck to both of you.
4th time John McCarthy has reffed Michael Chandler. 4th time he has reffed Patricky Pitbull. But none of them close to having this kind of magnitude. And that is what it's all about.
All right, you ready? You ready? Get it up!
I always tell people, when you think of Michael Chandler, you want to see him at his best, you want to see him at his worst. Look at the caveman Rickels, their 2nd fight. Started out fast and then faded in the 2nd round.
It was interesting to me to listen to Michael Chandler talk about Patricky Pitbull as someone who starts fast and then fades, because that was the Patricky Pitbull he fought 5 years ago. It's turned around the last year.
Yeah, much more patient fighter. He looks for his spots, doesn't throw a lot in the 1st round.
To the point that slow start cost him that fight with Derek Anderson, that split decision loss in December.
Very true. And what I said about the Caveman rematch is he started walking into punches, he had his hands down. Now, he caught Caveman, was able to finish him before Caveman could really capitalize, but, you know, dynamic and explosive in the 1st round, and then he starts fighting, fights with his face. He neglects his defense. He says, I've repaired that. That's not a part of my game anymore. Let's see if he's right.
There's the level change, and Patricky Pitbull, that's a big moment for him, the takedown defense. He was proud of it 5 years ago. In the first fight, he stuffed several takedown attempts from Michael Chandler.
And that was well set up. Nice off the jab. Wasn't from outside. It was a close takedown. He didn't get it.
Low blows were a big part of that first fight.
Lost a point.
It didn't matter in the big picture of the decision, because he ended up winning 29-27, winning the 3 round. But Patricky Pitbull will tell you, when you watch the fight, the tape sort of lives up to this. They came at times, Patricky was building up momentum.
Exactly. And depending on the referee, someone would just disqualified you for that many. Michael got the benefit of the doubt there.
Left jab got through for Michael Chandler. You can see he's playing chess right now, just trying to set up the takedown.
Chandler is faster, Patricky Pitbull more powerful, more naturally heavy-handed. That's the difference in their striking styles.
And a huge right from Michael Chandler, and it's over. Michael Chandler came in, wanted to take the fight to the ground. Instead, he puts Patricky Pitbull to the ground, and we have a new lightweight world champion.
Let me amend that. Speed and power. Beautiful shot right on the chin. That was a technique knockout. Man, now it's Patricio and Michael Chandler going at it. Let's go! Both guys were patient. That's what I loved about this round. Look at this right hand. That's fast in slow motion.
Watch it in real time. That is one of the biggest shots we have seen this year.
That right hand, where he landed it, would have knocked out a welterweight, a middleweight. That's exactly how you're supposed to do it.
And a rhinoceros.
Nailed him. Great, great job on the stoppage by Big John. Look at it here, little feint on the jab. Caught him overreacting just slightly. And he lands out. His mind is somewhere else other than this cage, and we have a new champion.
Michael Chandler's vision quest has come true. That conversation will continue. Have no illusions.
Ladies and gentlemen, inside the Bellator cage, the end comes suddenly. 2 minutes, 14 seconds into round number 1 by knockout. He is the new and now two-time Bellator lightweight world champion, Iron Michael Chandler.
The tail of the tape in the main event for the lightweight world title.
Look at the record. What do we keep talking about? The names. Benson Henderson has beaten the consistency of his career. Michael Chandler wants to erase that record of Henderson's with a knockout.
Gentlemen, got over the rules in the back. I want you to protect yourself at all times. Obey my commands. All times I want you to fight hard and fight clean. If you want to touch gloves, touch them now. Good luck. Thank you, baby.
That moment before the die of history is cast.
All right, here we go. You ready? You ready? Get it up.
What you talked about, Shale, when Michael Chandler seems like a young fighter, part of it is that explosive start, that energy he brings in. Most guys mellow out a little bit, being 15-3. He still comes out with kind of youthful energy. It's the only way I can put it.
15 wins, 13 by way of finish, 11 of those in the first round. I checked his record. He told me that set. I said, well, you know, that's not true. They're not all in the first round. He said, well, they were close enough. I don't know that it works that way, but this is what he said. So fine, 15, 13 wins. Whoa! In the first round. You talk about the eye of the tiger. If you saw that stare down, that's what Benson Henderson had in his face. That is exactly the look that expression came from. Chandler really is the one controlling the ring so far. Good kick followed up by a straight.
Jimmy, we didn't see that look coming down the ramp for Ben Henderson his first 2 fights in Bellator.
We did not. This is his future, like he just said. Koreshkov, you could put down to, well, that was a 170-pounder. Poor performance against Pitbull. I was warming up. I would have warmed up in rounds 2 and 3. He can't lose this fight.
and think that his future is going to be the same as his past.
That's fair. That's a fair point. I will point out, and a lot of times when fighters take the skid and it starts to be towards the end of their career, their jaw gives out, something gives out, their body gets hurt. That's not the case with Benson Henderson. He's as tough as an old leather boot. He's never given up in there, and perhaps he did underestimate a couple of guys coming in as a guy that had climbed the mountain, not just once, but twice. He knows exactly what he's in here for with Michael Chandler. So Chandler beat him. He will be beating the best Benson Henderson we've seen yet.
RDA knocked out Ben Henderson, but he had never been dominated the way he was by Andre Koreshkov for 5 full rounds. You can make the case if you want. That first round with Patricio Pitbull, Ben Henderson hasn't even won a round yet in Bellator.
I haven't given him, I've been in the Bellator cage for a half hour. I haven't given him a round. Nice
good right by Michael Chandler.
Another one connected. That's 2. Benson Henderson needs to grab him or circle off here, not go back 3. That one got through. Oh, uppercut
through. Chandler walking forward right now with no respect. Going right at Benson Henderson. He's looking for the first round KO.
Chandler cannot knee the head. He can knee the rest of the body, but he can certainly punch to the face, and he is. Benson Henderson's got to change his position. Right here, he's clamped down on one arm. That's a great start. Buy yourself some time. Get the glove check.
Wow, what a suplex by Michael Chandler.
That's a 5-point throw, my friend. Going for the guillotine.
This is the Neil Melanson technique.
Positioning isn't great, though, and he gives it up. He knew he couldn't finish in half guard. Smart move.
Smart, good move. He's doing what we call framing now, where he's going to push off the chin, get his forearm under. Benson Henderson going to a rubber guard, which I don't recall him doing before. But frankly, he's in a pretty good position. Options are a couple here.
He's Chandler first in this, and he gets out.
Primarily a triangle choke. He's lost the position. We've seen Benson Henderson score in this position. I remember he knocked Frankie Edgar halfway out with an up kick. Michael Chandler doing a good job keeping his hips forward.
Right now, Chandler's showing no fear.
He needs to keep his chin protected. Benson Henderson is excellent at kicking his opponents in the face from this position.
Nice right hand.
Another one gets through.
Another round in Bellator that Ben Henderson is getting dominated, and Michael Chandler trying to lock in.
Michael Chandler has this. On a normal opponent, that would have worked.
Oh, great right got through. That is how Ben Henderson got knocked out by RDA in a scramble trying to get up. Michael Chandler just teeing off.
He's swinging like this is a one-round fight.
If he keeps and connects one more time, it may be.
Gentlemen, on a different opponent, this one would have been over. I don't know if the fans at home understand the beating that Benson Henderson just took in the last 4.5 minutes because he pushed through. Both of those chokes were secured. 3 of those 4 shots were fight-ending punches. And here we see Mr. Smooth show us all why he is a 2-time world champion.
The question for Chandler coming in this fight was pacing. He unloaded right now. Now he needs a break. He has a history of doing that throughout his fights. Can he get his energy back in between rounds?
A monster first round for the champion, Michael Chandler. How much did it cost him is the question.
Hey, jump your head, that's the reason I actually called on that.
When someday Ben Henderson goes into the Hall of Fame, they'll be talking about his chin and his ability to keep coming forward.
Unreal.
Now, the discussion becomes, was round 1 a 10-8 round for Michael Chandler or a 10-9 round?
I went 10-9, and I'll tell you why. I didn't see that fight-ending moment. He ate some big punches. I didn't see a moment where Big John was thinking about coming in. It wasn't that kind of sustained fight-ending beating, but I went 10-9. Wouldn't surprise me if the judge went the other way.
We should add, we've seen a lot of fights tonight. Judges have been liberal with the 10-8 rounds. We've seen it throughout the course of the night.
I watched his fight with Eddie Alvarez, Michael Chandler's fight with Eddie Alvarez over and over and over again. And what stood out to me was fantastic 1 round, recharging 1 round, letting Eddie back into it, back and forth, made for a great fight. but you see why. He unloads, then he needs a recharge sometimes.
Now, Chandler told you the other day in fighter interviews, he said, you know, it's not a matter that I fatigue. He said, I come out with a pace higher than any man has ever seen, so I only have one way to go, which is down a little bit, but I'm not gassing. I don't know that I fully believe that. If you start with one pace and you diminish it, and I do understand his point. Good shot there by Benson Henderson. But time will tell. Can he keep this pace? In the last frame, he was the one moving forward. Benson Henderson moving backward. In this frame, we're starting to see Benson Henderson stalking a little bit with Chandler catching some breath and backing up.
I always tell Michael when I used to coach, never set a pace you can't keep. Chandler thrives on doing that. He ramps up, he goes down. He ramps up, he goes down. Benson Henderson always consistent. Never expect him to not be in front of you.
Close the hand when it's out, Mike.
Well, another good right hook over the top.
That got through. That got through for Benson. No follow-up on it. There he digs to the body. Chandler steps back just a little bit. Push kick followed by a cross for Chandler.
What we're not seeing a lot of that I expected to see is Benson Henderson with those lead leg kicks like that, but also the teeps, the range-finding things that guys have trouble. You have to get around his legs to get to his upper body. Hasn't been throwing a ton of that.
Yeah, that's right, particularly when you are taking on a wrestler. And I realize Chandler hasn't used a lot of that. He's kind of striking with him. However, that is something, and we saw it earlier tonight in the Gertz fight. We saw his opponent, Adam, was throwing the kick right up the middle, kept Gertz off him. Now Benson comes in with a 1-2.
But he's content to fight it at boxing range, and I thought that was surprising.
Okay, I couldn't tell if Benson got knocked down there and grabbed the legs on the way down, or if he shot right as he was getting punched.
He tends to do that, change levels when he gets hit, try to take his opponent down.
Good kick to the body. Chandler responds, good outside kick there. Seen a few of those from Henderson in this round.
Now that's a great tweet right there. How long can Chandler keep the pace, but how long can Benson continue taking the beating? We've seen Benson take the beating for a long time. There's more evidence that Henderson can take a beating for a long time rather than Chandler can keep the pace for a long time.
Kick was low. We've talked over and over again in the months leading up to this fight about the deep water that Ben Henderson wants to take Michael Chandler into. But that shallow water is shark infested. You've got to swim through it to get there.
You okay?
Here's the
How you feeling?
groin shot. Bam, that was right to the cup.
Yep.
This is the sideways. Sideways is always bad. It moves it. You all right?
Sideways always moves it, is what John McCarthy said.
Moves the cup.
Come here, man. Take a deep breath. I want to see it.
Michael Chandler will be given up to 5 minutes. He can stop his own clock, which he just did.
Careful with where it's at, all right?
And guys, in fairness, there's a little gamesmanship there too. That was not Chandler's fault. That was a low blow. He's given 5 minutes. If he needs to catch his breath, go ahead and take that time. He decided to come back into the fire. So perhaps he isn't as fatigued.
Now I thought we'd see more of this from him.
The range-finding
the range-finding kicks, the teeps, the side stuff. So frustrating getting through that kind of stuff.
Yeah, and he's scoring. And he's scoring with these. These matter to judges. This is a very close round, and Benson Henderson is scoring.
I have it about even right now. I think whoever owns this last minute wins the round to me.
What do you have to do to Ben Henderson? John McCarthy was the official when he suffered that one knockout loss. And even that, 2 more seconds, you get the feeling he would have snapped back. Rafael Dos Anjos,
who, by the way, RDA has welterweight power. That
sure does.
This is where he's done damage against the fence. Another good right hand.
This is a good 5th minute here in this round for Michael Chandler. This is a very tough round to call right now.
God, why do fighters do so much core work? Yeah, because of that. Yeah, those kicks suck.
When he regained the world title in June, Michael Chandler was looking down at Patricio Pitbull from the top of the cage. But in the Bellator record book, he is looking up at him. Patricio, the only one above him in wins.
That leg kick to the body keeps on getting through. Jake Ellenberger recently finished Matt Brown with that exact same kick. And there, and Benson should just keep going back to the well, guys. Chandler is not going to adjust it during this round.
All right, Jimmy, there'll be a lot of discussion that second round. Obviously, however you saw it, it was very close.
Extremely close. I went 10-9 Chandler. I thought he finished a little stronger and landed some power shots with the right hand. For those at home who always hate my scorecard, the American Gage and I agree on that one, 10-9, so he can take some of the heat for it, too. Very close round.
It's also possible there are judges that went 10-8 for Chandler in the first round and gave the second round to Ben Henderson. There's
all over the board
ways to go.
Nothing in sport like controversy, gentlemen.
Yep.
Benson Henderson, smart boy. I want to be smiling after that.
Nothing in sport like two high-level world championship caliber fighters meeting in the main event.
And what he starts doing, not only does it hurt getting kicked in the ribs like that, as the rounds go on, breathing gets harder and harder. It feels like you have an anaconda around your chest when that swelling starts setting in.
Great shot by Henderson. Now we're seeing good defense here by Chandler. But a good pressure and a good scramble by Henderson. Good leg kick by Chandler. Round and round they go.
Good, he can push there.
Right here in the eyes of the judges, guys, even though not lots is happening, whoever has their back against the fence is losing the position, and these seconds matter. If Henderson can just hold this, even lift a knee, maybe a foot stomp.
Do it.
Now, when they're in those clinch positions, we're in the double leg positions, Chandler a little bit shorter, a little bit stocky. It's hard to get underneath his shoulders, which is huge if you're going for the takedown.
Only way to do it. If you want to take him down, you've got to get underneath him. Another good leg kick there by Chandler. Benson backing up, conceding real estate of that ring a little more than he usually does, a little more than I like. But Chandler also doing a good job of cutting him off and putting pressure. There's a good 1-2 by Chandler, and again, it does score.
We saw the same thing against Koreshkov. Once he felt the power, once he got the respect, he started playing the outside. We're seeing a similar thing. Those right hands hurt him, no doubt, in round one.
Henderson is taking that good 1-2 basic combo right on the jaw. Oftentimes, the real problem, gentlemen, is he's not firing back. When he takes that shot, he needs to answer.
Now, he's done well with the jab and this kind of lead right hook. I think he needs to mix in a few more power shots with his left hand. See if he can get Michael Chandler backing up. Go for the guillotine.
All right, Chandler had this exact same position in the first round. Should have finished the fight. Benson Henderson found a way out of it twice. Chandler has it again here. He should finish this fight.
Problem is, as soon as he gets guillotine position, Henderson pulls half guard, which makes the guillotine much, much harder to finish. He'll concede that bottom position to get out of the guillotine.
Any fighter that wants out of a contest takes that opportunity that Chandler just gave him. Benson Henderson is here to fight, gentlemen.
For sure.
Chandler
one
to the
hook
back.
in. Can't see if he has the other one. They're up against the fence. Chandler has what I call wrestler's jiu-jitsu. It's opportunistic. If I get your neck, rear naked choke, front choke, I squeeze until you're out. It's not pretty, but it's powerful.
You don't think the kicks of Ben Henderson are doing damage. Get a load of the left leg of Michael Chandler.
Oh, man. Good scramble here, but Chandler on top. Like we said about the fence work, on top you're winning in the eyes of the judges.
There's nothing normal about Ben Henderson.
Nothing at all.
Benson Henderson just won't concede a position. Michael Chandler, when he gets on top, he needs his opponent to relax, to concede. Okay, you've got the position. Let's see what you can do. Benson Henderson will not do that. He keeps moving, he keeps working, and it's making it hard. Though Chandler is having good moments here, it is making him hard to advance.
You think you're going to get 25 easy minutes out of Benson Henderson 155, you're wrong.
You are wrong.
Going for that sit out, that Kelly can't get it. Wow, interesting choice.
I agree with that.
Interesting choice. Henderson has a great guillotine. He's going low single leg.
Very interesting why Chandler chose to put his head underneath.
Living up to the billing. If you've just found your way to us, we are through 3 rounds of the lightweight world title fight. Years in the making between Ben Henderson and Michael Chandler. And Michael Chandler, guys, started strong.
Beautiful right hands, aggressive. Look at this beautiful suplex. 5-point throw in freestyle. And then Michael Chandler going for the ground and pound. I don't know what is in Benson Henderson's head, but it's not normal brain matter because he started coming back in round number 2.
Yeah, absolutely. Benson Henderson is anything but conceding this contest. And with 2 rounds left, I think he's down by 3, but I don't know if he knows it. Benson Henderson is here to win a world championship. It's as simple as that, guys.
Every round, there hasn't been an easy round to call. Was the first round 10-8 or 10-9? Was the second round, was it Chandler or Henderson? How did you guys see the third round?
I thought that was pretty clearly 10-9 Chandler. On top a lot, landed the better punches.
Now, Michael Chandler is winning the fight, but look at the number on your screen. When fights go this far, now we're in Ben Henderson's territory.
Exactly. Chandler has never won a decision in a 5-round fight.
Benson Henderson lives there. When he tapped out Eddie Alvarez, that was in round 5. It was not a decision. Michael Chandler has only lost 3 fights. The 2 decisions that he lost were both very controversial, very close fights with Will Brooks and the rematch with Eddie Alvarez. Ben Henderson has gone to the judges 14 times and 11 times has had his hand raised.
All right, great shot here by Chandler. One of his first, picks him right up.
Watch the triangle, dumps him.
The only advantage to picking a guy up off the ground is you got to put him down where you want. I don't think Chandler quite got over to his corner. An old Matt Hughes favorite. Remember when Matt Hughes used to do that? Walk you right over to his corner and plant you hard as a rock. Matt Hughes used to get into the ring before the fight and walk around and feel the hardest part of the ring. That's a true story. Pick his opponent and try to put him down on that. I think Chandler had a little inspiration there. He's got Benson Henderson down. He's starting to score. But guys, look at Benson Henderson. He will not concede a position. He will not lay there until he stops moving. Michael Chandler can't start an offense.
It's tricky.
It is
very tricky.
I just want everyone to understand how tough. This is an absolute display of toughness by Benson Henderson, who's got a Kimura.
Can't finish.
Chandler comes out. Benson Henderson has been flirting and taunting a triangle choke all night long. Sooner or later, he's going to throw that up.
Yep. Ground game very, very tricky, very underrated.
Deep in the fight, bodies are sweaty, much harder to hang on to positions like that, especially from where Ben Henderson was.
And one thing, just to add to that note about the takedown, getting lifted like that, usually demoralizing. Can take guys mentally on. A dude beasts you like that, man, it takes a lot of wind out of your sails. Don't expect that from Benson Henderson, too experienced.
Benson just waited for gravity to kick in, knew he'd come down eventually, and went right back to work. I'm fully aware he is losing these positions. I'm just saying it is so surprising that he will not concede. He will not concede anything.
Tricky little details. Tricky little details. Keep enough weight off him. Switch. Trying to come out again. Chandler won't give him any space.
Chandler's got his hands locked here. The first thing Benson needs to do is try to break that lock. He can pummel inside. He can put pressure on the wrist with the elbow. He can threaten a guillotine.
Beautiful.
Excellent. Excellent reshot in the lift there by Chandler.
And just like you, I've done my research. Michael Chandler, never a state champion. Second in Missouri, just like you. Second, he said it just kept that fire burning all the way through college and made him an All-American. He wasn't one of those prospects coming
Ben
out.
Henderson hunting for it again.
Chandler's going to have to roll. Okay.
You know, his hips weren't behind that submission. He had the Kimura position with his arms, but his hips weren't engaged. Not going to finish that.
Yeah, to the point you made a minute ago, you're right. He wasn't a champion as a high school athlete. He went into college at Missouri with the greats like Ben Askren. He went in there with Tyron Woodley. He battled it out, he set his goals, and he's been able to elongate his career. And here is a former non-state champion who is now the world champion.
And even as the world champion, he had something else to drive him, and that was Ben Henderson.
Exactly. He's always found that motivation somewhere. Henderson, a guy who usually nonstop. I see some deep breaths right now. Starting to feel the fatigue. Because, man, Chandler relentless with this pressure on top. Wasn't sure if he'd be able to get in this position, and man, he's just not letting Henderson off the hook.
Could Michael Chandler do it in rounds 4 and 5? That was the question. There was an inevitability that this fight would end up here.
And once again, going single leg, late, kind of an Iranian position. That's dangerous against a tricky grappler.
I don't understand it. Anytime you're in a grappling position, you want your head higher than your opponent's. He is electing to put his head lower.
Ben Henderson trying to get under Chandler, trying to roll over.
Oh, man.
Wow. Huge escape for the world champion.
Here's the end of that round. Flips over, gets out of this crucifix position. Bell rings, and look at it here. He stayed there on his knees, and watch him get up right now. He stumbles trying to get up and get to his school.
So now the drama off the chart as Michael Chandler, who could conceivably, depending on how you've scored this, he could be up 4-0. And yet Michael Chandler, the worse for wear, and Ben Henderson now in the 5th round where he lives and breathes, and he was pumping up the crowd in between rounds while Michael Chandler was just trying to get to the stool.
Chandler has never been a guy who goes into survival mode easily. His hands down, still coming forward. He's not angling and circling and playing for the final bell. He doesn't do that. For better or for worse.
For better or worse. Listen, you dance with the one that brought you. He seems to know what he's doing. I'll tell you this from that last round. He was stuck. That was excellent, excellent defensive technique by Chandler to get out of that. Here we are now, and Benson Henderson is pushing forward. I think Henderson clearly knows he needs a stoppage in this round, and I think he's going to go out and try to get it.
The only round on my scorecard that's up in the air is round 2. I went 10-9 Chandler, could easily go 10-9 Benson Henderson. All the other rounds, I think pretty clearly Michael Chandler.
But remember, and if you're just joining us, 10-8 was in play in round number 1. On a night the judges have been fairly liberal with the 10-8.
Fans, Jimmy Smith MMA on Twitter, let me know what you think. I only think round 2 is close. I see this basically out of range for Benson Henderson. He needs a finish.
Ben Henderson is not human.
Oh, brutal body shot. But he's also not necessarily a knockout puncher either. He's not a guy who knocks opponents out.
3 knockouts in 30 pro fights.
Here he is. You know, he's failed at 2 takedown attempts earlier tonight. He got the 3rd. Now he's got his. What is going on, gentlemen? Benson Henderson just put the hooks in on Michael Chandler. He's turning the chin. He is turning his chin. This is a pressure hold. He's not going to choke him out here, but he can make this very, very uncomfortable.
He can crank him, but with a neck like Michael Chandler's, I don't see that happening. He needs the full choke. And Michael Chandler, that's a face of an exhausted fighter.
Benson Henderson looking for a body triangle. He couldn't quite find it. He missed it by about a ½ inch.
Going for the armbar, and he's out.
Wow.
Whoa.
Wow. That is what we call in the business a hope spot. Major opportunity there for Benson Henderson. And we are only halfway through this round. I assure you, he is not done trying to win this contest.
Michael Chandler, that's the face of a world champion hanging on for dear life.
Boy,
the switch couldn't get it.
Very smart by Chandler. Right now, he's just keeping this double, keeping that shoulder pressure, grinding Benson Henderson, and he's trying to beat one thing, and it's not Benson, gentlemen, it's the clock.
What can Michael Chandler do in his sleep? Has he been doing his whole life? wrestle. Even though he's tired, you go to what you know. You go to the things you're used to. He's going to his wrestling because his energy just isn't there. But right now, Benson Henderson turning it on again.
Benson's going to come out with his back again. I don't know that he'll get both legs in again in this fight. It was a very great position. Chandler doing just enough, but again, anytime you are in a wrestling position, whoever has his head higher is winning, and Chandler has elected 3 times now to put his head underneath Benson.
For that single leg, low single leg, Iranian kind of position in between both legs, and both times it's been risky. Now he's in a tough, he can get crucifixed here.
In MMA grappling, whoever's head is higher is winning the position.
Ben Henderson survived the first round onslaught from Michael Chandler. Can Michael Chandler survive the deep water that Ben Henderson has made a career swimming in?
Biggest question of this fight. Those were the two. Could Henderson handle the explosion of Michael Chandler? Could Chandler handle the late surge of Benson Henderson? We knew it coming in. We really know it now.
Now Chandler's giving Benson Henderson an inverted triangle. Henderson isn't taking. Liam McGeary would have taken it. And here Chandler digging. Look at Chandler's digging. He's so smart. He knows what he needs to do. He knows he's not in great position here, but he's doing enough to protect himself.
Ben Henderson, the heart of a champion to survive round 1. Michael Chandler trying to find the heart of a champion to last 25 more seconds.
Once again, low single leg position. Gotta watch the triangle coming out the back door. Now Henderson trying to circle.
15 seconds. What's Henderson got? There's not a lot of options. Maybe a guillotine attempt.
He's pulling his arms up to knee him. He's out.
Oh, Benson Henderson.
And a fight for legacy becomes an instant classic.
This fight, you called it an instant classic for a reason. The back and forth, Michael Chandler exploding in round 1. Benson Henderson proving that he can take a shot with anyone, not only in this division, I think in the welterweight division, and then coming back, showing grit, heart, guts, technique, making it close through the middle rounds of Michael Chandler. I think controlled it partly on his takedown, top positions like this, where he was able to keep it close. Now look at this escape at the end of round 4, and then round 5, high drama. The only way you could say it, Benson Henderson fighting like his life and career depended on it, and he got out of the round. Man, what a fight. And here was the final escape. Michael Chandler, incredible stuff.
How did you see it, Jimmy?
I only gave Benson Henderson round 5, 10-9. Round 2 was close maybe, but I don't see how you can take it away from Michael Chandler. But I got to tell you, I've seen worse, Chael.
Sure I have too.
High drama for 25 minutes. The suspense ends now.
Ladies and gentlemen, having gone 5 full rounds of action in this world title fight, we'll go now to your 3 judges at cage side. Your first judge, Michael Bell, scores the fight 48-46. He scores it for Chandler. Your second judge, Ron McCarthy, scores the fight 48-46. He sees it for Henderson. At cage side, your third and final judge, Derek Cleary, scores the fight 48-47 for the winner by split decision, and still Bellator lightweight world champion, Iron Michael Chandler. From Madison Square Garden tonight, live on pay-per-view, Miller Lite presents tonight's second world title fight here at Bellator NYC. 5 5-minute rounds for the Bellator Lightweight World Championship. Sanctioned by the New York State Athletic Commission. And now from the Garden, we introduce the blue corner first. At 5'10", weighing in 154.2 pounds. In his first challenge for a world title, he comes in undefeated with 7 wins, no defeats, fighting out of Eugene, Oregon. Introducing the challenger, Primus. And across the cage, the champion tonight fights out of the red corner at 5'8", weighing in 153.8 pounds. The two-time champion tonight in his 9th world title fight stands with 16 professional victories, 3 defeats. Originally from High Ridge, Missouri, he fights out of Lantana, Florida, presenting the defending Bellator lightweight world champion, Iron Michael Chandler. In charge of the action, your referee, Todd Anderson.
Obey my commands at all times. I expect an active fight this evening. If you wish to touch gloves, do so now.
Todd Anderson, the man assigned to oversee this Bellator lightweight championship fight. The champion Michael Chandler chasing Patricio Pitbull. In terms of all-time Bellator victories, a victory tonight, he will equal the mark. That's what it's all about, the Bellator lightweight championship. 5 5-minute rounds. Fight clock brought to you by Miller Lite, the original light beer. Cheers! It's Miller time. The champion, Michael Chandler, in the red gloves. The challenger, Brent Primus, in the blue gloves. Jimmy, you mentioned Chandler having issues in the later rounds. Well, thankfully for him, 6 of his previous 7 victories have come by KO or submission, including 4 in the first round.
And he starts so fast, most fighters just can't keep up. End up falling to his speed and power.
Chandler became a 2-time Bellator lightweight champion when he defeated Patricky Freire via knockout at Bellator 157 last June. And of course, coming off that successful title defense against Benson Henderson via split decision in what former Bellator announcer Sean Grandy called the best Bellator fight that he announced. And we wish our friend Sean all the best in his future endeavors. Oh, and Chandler knocked down by Primus, and he ate that knee.
That was a strange fall. That hurt his knee. That's why he fell.
Oh, and Primus attacking the lead leg
He's hurt.
of Chandler.
That ankle might be broken or twisted. He's in big trouble. His ankle went out on him.
And Primus, used to quick starts, all 5 wins by KO or submission have come in the opening round. And he is looking to make short work of Michael Chandler.
Chandler is in huge trouble right now. His lead leg is done.
And Chandler tried to check that low kick by Primus. Now trying to settle back into a rhythm, trying to get that blood circulating again, Jimmy.
But talk about having a...
Oh, yeah, he can hardly stand.
It keeps folding underneath him.
And you know that Brent Primus is going to do just that, continue to target the lead leg of Chandler.
This could not have started off any worse for Michael Chandler. That ankle just folding every time he tries to put weight on it. And with his style, he needs to put weight on it.
Now, do you agree that Brent Primus... Oh, good right hand! With the counter right hand from Chandler. And now Chandler looking to seize the opportunity. What an amazing start to this fight as Chandler continues to have problems with his left leg. Timeout now called by the referee.
Now, I don't understand that time. It's either over or it's not. You cannot stop it because of an injury. That should be over.
I do. You're absolutely right, Jimmy.
If he cannot continue, it's over.
He is potentially stealing glory from Brent Primus.
You got to wave it off. You cannot stop and have him check it out. That was a legal strike. It was done by legal strikes. It is over.
Chandler saying he can go all day. But, I mean, this is ridiculous. I'm sorry.
I've never seen this before. That was a horrible call by the ref. If he's that bad, fight's over. You can't stop and have an injury check because of a legal strike.
Well, there's no crying in baseball. There's no timeouts in MMA, Jimmy.
Yeah, it's true. Brent Primus over here yelling. He's right. Fight should be over if he can't continue.
And you know, I'm trying to add some levity, but this is serious stuff. Brent Primus should be the Bellator lightweight champion.
And to add insult to injury, they pulled the stool out from under him. That sucks.
Wow.
It's over.
And back-to-back shockers at Madison Square Garden. Brent Primus in his 8th professional fight. 8 is enough to become Bellator lightweight champion.
I cannot wait to see what caused it, because that ankle suddenly just could not bear any weight at all. Could have been a leg kick. Primus was leading with him. What did it? That did it.
Well,
oh my God.
And then he ate the knee, but
he took his leg back to avoid a kick, and it just crumpled under him. Don't watch this. If you've got a faint heart or a weak stomach, he stepped back to avoid the kick, and his ankle just folded. He could no longer put weight on it. There was nothing he could do at that point. And you can hear the crowd reacting to it. It just kept giving out on him. And just in case you want to see it again, it just constantly gave out on Chandler.
Ladies and gentlemen, the cage side physician waves off the contest due to injury. Official time 2 minutes 22 seconds into round number 1. The winner by TKO, and now the new Bellator lightweight world champion, Primus.
Our tale of the tape for this, our main event of the evening. The unbeaten champion, 1 year older than the former 2-time champion.
He is. You take a look at that reach, 73-inch reach to 69. Those 4 inches can mean a lot to Brent Primus in this fight.
The champion is Brent Primus. The challenger has held the title twice.
You ready to fight?
Michael Chandler. Here we go! A quick kick early from Primus. Red gloves for Primus, blue gloves for Chandler.
We always used to say in fighting, you know what, you need to take that first hit, and right now I think Brent Primus needs to take that first hit. He looks a little tight, a little anxious, just settle down.
Throwing a lot of his own kicks early. Chandler waiting for his opportunity to explode. Primus, kick after kick. Little slip and rip, but he missed on the return. And he's looking for that kick again.
He is, but you can see what Michael Chandler is doing with his footwork. Watch him as he's bouncing in and out. He's making a very nice, he's set down on that one, but he's making a good little adjustment on those kicks, and that's why you see a lot of Brett's kicks have been missing.
Going towards that lower leg. Primus, 33 years old. Chandler, 32 years old. 23rd professional fight for Chandler, just the 9th for Brent Primus. 90 seconds into the first of a potential 5.
Oh,
Big left hand lands, but the right return by Primus. Chandler connected big time.
Both need to settle down, but I'll tell you what, Michael absolutely hit Brett harder than Brett was able to touch Michael. Brett is still a little bit wobbly.
He's going after the finish early, and he has Primus's attention. Again, Chandler on top.
This is not a bad thing for Brent Primus right now. He is wobbly on his feet. He needs to just settle down, control, bring those legs up high, try to control the posture of Mike Chandler right now.
Michael Chandler, number 2, with 15 career wins inside the Bellator cage. Number 1 is Patricio Pitbull, the 2-time featherweight champion, with 16.
If Brent Primus can control the posture like he's doing right now with Michael Chandler, he's going to get all of that, that energy is going to settle down. That what he got hurt by is going to come back to him, but he just keeps on hooking his toes in that cage, trying to turn and create an angle.
Both men delivered shots early in the round. Chandler looking to do some damage inside the guard of Primus here.
Well, they both landed shots, but it was absolutely Chandler landed the shot that hurt Primus the most. That was the most telling blow, and that is why you're seeing Primus now on his back.
Primus trying to control the posture of Iron Michael Chandler. Primus earned his Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt in just 6 years. Began training at age 20. Gracie Baja.
Herb Dean's gonna have to do something about Brent Primus trying to grab with his toes. He can put his foot on that fencing material and push off, but he cannot grab hold of it with his toes to try to turn his position or control Mike Chandler.
Iron Mike trying to break the will of Primus here early.
You know, that's right in front of us, Mike, and you can hear those are heavy shots that Brent Primus is getting dealt by Mike Chandler right now.
Another big elbow from Michael Chandler.
This is saying a lot because look, if Brent is going to be on his back, this is the time, if you want to try to go for a submission, is to start to go for it before Michael Chandler is really sweaty and really wet, because it's going to be hard as the rounds go on.
10th time, Chandler's been scheduled for 5. Second time, Primus has been scheduled for 5. The first one lasted 2:22.
Yeah, he's never been there, and that is a big disadvantage. You never know for sure what it's like until you do it.
If it gets that far.
Watch
True.
those toes. Those are 5.
Big start for the former champion. Final seconds of round number 1.
You can push off. Just do me a favor. Keep your toes out. I don't want to get involved with this.
Goldie, here's that right hand that misses, but watch the left hand. Bing, right on the chin, puts Primus down, and then you had that exchange, and it was not a punch by Primus. It was almost a clash of heads that actually put Primus down and Chandler down.
Round 2. Michael Chandler, Big John obviously got round 1 on your scorecard.
No doubt about it, dominated that round, almost closing in on a 10-8.
Brent Primus, his brother, a veteran. Brandon served in the Marines. He's here tonight. His stepdad in the Army. Chandler trying to get back what he believes has always been his.
I love the fact that Primus, he's throwing a lot of things out, but it's the speed difference that you're seeing between Michael Chandler and Brent Primus. That is what is creating the problem now for Primus. He is having a hard time dealing with the speed of Michael Chandler.
Primus has not fought a ton, but he's never lost either. Good body shot, clean.
You can see that he's doing damage to that leg, though. He keeps on going after that kick, and you can see that Michael Chandler's left leg is starting to get a little bit pink, a little bit red.
And you know what? It doesn't have to go out. Oh, he got caught.
He did.
He got caught with a left hand shot.
He's on his
Primus on top. Primus just rocked Chandler.
Primus needs to settle down, relax in this position. Don't go crazy. Just take your time and work for that submission.
Trying to lock it in. Can he get it here? Brent Primus
does not have it right now, Mike. Mike Chandler better get rid of that arm or he's in trouble.
And he does, at least for now. We got ourselves a fight.
We have seen Michael Chandler in this position with Eddie Alvarez before, and that's exactly what he does.
That was a big shot landed by Primus. But now he has a big problem like he had in round number 1, and that is Chandler in top position.
Well, you can see that Michael Chandler's trying to hide his head right now, trying to gain some time, get his breath back, because look at, although that choke didn't work, it absolutely was tight and was putting pressure on him.
And he got rocked.
He did.
Michael Chandler has never been submitted in his professional career. Big, heavy
punches from Chandler from the top, able to posture up. And now the closed guard again to Primus.
Good job of Primus to get him back to guard because he actually had passed into half guard. Primus brings him back.
Primus said in the first fight he gave Chandler way too much respect.
Well, Primus is going to have a problem. If he cannot control the posture of Michael Chandler, he cannot stay on the ground with a guy throwing the shots with the power that Michael Chandler is bringing.
And as we've seen over the years, Chandler doesn't need a lot of space to do a ton of damage.
No, he is showing that he has a very solid ground game, big ground and pound. And when he brings his shots in, he brings power.
Go, fight.
Michael Chandler,
Fight, keep fighting, keep fighting.
4 career losses. 2 of them were split decision losses. A 4th round TKO and that 1st round loss to Brent Primus 538 days ago. Just over a minute on the clock here in round number 2.
Got a small cut on Chandler, and I believe it was a clash of heads as he was coming down. Brent was bringing his head up, and there was a clash of heads that caused that cut.
Chandler looking to become a 3-time Bellator lightweight world champion. Good ground and pound again here in round 2. There's some bruising on the forehead of Primus from all this heavy ground and pound from Chandler.
Primus now holding on. He's controlling the posture, but this is not going to do any good for him. He has got to open up that guard and attack him.
Chandler teeing off. Primus did a good job blocking that flurry. But another round Iron Mike.
Fight.
Round 3. Both men have landed big shots. Chandler in round 1, Primus in round 2.
Both men have put each other on their butts in this fight. This has turned into a great battle between these two.
Big swing and a miss. And partner, I was starting to say when Primus connected with Chandler that he doesn't have to, you know, deactivate the leg like he did in that first fight. He can Benson Henderson if he wants to and continue to just take that leg away systematically.
Absolutely, and you know, keep going after it. I honestly believe, I think Michael Chandler would be better off being in closer range to Brent Primus and not allowing Primus to have that length on him. There's all kinds of ranges in fighting. We've got our kicking range, we've got our punching range. I would want him to come inside of that and utilize that range inside, that he could be damaged to Brent Primus and not have that long, that jab that Brent Primus is using. Good right hand by Chandler, but he keeps going back to the well too many times trying to land that big right hand.
Able to get back on top. A lot of training partners and coaches from Hawaii here cheering for Brent Primus tonight. Born in Eugene, Oregon. Trains at Performance Martial Arts in Eugene. His home gym since he was a white belt.
You see Primus trying to bring that leg over on top of Chandler's arm. You're going to see Chandler stand up and pull it out. There you go. This is where it becomes very difficult for the submissions to start to take place because of the sweat. There's nothing to hold on to at times, and the guy has to make a mistake for you to be able to latch onto that. And when that happens, it's a moment of time for you to catch onto it.
And oh, by the way, not that Primus can't finish this fight in the 3rd, 4th, or potentially 5th round, but all 6 of his career finishes came in round number 1. We're well past that weight and that point now, and we're just past the midway point of this championship fight. And we've seen a lot of this, Big John.
It's going to be interesting to see what Herb Dean does. He keeps on pulling his foot off of that cage, and he's telling him, don't put your toes in the cage. But Primus keeps going back to it.
Michael Chandler said, if I believe it was a fluke, if it was fact or fiction, the first time, it doesn't matter. He said, I did train for this fight like Brent Primus was the #1 lightweight in the world.
Well, he better, because right now, Brent Primus is the #1 light heavyweight in this cage. And he has got to prove that, you know what, no, I am, and that's what he's trying to do right now.
Under 90 seconds on the clock here in round number 3.
Take a look at the hematoma that you can see on Brent Primus's forehead.
I referenced that earlier. Yeah, it's getting worse.
It's getting worse. It's opening. It is starting to. What's happened is you get a vein inside. It's obvious on the outside of the skull, and it gets crushed, and it starts pumping blood, and that blood will continue to pump until that pressure in that skin equalizes what his blood pressure is.
Wow, Dr. McCarthy.
Nice movement by Brent Primus, trying to go for the leg. Good attack, but Michael Chandler, he is a guy that understands all of these positions. His jiu-jitsu is strong, his wrestling is strong, and he's got incredible base. And when you have a guy that's got great base, man, he's hard to move off of you.
Yeah, Primus was up, out, if you will, for about 4 seconds before Chandler transitioned once again.
Well, the real question is, we're going to be going into the 4th round. This is a round that Michael Chandler has been to many times. Brent Primus is not. What is he thinking?
Michael Chandler has gone the full 5 rounds 3 times. We are set for round number 4, championship round number 1. Question is, how does Brent Primus control Michael Chandler's ability to put him on his back? Because it's happened in all 3 rounds.
Well, I do think that his coaches were giving him good advice of, hey, man, I need you to go back after hitting that leg. That front leg is out there. I need you to do something.
Primus came out quickly. Chandler was ready. Championship rounds. 4th round for the first time in the career of Brent Primus. See the bruising on the lead leg on the outside, lower leg of Michael Chandler. But he seems to be moving very well still. Lead left hook.
Chandler leaves his hands down low when he extends out with that right hand. He needs to be very careful.
Another takedown. Of course, Michael Chandler, teammates with 2-time Olympian, 2000 silver medalist, former Bellator welterweight champion Ben Askren, and UFC welterweight champion, Strikeforce star Tyron Woodley at the University of Missouri. His wrestling credentials, obviously outstanding, Division I All-American.
There's no doubt that Michael Chandler is a great wrestler, a great fighter. But I'll tell you what, something was fed to those guys in Missouri during that time, man. Between Askren, Woodley, Chandler, they got a group. What you're seeing, you're seeing Michael Chandler try to turn his hip to get past that foot. Brent Primus is a great jiu-jitsu practitioner, great black belt, understands how to control the guard. But the biggest problem he has is he cannot get Michael Chandler off of him.
Michael Chandler named his adopted son Hap Whitaker, named after the old Missouri wrestling coach Hap Whitney. Michael won the Hap Whitney Award twice during his days at Mizzou. Three minutes on the clock, round 4.
know, Chandler's being busy right here, and that's why Herb Dean is allowing this to continue. He's not just sitting in guard, going body, body, head. He is trying to move position. He's trying to pass guard. He's not being successful, but is he trying? Is he trying to progress that position?
Let's work.
That's why now you see Herb Dean says, let's work, and you see Michael Chandler going back to trying to pass the guard, although he's not successful in doing it.
Past the midway point of round 4.
Posturing up here, keeping his head down on Primus. This is a good technique. But with that position of him posturing up, that opens things up for Primus, but he's got to open that guard to attack.
Neutralizing doesn't score you points.
It does nothing for you. Being on the bottom right now for Primus, especially doing what he's doing by body triangling here, putting the triangle over the body in guard, only tells the judge you're trying to be defensive. You're trying to hold on to him. You're not trying to do any kind of submission. That's not going to get you anywhere.
And you pointed out that Chandler's staying busy enough that Herb Dean's letting him fight here in this position on the ground.
And if you're looking at the way you could score this fight, you could maybe possibly give Primus that second round, but the first and the third and now the fourth is going to Chandler. So if you're thinking about possibly getting a decision from these judges, it's slipping away quickly.
Michael Chandler has gone the full 5 rounds 3 times. He is 1-2 in those fights. Both losses by split decision to Eddie Alvarez and Will Brooks. The win was a split decision victory over Benson Henderson. Right now, we're not looking towards a split. If this pattern continues for another almost 6 minutes.
Well, one of the things that we've always talked about with Chandler is he does come out and he fights fast and he runs himself at 100 miles an hour and sometimes burns himself out. That's where Benson Henderson almost got him, near the end of that fight. In this type of fight, with what he's doing with Primus, Michael Chandler can do this for a long, long time. He's going to come out in the 5th round and he's still going to have a lot of energy and be very strong. Good job of coming up. If he gets that second, that goes right out. But a good attempt by Brett Primus to try to make something happen.
15 seconds. Primus trying to do some type of damage from his back.
I think Brett Primus's corner has, told him, hey man, you're behind, you gotta go for it here. Why leave it in the cage, man? Do everything you can to take him out in this round.
5th and final round. The champion in the red gloves, the former champion on Big John's scorecard, has won every single round. He is in the blue gloves. Primus, first and foremost, needs to stay on his feet.
That was a nice body shot followed by another one. Back to the takedown, and that's that difference in that wrestling level. Chael talked about Brett Primus being a good wrestler, and he is, but he's not of the level of Michael Chandler.
Eight fights in 8 years. 14 fights, including his amateur career, in 13 years. Primus on the verge of being defeated for the first time as a professional. He was 13-1 as an amateur. But anything can happen in these final 3 minutes and 50 seconds, partner.
Primus trying to work towards that omoplata here. He's got his leg in position, but Michael is stopping his hips with the arm that he's being attacked with. Primus is going to have to decide, do I want to stay with this or do I want to try to create a scramble and get out? Because right now, he does not have it. You guys need to work out. See Chandler pulling out of that omoplata, right back into guard. This is what I'm talking about. You see Primus He's sitting up. He's trying to create things. He's just getting stymied by Michael Chandler understanding the position and putting him back onto his back.
Under 3 minutes. Michael Chandler looking to pull even with Patricio Pitbull with his 16th career win inside the Bellator cage. He would become the 3-time lightweight champion. Past the midway point of our 5th and final round. Wrestling 101, ground and pound 201.
Again, Primus looking for that omoplata, trying to set something up. It's just not there for him. Brent Primus has shown, man, he's a tough guy. He has taken a lot of big shots on the ground, and he is still trying to move his hips and still trying to create openings to try to get something on Michael Chandler.
Under 2 minutes now. Something spectacular needs to happen for Primus now.
It has happened before, but I won't go into too many details. Keep my buddy here tonight.
He knows. It has happened, but you know, look at, you got to give it to Brent Primus. He has come out here, he has tried to defend his belt. Michael Chandler has just been just a little too fast, a little too strong, a little bit too explosive in putting him on his back, and Brent was not able to do the things that he thought he could do off of his back against Chandler.
But what we've learned tonight, and what I think the world wasn't certain of because of these long lapses of inactivity for Brent Primus, is that he is a high-level, real-deal fighter.
Oh, there's no doubt. Brent Primus is the real deal. This man can fight. He is tough. He is durable. I mean, you look at the shots he's taking. He's dangerous. He's still, look at what he's doing right here, trying to push Michael Chandler off, trying to get himself back to his feet. This is proof that Brent Primus is the real deal.
Michael Chandler, just the superior fighter. 538 days since fight number 1. 10 seconds remain.
Almost looks like Primus is going for a go-go plata there. Good attempt. Oh, big knee.
Final seconds of the fight. And they go the distance.
Look at that nice body shot, but also a kick from Brent Primus. But that's the left hand in the beginning of the fight. They put Primus down. We had a little exchange here. This is the story of the fight. Michael Chandler being able to control where the fight was going to be played out. That's the shot that Primus landed in. Almost had a situation where he had a great choke in place, but Michael Chandler was able to tough his way out of it, turn the position, end up landing big shots against Brent Primus in that position, and then through the rest of the fight, that wrestling ability is what took it to this championship match. He was able to put him on his back. He was able to control exactly where the fight was fought and how it was fought, and that's why I think Michael Chandler is going to be the Bellator lightweight champion. Again.
The decision is in. Here is Michael C. Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, having gone the distance in tonight's world title fight, we go to your 3 judges at cage side. All 3 judges, Michael Bell, Eric Colon, Ron McCarthy, all see it exactly the same, 50-45 for the winner by unanimous decision. And now the new and 3-time Bellator lightweight world champion, Iron Michael Chandler.
Got the records up there because these are two of the greatest fighters in Bellator history. Look at the height difference and look at the reach difference. Patricio needs to get inside of that range on Michael Chandler.
All right, gentlemen, I need you to protect yourself at all times. Obey my commands at all times. Fight hard, don't fight clean. If you want to touch gloves, do it now. All right, back up, let's get going.
Nice to see the touch of gloves. Momentary respite from the hostilities that are about to ensue. There it is, the Bellator Lightweight Championship. It will be up for grabs.
Patricio, you ready?
Patricio Pitbull's featherweight title not on the line, and immediately Patricio Pitbull takes the center of the cage. He's in the blue gloves. Michael Chandler in the red gloves.
It will be very interesting to see which guy starts to get emotional here, or if both keep themselves composed during the start of this fight.
Chandler talked about the fact that we promoted as bad blood, hyping the fight up. He says bad blood in between blood. He says there will be blood, and it will be at the expense of Patricio Pitbull tonight. But it's all business for Michael Chandler.
Well, when you look at this as a whole, what does Michael Chandler have to win? His title is the one that's on the line. It's not Patricio's. Patricio is the guy, he's the lighter fighter. Michael Chandler is supposed to win this fight, but that is just easy to say and a lot harder to do.
You've watched MMA, right?
A couple times.
The unpredictable! Chandler gets rocked by Patricio Pitbull! You talk about unpredictable! The referee has intervened, and Patricio Pitbull has done it! Makes Bellator history lightning quick! And yet, Michael Chandler wondering again, what just happened, John?
We're gonna have to see that again, but Michael Chandler definitely got clipped with a shot. He got hurt, he went down, and Pitbull went after him, and that's what a champion does. Take a look at this shot, watch the shot, it goes right behind his ear. Boom, that happened to Cain Velasquez against Junior Dos Santos. Look at him go down, he sees the shot,
misses.
He starts to duck. Look at what he does, nothing, all of a sudden he wakes back up. You could look and say, was he out?
Was he out, exactly.
It's hard to tell, but that shot definitely disrupts him, puts him down, and he is hurt. He misses with that follow-up shot, but these right here, there's no response. No response until the referee comes in and you see him come up, because Michael doesn't move until that referee comes in, and they come in and his movement is at the same time.
Wow.
Ladies and gentlemen, inside the Bellator cage, referee Rob Madrigal steps in, waves off the contest due to strikes officially. 1 minute, 1 second into round number 1. The winner by knockout, the new Bellator lightweight champion, and now reigning two-weight class Bellator world champion, Patricio Pitbull.
Tape for this lightweight world championship fight. A 74.5-inch reach to 71. Queally needs to keep him on the outside. Pitbull has to get on the inside to unleash that power.
Gentlemen, these 5 rounds under the unified rules. We know those rules in the back on a good fight. If you like, touch gloves now.
The prize. The Warriors.
Ready, fight! Ready, fight! Let's go!
And it's on.
Pitbull needs to get back to that kick that he was landing so well again on the leg of Peter Queally. You see Queally already starting to take, and he's looking for that tie check, knowing that it's coming, but he's got to go back to it because he was very effective with it in the first fight.
Overhand right by Patricky. Leg kicks really did a lot of damage. Peter Queally talked about that. One of the many beautiful things about this main event and this title fight tonight is in a sport in which we all get carried away with the histrionics and I hate this guy and I hate that guy. There is nothing but respect between these two, between the Pitbull brothers. Even Patricio's reaction, you saw Peter Queally after the first fight say, we'll watch it together. And later that night, Patricio went up to him and said, you know what, those weren't illegal elbows.
Absolutely, that was what you saw from Patricio right there. Queally has such a high guard. He needs to start going to the body. He landed a very nice, clean right hand to the body, and he needs to go back to that attack that you just saw as often as he can.
The judges did see the first fight going Queally's way. They were very, very close rounds.
You know, they were close rounds, but if you're taking a look at the damaging shots overall, yes, Patricio had a head cut, but it was due to an elbow. It was a good elbow, but it wasn't those kind of elbows that were going to knock you out. It caused the cut. But when you look at all the leg kicks and all of the things that Patricio was landing, I actually had Patricio up, but Queally was coming on. And so the question remains, who was going to actually win that fight if it wasn't stopped? Patricio doing a great job of going to the body again.
Just trying to lower that guard ever so much.
Well, the one thing about Peter Queally is, look, he has never been stopped in a fight. He is tough, he's durable, and when he comes out to zombie, I don't like to say he's a zombie as far as a person, but as a fighter, he's one of those guys you got to take his head off to actually stop him.
We talked about the body shots. We've been talking about it for a couple of weeks. You talked about it during the first fight, and look at the damage they've already done.
You can see the redness, but you can also see Peter has landed a very good right hand on Patricio. Patricio believes that he hurt Peter in that exchange, but take a look at the left side of Patricio's face. It's looking red also, so there's some shots being landed.
Peter Queally very open about the damage the leg kicks did, and very open about the fact that he thinks that Patricio's going to come out and he just has to get through this first round. And the longer the fight goes, he's more and more comfortable.
I believe he's right in the fact that, you know, looking at the history of both guys, he's the guy as the fight goes into later rounds. He's the one that gets stronger while Patricio starts to slow down his progression. His offense becomes less and less because he does get tired. He's a fast twitch, muscle fiber type athlete. That's why he's got that power.
No experience in the 5-round fights. That title fight with Michael Chandler ended in the first round.
Now that fight against Chandler was something that, look, someone was going to go to sleep. It just happened that Michael landed that shot first. Well placed, great win. But Queally needs to just keep making Pitbull work. And the more that he can walk him down and push him backwards, don't let Pitbull come forward. If you can start to push him backwards, you know you're starting to affect him in the fight.
That Chandler fight was in St. Louis, fought David Rickels in Kansas, but there is no road game like this road game tonight. Combination.
Very nice ending shot with the right hand to the body. Pitbull needs to stop bringing the shots as far as looping shots to the outside and start throwing those looping shots to the body and straight shots down the middle.
Through one.
Take a look at Queally here. Beautiful jab straight down the pipe, and that's what Peter Queally will do. He doesn't throw a ton of looping shots. He likes to come straight shots down the middle, and they get there faster. Again, nice leg kick. That's going to pay dividends and have effects as this fight goes on. But Pitbull actually came on and started landing these body shots, coming up a little bit too high on that second one, but the body shots were the difference in the round. Pitbull landed some very clean body shots throughout this round. Queally landed some good shots. Overall, Pitbull landed the ones with more power. I would give him that round.
And when we saw the difference of the first fight, Peter Queally already defending Patricki's leg kicks that we saw all throughout the first fight.
Absolutely defending him from the start. You saw him bringing that leg up, looking for the check.
Patricio has always used those effectively, the heavy leg kicks, whereas Patricki's knockouts have been explosive. They've been one-punch knockouts. You were in the cage for the Ryan Couture one, one of the scariest ones you've ever seen.
Almost took his head off with that shot. He's got that type of power. Just what you just saw right there. He can explode at any moment, but he needs to be in a position to conserve that for the right moment. And this is the right thing by Peter Queally. Start to back him up. If you see Queally backing Pitbull up.
I hope. Remember, there was a low blow early in round 1 of the first fight.
Stay right here for one moment,
that
okay?
Came during the feeling out process. Right there.
Patricki needs to just take his time here. Don't hurry himself back into the fight. Clear his eye out. Take the time that it needs so he can get his vision back, because you have to be able to see to be able to fight well.
How are you feeling?
We've seen fights end this way. You see the concerned expression on Peter Queally's face.
Do you feel like it's going to clear?
Pretty good rake at that left
I could
eye.
have the doctor come in. Yes? Okay, stay right there for
What
me,
Kevin
all right?
McDonald is telling me, I'm going to try to give you time.
We have
You
a
think if I
doctor.
give you time, your eye's going to clear out? And Patricki was saying, yeah, he was starting to see two images, but he's starting to clear up. Just give him some time, and that's what Kevin McDonald is doing.
Doctor, right behind you.
You can take a look. It's always the defensive action that tends to become that eye poke situation. A guy has someone coming in to attack him. They extend the arm to keep that range. And
That's what it is. It happens. Just chill out, man.
Patricki is trying to explain to the doctor what he is seeing or not seeing out of that eye. What are the options here, John? What's the checklist?
well, the big thing is there's not so much time that you can just stay forever. You've got a 5-minute period right now, and he's got to get this fight going within that 5-minute period, which he's doing. So that it can continue. If it went past the 5-minute period, the fight is over. There's nothing you can do. So right now the doctor has said that he can compete. That means that Kevin McDonald's going to get that door closed. Well, he's bringing it back just to take the moisture off of his face and from his eye. And we're going to get this fight going again.
You can see the redness.
Nice job by Kevin McDonald to give him time. I like when you see a referee give the fighter all the time that they can take so they can really clear that vision out.
The stakes are too high.
Really being very effective with his low leg kick. You see that thigh of Pitbull is starting to really start to swell up. He's got a lot of markings on it.
That's his lead side. There's the leg kick. We're almost reminding Queally to get it up in a check position. A big shot by Patricki Pitbull. Peter Queally down. He's in some trouble. He's never trouble. He's got to move. Patricki Pitbull. 11 years in the Bellator cage, and he has brought the Pitbull brothers back to the top of the mountain.
That was a clean right hand that hurt Peter Queally. You can see he is on just wobbly legs. He can't get himself under control. Pitbull is just attacking, going after him. And right here, when he's just starting to crank off with right hands and there's no movement and no exchange, referee Kevin McDonald stops the fight. Queally was in real trouble. When you see someone falling down like that, trying to move, trying to get themselves up, and cannot, now no response, that's a good stoppage, that's a big win, and we have a new lightweight champion in Pitbull by the name of Patricki.
Ladies and gentlemen, inside the Bellator cage, it comes to an end. 1 minute, 5 seconds into round number 2. The winner by knockout. And now the new Bellator lightweight world champion, the Brazil, Pitbull.
You can take a look at the numbers in the age, 36 compared to 24. The records are there. It's that 5'11". Usman is a very tall fighter, and he fights tall, and that can become a problem for Patricky if he can't get inside.
All right, gentlemen, this is 5 rounds for the Bellator lightweight title. We went over the rules in the back. I want a good, clean fight. If you'd like, touch gloves now, and the best of luck to you. Return to your corners.
The maiden voyage for Patricky Pitbull as lightweight champion. It's all about the belt, and for Pitbull, looking to knock off Nurmagomedov, hand him his first defeat. This is the first time that Nurmagomedov is competing in a 5-round fight. Round number 1. And we are underway from the Wynn Trust Arena in Chicago, Illinois. Nurmagomedov, who has a crafty cavalcade of kicks in his arsenal, goes that route to initiate contact.
And one of the things with the Pitbull brothers, they like to take the center of the cage and then let their opponent come to them and throw counters on them. If you are Patricky in this fight, you cannot just stand in the center. You've got to actually push forward and crush that space, or else you're going to be facing all of these different kicks that will be coming your way.
Yeah, Patricky Pitbull wants to make his presence known in the pocket, but he has to navigate a minefield of strikes from Nurmagomedov, who is able to transition and just be fluid and dynamic, and again already showing how many different kicks in the first minute.
That's exactly right. It's just gonna continue to build. We've seen when Usman gets confident in a fight, it is not a good thing for their opponent. Things just start going downhill fast for him.
Nurmagomedov going back and forth to orthodox, now southpaw, looking for that side kick, and the crowd here in Chicago chanting. There is Patricio Pitbull, the reigning featherweight champion, who well avenged his brother's loss to Michael Chandler, becoming lightweight champion, and then vacating the title in order to give his older brother an opportunity to live his dream as the Bellator king of the lightweight division. And of course, a knockout victory tonight would break the tie with Michael Venom Page and make him the KO king in Bellator MMA with 11. But that's easier said than done against a guy who's yet to taste defeat, and already the kicks beginning to deliver dividends.
That was a nice check by Usman on that kick by Patricky. We'll see how much he continues to throw his kick now based upon that check.
Inside kick, and there's an oblique kick, and again he's able to, with one sequence with the same foot, do 2 or 3 different kicks.
And you got to figure right now, he's probably kicked somewhere between 10 to 15 times, maybe 20.
I can tell you right now, he is 12 of 420 according to our stats. So well done, Mr. McCarthy. Meanwhile, Pitbull 2 for 2, but it is a kicking clinic early on for Usman Nurmagomedov, the challenger.
And those kicks tell you one thing. We talked about the range and distance. Yes. That means that he has established, he's been able to maintain that range and distance, and that is not a good marker for Patricky in winning this fight. You have got to crush that distance. You're going to have to go inside, step inside, and throw your hands.
Speaking of steps, John, what about the footwork of Nurmagomedov? It's so incredibly physical.
And this little boy, see, everyone looks at the way Habib used to fight, and look, he was fantastic. But they are different fighters. One loves the stand-up, one loves the ground. And you can see how much time and effort Usman has put into his stand-up game, because when he wants to flow, he just moves very well. Always balanced.
Started Muay Thai when he's 7, freestyle wrestling at 8, MMA at 11. So again, the generation that is born into MMA, and there's that striking from the champion Patricky Pitbull. Unleashed a 2-punch combination, but continues to be tagged on the lead leg, and there's a head kick with the left leg of Nurmagomedov.
That was a nice step in attack by Patricky, but he's got to maintain. Once he steps inside, don't let that separation occur. Keep pressing forward and use your hands to do damage.
Final minute of the first. Nurmagomedov fighting at range, resets. Patricky Pitbull, cognizant of the fact that this youngster can attack at different angles and different ways.
You got to figure Usman spent over 3 months in Abu Dhabi training with Islam Makhachev, both of them having championship fights. And so everything that he did there and all of the wrestling defense work he did against Islam is only going to pay off for him here against Patricky if Patricky works for his takedown.
Makhachev, new UFC champion, and you look at AKA, which has been a pipeline of champions. Habib Nurmagomedov, Cain Velasquez, Daniel Cormier, Luke Rockhold, and of all of those fighters, Javier Mendez, the trainer, thinks Usman Nurmagomedov may be the best.
He says a lot.
Speaking of Javier Mendez, giving Nurmagomedov instructions in between rounds while Patricio Pitbull was helping his brother. There is Javier Mendez, longtime trainer, kickboxing great in his own right, and AKA.
Gentlemen, round that's 2. His brother Usman.
Who's
I'm sorry, Umar. That's Umar. Yeah. Usman's brother behind.
And now bantamweight in the UFC. They're everywhere, John. They are taking over the sport, and it's incredible to witness, and just how incredibly popular the Dagestani contingent is. Getting a very good reception here in Chicago, and Nurmagomedov now with that stance. There's a kick to the midsection of Patricky Pitbull. Pitbull still kind of just taxiing on the runway. Has had that one moment in the first round, stepped in, delivered the 1-2, but very hard to try to close the distance and try to get on track here as he goes for an oblique kick.
There he is. That's a nice explosion from him. But again, you've got to use your feet to get inside. You can't lunge over.
And of course, with all of the kicks coming from different angles and different distances, Patricky would be trying to maybe time it with a counter or maybe catch it. He goes inside with a low kick. Let's face it, Patricky Pitbull also a BJJ black belt. We talked about it, John. What would be the chance of a guy who known for his power wants to knock out Nurmagomedov, but would it be wise for him to try to take it to the ground against a guy who's also been very, very proficient in grappling?
Look, if you're an MMA fighter, it's much easier to fight someone that's not going to try to take you down anytime, because then all you're doing is fighting the stand-up. If you at least try to take him down and make him think about it, then he has to at least deal with that instead of just dealing with the strikes. There's more for him to think about. It slows down his offense. It's a good thing. I just don't, oh, that was a
beautiful setting up the takedown as he baited him with that left hand. An incredible transition, and Nurmagomedov has the takedown on Pitbull.
And that was a beautiful counter hand. If you watch Usman land on Patricky, that snapped his head back. Watch that left hand, man. That left hand just blasted.
Using the left hand to set up the takedown. And as we near the midway point of the second, we'll see how the champion is able to work from his back, controlling the posture of the challenger. Hammer fist, short hammer fist, and an elbow from Nurmagomedov. So trying to do damage to the champion, not just laying and praying here. Of course, dynamic Dagestani fighter.
A lot of shoulder pressure. This is something you're working out with someone like Makhachev. That's a guy that can create an unbelievable amount of pressure. You learn when you're working with someone like that how to create your own pressure. Usman on top is not good. I said from the beginning, whichever fighter ends up in the top position, it's not good for their opponent. And right now, Pitbull needs to work his way out.
Elbow from Nurmagomedov, and Pitbull trying to do just that, trying to perhaps use the fence, but he's now back in a supine position courtesy of Nurmagomedov.
See, every one of these elbows you see Usman landing, that just, it's like punching a hole in the gas tank. It damages you. It just starts to make you slower. And that's something that Pitbull cannot give up in this fight.
Well, commentary between the two fighters. Body head with the right hand of Nurmagomedov.
If Usman is talking, he got that habit from his cousin, Khabib, who used to talk to every one of his opponents. I did enough of his fights, and he would sit there telling them, "You need to quit. I'm going to smash you. Just stop."
I'm trying to smash Patricky Pitbull here. Pitbull, meanwhile, desperately trying to get out from underneath, but Usman Nurmagomedov continuing to feed the elbows, and the right hand's under the armpit now of the champion.
You see that beautiful lacing of the arm that he's got on that left arm.
Nurmagomedov looking to get the hooks in.
What a beautiful transition. Look how he sliced that knee inside. He's looking for the choke.
He's got 5 submission victories, including 2 rear naked chokes. Pitbull has lost via submission once against Lloyd Woodard back at Bellator 62, 10 years ago. And it looks like Patricky Pitbull may be able to survive round 2, but it's all Usman Nurmagomedov. Will he survive? Elbows from up top, and what a dominant round for the challenger, John.
Absolutely, that was a big round for Usman Nurmagomedov, and that last sequence was
everything
brutal.
is beautiful.
Pops his head back, John, and
that was that left hand that popped his head straight back, but a beautiful transition from the striking, dropping down, changing levels into him, takes him down, and then take a look at this. Mounted position, just lighting him up with big elbow strikes.
A lot of supporters here at Wintrust Arena in Chicago, Illinois, playing host to its first Bellator MMA event, the first of our 2 championship fights tonight.
Gentlemen, round 3.
That round right there just gave Usman a ton of confidence.
A ton of respect by Nurmagomedov as they start round 3. He starts from southpaw again, Pine with the jab, oblique kick, and there, that Patricky Pitbull trying to initiate the explosive attack, John. And again, defending the takedown attempt there as strike totals all Nurmagomedov.
82 of 113, 7 of 7.
73%.
Unbelievable.
Body kick by Nurmagomedov. Right kick to the face by Nurmagomedov.
Right now, Nurmagomedov is just breaking Pitbull down, just slowly diminishing him with every shot that he's landing. Pitbull can't figure out the way to break that distance.
Any suggestions?
It's a whole lot easier to say than it is to do, but he's got to take chances now. He's got to say, hey, I've got to step inside. And when he steps inside, move your feet inside, bring your head off that center line, and start throwing shots straight down the pipe. Uppercuts are good.
Left, and of course that right hand of Patricky Pitbull, his money shot. There's Nurmagomedov again, just keeping his lead hand from southpaw, John, just out there, keeping Pitbull thinking, keeping him at bay. And there's a side kick to the breadbasket by Nurmagomedov.
He's showing you the respect that he has for that right hand power of Pitbull. Look at where his left hand is. It's right up, right covered.
It's supposed to be, right?
The entire time. Exactly.
Now the fight IQ of this 24-year-old, and again it goes all the way back to the patriarch, the late Abdulmanap Nurmagomedov, the father of Habib Nurmagomedov, and what he was able to accomplish with the youngsters and the family and the surrounding area. And championship, looking to become an undefeated champion, and there is Javier Mendez and other members of the camp.
That's Abu Bakr there. You see it up front. These guys train together. They live together. They do everything together, and everything is just about helping each other. You got to give, and they're going to give back, and you can see the results, and that's what they've learned from Abu Bakr.
Habib Usman, Umar, and Abu Bakr, 76-3-1. That's mixed martial arts. Incredible record.
And honestly, if you talk about that record, it's Abu Bakr that has the 3 losses and the 1 draw. All the rest of them are undefeated.
In the third, Nurmagomedov content to be at this distance, switching stances and again looking to land the kick upstairs. Patricky Pitbull trying to move forward but forced on his back foot. Now he switches stances.
We talked at the beginning of this fight, the whole element of the range and how he's got to crush that. He has not figured out a way to do it as of this 3rd round.
Nurmagomedov just landed the jab with the right hand and misses with the
1-2. Nice hard kick to the body by Pitbull. He's doing more of that.
And there, Nurmagomedov again, he's the one crashing into the range. And he has just landed his 100th strike of the fight. He's thrown 147. Meanwhile, for the champion, 12 of 31 thus far. Paltry output, thanks to the pressure and the kicking attack of Nurmagomedov. So we are headed to the championship rounds, and again, the first time that the challenger's in a 5-round fight.
What's up? Clean break.
Incredibly high by any means, but it's been Usman Nurmagomedov, and we appreciate the respect, but the fans would like to see them get it on here, John.
Why can't you like your opponent? Take a look at the total strikes here, 102 of 152 at 67%.
Well, there it's using the speed, but there Pitbull able to escape the takedown attempt because it was a naked shot.
That's right. That is the difference. When you shoot that naked shot comparatively without utilizing your hands to set it up, it is a much more difficult thing to do against a guy that knows how to wrestle. So Usman has shown he's had a very good attack with his hands, has set those takedowns up well, and in the 2nd round when he got it, you saw how well he did on the ground.
And we just saw a nice inside calf kick by the challenger again, wearing down the lead leg of the champion, Patricky Pitbull. And Pitbull fires off an inside kick that Nurmagomedov absorbed. Side kick. Nurmagomedov racking up the points. Beautiful combination, yes, by the challenger on the face of the champion, Patricky Pitbull, and his face is busted up.
Pitbull doesn't like having his back against the fence, so you know when you see him getting close to that fence, he's not comfortable with what's happening in the fight.
Double jab from Nurmagomedov, and Pitbull coming forward, but unable to score anything of note. And again, that continued movement by Nurmagomedov, moving in and out of range. And continues to just wear him down with kicks.
And I'm telling you, I'm very impressed with Patricky and what the kind of condition that he's in, because all those shots with the kicks that Usman has landed to the body, that front kick, the side kick, all of it.
I mean, the numbers are astronomical for Nurmagomedov in terms of his domination. There's a body kick by the champion. 2 minutes left in the penultimate round, and Champ resets, hands down, backing up. Nurmagomedov flicks the front kick to the midsection, and Patricky Pitbull just...
But you notice how he was leaning more. You saw how he was leaning forward as he was coming forward, because his feet were planted. He's trying to land with power. He's got to slide his feet in to those situations so he can come with more than just that 1-2. He can get to the 3-4.
It's almost as if the champion may even be in a way trying to bait Nurmagomedov, you know, putting it down, because you wonder who's going to lead the dance. Right. We know that Pitbull's an effective counter-striker as well, especially as you mentioned with that right hand.
Yeah, he has been throughout his career, but in this fight, Usman has him where he is unsure exactly what's coming, where it's coming, and when he should throw.
Yeah, a moment for Pitbull to again throw a combination with Nurmagomedov darting in and out. Just 50 seconds left in the fourth. And there again, the kick connects to the face. The feints being employed by Nurmagomedov.
Pitbull's got to commit. He's got to sit down and say, hey, look, I'm behind this fight. I need to start making some big movements towards Usman to land with the power that I have, because he does. He's got power in each hand. Doesn't matter if it's the right or left. If it lands, it can hurt Usman or put him out.
Let's go!
5 minutes left in this fight, John. I just got asked. Part of the traffic, unofficial scorecard, and why?
Unofficial scorecard, I allow Nurmagomedov winning every round so far.
And Nurmagomedov now, Patricky Pitbull, knowing that it's now or never, beginning to put pressure on Nurmagomedov.
That's what he needs to do. It's going to be an L if you don't go after him, if you don't hurt him, if you don't get rid of him in this round. It's going to be an L no matter what. So,
and finally, aggression. The champion is Nurmagomedov. Went for the takedown. Continues to deliver oblique kicks to the lead leg of the champion, but Patricky Pitbull definitely trying to ratchet up the offense. In the meantime, double jab, and it ends up with Patricky Pitbull on his back again, courtesy of Nurmagomedov.
That was a beautiful takedown, beautifully set up by Nurmagomedov. Pitbull was looking for him to strike, dropped levels on him, took him straight down.
And the challenger has dominated in every facet of the fight.
So far, he has been the dominant fighter.
Closed guard where really Patricky Pitbull has to try to find a way to get Nurmagomedov off of him, and it's going to be tough sledding for the lightweight champion as Usman Nurmagomedov, who's blood now, even more blood on the face of the champ.
And right now, all you're seeing from Patricky is he's holding tight, trying to keep that position where no posture so I don't get hit with big shots.
Holding him tight is not going to help him hold on to the goal.
No. The more that he holds him tight, the further away that belt is marching over to Usman's corner.
to pass guard.
Nice hip movement by Usman, but a very good job of keeping that guard by Patricky. But again, right now, at this point in the fight, keeping the guard can keep him from being hurt and damaged anymore. But it's definitely not going to help him with winning this fight.
2 minutes away from a changing of the guard in the Bellator lightweight division. Usman Nurmagomedov in top position, working from the close guard, the champion throughout this fight. It's been all Usman Nurmagomedov. He's thrown 225 strikes. Oh, and now there's a mat returning right onto full mount, John.
Only 35 left. We saw what happened last time with the elbows.
And Usman Nurmagomedov in prime position to try to close the show and make history as the first Bellator champion from Dagestan.
Usman putting a lot of pressure, that shoulder pressure. You see how it's forcing Pitbull's head to the side.
Final minute and Pitbull, incredible sweep. And Pitbull now has to let it all hang out. Less than a minute left, potentially in his title reign.
But you saw right away when he got turned, what did Usman do? Feet right on the hips, pushed him off, right up to his feet.
Desperate times call for desperate measures. I know it's a cliche, John, but here it is, 25 seconds left. Patricio Pitbull has to look. If he is looking to be the king of knockouts, he's got to try, because Usman Nurmagomedov is well on his way.
He's got
at the age of 24 years old, of moving to 16-0 and becoming the champion. And Pitbull explodes. The time runs out. Has time run out on the Patricky Pitbull lightweight title reign? I know I wear glasses, John, but how can it be any other way than the crowning of a new champion here tonight in Chicago?
No, there's no way that it would be anything more. Usman Nurmagomedov just took the Bellator lightweight title from Patricky Pitbull with a beautiful performance. Let's take a look at some of these highlights from the beginning. That push kick, all of the variety of kicks, and then the use of the hands to get Pitbull covering up, dropping levels. When he got to the top position, he landed big, heavy shots that did damage. The wrestling was a huge difference for Usman Nurmagomedov. He was able to take Pitbull down multiple times in the fight, and when he did, opening up a big cut with that elbow right there, gets the back, takes it back down with a mat return, gets the back off of that, right to mount, landed some big shots from here.
Ladies and gentlemen, having gone the distance in tonight's first world title fight, we go now to your judges at cage side. Your first, Scott Jones, scores the fight 50-45, while judges Sal D'Amato and Michael Bell both see it the same at 50-44. All have it for the winner by unanimous decision. And now the new Bellator lightweight world champion, Usman Nurmagomedov.
Look, you got to be honest about this. The youngest champion at 24, Usman Nurmagomedov, going up against the oldest challenger for the belt in this lightweight World Grand Prix, 39-year-old Benson Henderson. This is going to be exciting.
All right, gentlemen, we've been over the rules. Protect yourself at all times. Follow my instructions. Going to keep it clean, touched up. Let's do it.
Electricity palpable here at the Shark Tank in San Jose, California for the Bellator Lightweight Championship. There it is. Most prestigious prize in the sport and an opportunity to go to the semifinals in the $1 million World Grand Prix. Benson Henderson, as much as the last time I checked, a 20-1 underdog.
Crazy. especially crazy when there are absolutely ways for him to win this fight.
Body kick by Nurmagomedov, and he is really...
Oh, you're in the bag with a kick.
With that kick, Usman Nurmagomedov, a.k.a. Sir Kicks-a-Lot, just kicked Benson Henderson, and Henderson in trouble, but the saving grace for Henderson, he is very good at scrambling, but he's in trouble now.
He is battered, he is taking big shots. That kick to the head, it's scrambling, he was in trouble. We're gonna see what Usman can do at this point. It would almost be better for him to get up off him and make him stand.
Anderson trying to recover. Meanwhile, steady diet of right hands from the back by the defending champion. Henderson got clocked by the kick of Usman Nurmagomedov, and he is in trouble early.
Early with 4 minutes basically left in this round. Benson Henderson finds himself in a place he never expected at this point.
Usman Nurmagomedov has 10 first-round finishes, looking for his 11th, and looking for his 3rd rear naked choke. But one thing about Benson Henderson throughout his illustrious career, he is the Houdini of MMA when it comes to escapes. Otherworldly escapes.
Incredible durability, too. I've seen him get hurt multiple times and always fights his way out. That's what he's doing right now. Trying to keep from being put face down onto the mat.
Henderson has been submitted twice in his career, but the last time he was submitted was against Anthony Pettis, and that was back in 2013.
You see Usman trying to set that choke up, but he does not have that set. That's why you saw both hands stay on the ground for Benson to try to get himself. He's going to try to use that cage, get himself back to his feet.
And Henderson has not only had to defend against Nurmagomedov, but he's trying to still clean out the cobwebs, I think, John, after the nasty kick he took.
Oh, there's no doubt.
And this may be the coup de grace for Usman Nurmagomedov. Henderson trying to alleviate the pressure, trying to avoid the choke.
Henderson's doing just fine right now.
No, he's not. Usman Nurmagomedov vanquishes Benson Henderson and does it in quick fashion as he records an amazing victory to retain the Bellator lightweight belt.
Watch what happens here. Watch this kick. Comes up, beautiful question mark kick right on the jaw. He never saw the change in the kick. Watch this angle here. It'll show you. He brings it low, up high. Fantastic technique, beautifully executed by Usman. The hand comes down. Watch how fast this happens. Play this real speed. Look at what happened. Watch. Bep. Beautifully done. The only guy that throws a better question mark kick is Luke Rockhold. Usman has got a plethora, and here he is.
Speaking of a Strikeforce 11,
there you go. There's the tap out. Just too much, too many things happening, too much damage done.
Ladies and gentlemen, in tonight's main event, the tap comes by way of a rear naked choke, officially 2 minutes 37 seconds into round number 1 by submission. He advances to the semi-final round of the World Grand Prix, and he is still Bellator lightweight world champion, Usman Nurmagomedov.
Tail the tape brought to you by that prize guy in our main event, Usman Nurmagomedov, 26 years of age. Shabliy is 31. Nurmagomedov is the taller fighter with the longer reach in this main event.
The keys to victory for our main event, Shabliy, start fast. Your opponent's had a year off. Get in his face early, close the distance, and ignore the name. He's just another man. Nurmagomedov, use those range fighters, the lead hand, the lead kick, stick and move and respect the power. Shabliy has tricky finishes.
Final instructions from Mike Beltran. Usman Nurmagomedov, black trunks, red gloves. Alexander Shabliy, white trunks, blue gloves. The winner of this bout emerges as the lightweight champion of our Bellator Champion Series. Southpaw stance for Usman.
Tricky stance, tricky style, already getting after it with that lead leg. I think that's key.
High kick blocked by Shabliy.
And you'll notice, Sean, he doesn't load anything. It's bam, flies right out.
He ate a right hand by throwing a naked leg kick there.
Shabliy, that's his key, is the counter punch.
Big smile from Usman Nurmagomedov.
Shabliy doesn't like to initiate a whole lot. He likes to bait you in and counter, just like that.
Khabib Nurmagomedov in the corner of his cousin. Sharp knee on the inside from Usman.
There you go.
Straight left to the body.
Keep using that kicking. Relax, relax.
Timing so far from Nurmagomedov looks good. A lot of times fighters with the layoff are a little gun shy early. So far, Nurmagomedov not at all gun shy.
Be careful.
Shabliy got the read on the spinning kick.
Good distance, good distance.
Here's the translation on Khabib's coaching here.
That's it, like that. Perfect. Keep that kicking.
They're using some Dagestani, so.
Keep playing.
Excellent, excellent. You see it, yeah. If you need to go in. Be careful. Watch the right arm. Excellent, Usman. Don't run.
The right hand for Alexander Shabliy, the best weapon so far in this fight. Lightning speed from both of these guys, as you expect. Big lift to the top here from Usman Nurmagomedov, straight to the back. Shabliy trying to shake him out of the tree here.
High in the ride, though. Wants to get his weight a little bit lower. Even with his long legs, it's going to be hard to hold, and he can't do it.
Shabliy right out the back door. Once again in control of the center of the cage.
One thing so far, Sean, lightweights are fast. These guys are lightning quick. Unbelievable. And they're both big lightweights.
Excellent, excellent. He cannot breathe now. Put pressure, put pressure. Be careful, be careful. Excellent. Right arm.
Shabliy countering successfully here, Jimmy. He's got a good read on the timing of Usman.
Easiest counter for the late kick attack is to throw right hand. That's exactly what Shabliy's doing.
Switching his stances here for Usman. 90 seconds left in round one. First of the possible 5 championship rounds.
Man, that right hand is just ready to go every time Nurmagomedov gets into range.
Stomping kick to that lead leg for Usman Nurmagomedov. Shabliy's got to pay attention to it. Good right hand to the body.
There you go, keep doing that.
Look at the odds. Nurmagomedov, a gigantic favorite. That has not been the story of round number one. This has been a very competitive round.
Shabliy outside of the reach of Nurmagomedov there. Tried to time a takedown, perhaps steal the end of this round.
Fingers.
Usman did sneak in a body kick. Tries again to the head. End of round one. Fascinating first frame. The fight stats say that it was Nurmagomedov who was more active in both strikes thrown and landed, plus the takedown attempt.
All right, gentlemen,
One could deduce that maybe the judges saw it in the favor of the reigning champion.
Let's go.
I agree. I think Nurmagomedov took round number one. Shabliy certainly did have his moments. The odds after round number one, by the way, cut about in half.
The hip feints from Shabliy. More than in half.
Look for something, look for opening. If that happens, make sure you secure a sail position first. Yep, that's gonna go in.
Usman continuing to throw different looks at Shabliy, reaching down for the leg, switching stances. Shabliy not falling for feints.
You want to throw something in to try to distract the counterpuncher, get his rhythm off. Shabliy, as you said, not really biting on that. Not surprising with two Russians, we have a chess match here.
We've belabored the point of Usman Nurmagomedov's training partners and family legacy. Alexander Shabliy down at America Top Team, training with Dustin Poirier, one of the primary training partners of the Diamond. Natan Schultz as well, two-time PFL world champion. Jorge Masvidal has taken a liking to this young Russian. Good right hand, sneaks through. Try to mix it up with a little hook on the kick, but Shabliy crowded it.
Both guys seem a little hesitant to throw that third or fourth shot. They seem to be getting with ones, twos, maybe threes. We haven't seen that extended combination yet.
Now Usman grabs a hold of Shabliy, presses him against the barrier. Good knee up the center from Usman Nurmagomedov. Shabliy moves out of the way, back to the center.
Be careful, be careful. You see everything, Usman. You in charge.
Stay like that, stay like that. Give that distance.
Excellent, excellent. Move, move, move.
Saw the good inside leg kick there from Shabliy. Moved the lead foot for Usman Nurmagomedov. Good counter right hand as well from Shabliy. Gives Usman something to think about with the takedown attempt.
A little bit of a risk there from Nurmagomedov. Ate a right hand.
Offered one back though. Trying to work this takedown behind another. Fingertips just together for Usman Nurmagomedov. Shabliy defending well so far. 90 seconds left in round two.
It's holding his time, I cannot transfer. Sorry.
Keep 1 minute left in round two. Pace picking up a little bit here.
Meet him with left. You gotta move, don't stay still. It's all good, it's all good, yeah.
Man, quick reflexes from both of these guys. Nurmagomedov opening up a little bit in this second round, but Shabliy doing a good job of still throwing that right-hand counter. Just like that.
Round 2 in the books. 3 more possible. Series, Jimmy, the flying knee attempt.
Opening up just a little bit. You talked about Nurmagomedov trying to give different looks to Shabliy. Well, one of those looks is taking a little bit more risk in the second round, but that counter right hand has just been tenacious from Shabliy.
You don't see Usman Nurmagomedov's chin tested hardly ever. He's eaten a couple of big punches in this fight to little effect. Shabliy in the white trunks, Nurmagomedov in the black. Third round, lightweight strap on the line between these two Russians.
But if Nurmagomedov thought it would be easy to open Shabliy up from the outside with that lead kick offense, he has been mistaken. It's been very, very difficult.
Stay like that, stay like that, stay like that. Give me that distance.
We talked early in the fight, Jimmy, about the lightning speed on both of these guys, and then it's not like they're going to get slow, but if there is an issue with conditioning, one guy will slow more than the other. Doesn't appear to be the case so far.
And also, both guys knew they had a tough fight coming in. Don't want to think about what these guys went through at the gym to get ready. Of course, the Nurmagomedov camp, known for not slowing down, known for peak conditioning. Good combination from Shabliy.
He's landed the counter right several times. Now he's trying to string the hook behind it. Good head movement from Nurmagomedov to make sure not two punches land cleanly in a row.
That's it. More activity. See it, see it.
A few times he's been able to stop that lead right hand, kept his jab right in his face. Nurmagomedov able to throw it out in time. Crowd here in San Diego getting a little restless. I don't expect either fighter to react to that.
Yeah, Jimmy, I have to admit, a lot of times I understand why that comes from fans. Not this time, because this is a highly tense chess match. Any one of these strikes can really significantly change things, and obviously the stakes don't get any higher. We're talking about a championship fight here at 155 pounds.
You have to wonder at what point, and we don't know how the judges have seen this fight so far, but you wonder if Shabliy changes things up a little bit. Yes, he's landed some good counter right hands. He's let Nurmagomedov be the initiator, and you know, it's a good chance he's down 2 rounds to none. Can Shabliy change it up when he's used to being such a counter striker? That was a question I had coming into this fight. Hasn't been answered yet. He's content to stay with the same strategy.
I could see how you would get lulled into a feeling of success when you are landing a couple of those right hands every round. But I think to your point, Jimmy, there's no guarantee that the referees, or excuse me, that the judges are seeing things the way that you might be thinking about them.
Remember, you are dealing with a sitting undefeated champion. You must own the rounds in order to win them. It's not supposed to work that way, but it does.
Usman wings a big left hand, follows it up with that inside leg kick.
5-round fight. Those leg kicks start paying dividends about now.
Such a fascinating fight because, oh, big uppercut there from Usman. Shabliy ate it seemingly with no problem.
Little blood around the nose, though.
I started to say it's fascinating in this fight because every time one individual has success with a strike, the counter strike almost equally powerful. If you take the risk to put yourself in a position to land, you're going to eat something, such as the speed of both fighters. Round 3 winds down here in San Diego. Shabliy with a takedown attempt here. Defending his lightweight title against Alexander Shabliy.
Well, we don't know what the judges think. We know the fans, or the bettors, think that Nurmagomedov is well ahead. Look at those odds heading into the championship rounds. They've been close rounds, but Nurmagomedov just a bit more active and initiating a little bit more. That might be the difference.
Combination there from Usman. He had to throw it while off balance because of the inside leg kick from Shabliy.
Nice combination from Shabliy. Left hook, right hand behind it, running into a knee. Is that it?
Eye poke here. Shabliy knows it or he would have attacked.
Wow, I thought that was caused by a knee. I thought this was over. But I think you're right, an eye poke.
It's always a strong indication when the offending fighter does not try to pounce on an opportunity.
That knee didn't land. Yeah, it was poke right to the eye.
Totally accidental. A symptom of the open gloves. Alexander Shabliy knew it.
You good? You're okay. Hold on a second. Hey. Hold on. Hey. Watch your fingers. I've been warning you, both of you. Okay? That is a hard warning right here. One more eye poke, that's it. I'm gonna do duck points. You understand? Do you understand that? Okay, young man. Watch your fingers. Watch your fingers. All right, gentlemen, shake hands. Let's go.
Mike Beltran adjudicating that eye poke with a stern warning.
As he's been warning both fighters before the eye poke to keep their fingers in. He said, one more, I'm taking a point.
He understands, the referee does, the stakes in this fight, made it clear, made sure that the fighter understood. That is excellent referee work from Beltran, as we expect from a guy as experienced as him.
One of the best in the business. Yep.
Feints, use more feints.
Good sharp body kick from Alexander Shabliy. Usman switches stances yet again. Halfway through round 4 now.
Might be a little more urgency here from Shabliy.
Good job on that level change, but once again, great balance. Both of these fighters.
Chest to chest for a moment here as they clash near the center of the cage. Usman offered a knee.
Oh, great kick. That's the first time I think Shabliy's really been hurt.
His hand got up, but the hand is definitely not enough to fully block that. He let go of the choke, but now Usman Nurmagomedov sprawling heavy, trying to keep Alexander Shabliy underneath him.
Shabliy exposing his neck yet again. Best sequence of the fight so far from Nurmagomedov.
And this takedown happened right in front of the Nurmagomedov corner as he tries to set up this arm triangle.
Good job from Shabliy, saw the arm triangle coming, able to get that elbow down.
Butterflies here from the bottom position for Alexander Shabliy. Good elbow from the top.
.30 seconds left. How much will Nurmagomedov pour it on? That's the question. Great job spinning out of that heel hook position.
Right back to the top. Final 10 seconds of the fourth round here. Shabliy back to his feet. We will head to the fifth and final round in this championship bout between Alexander Shabliy and Usman Nurmagomedov.
And it started with his head kick. Clipped the jaw. Shabliy tried to use his poker face, but he was clearly hurt. Look at those heavy Nurmagomedov hips, and that was the problem. As soon as his head comes up, right into guillotine position. Trying to choke Umar Nurmagomedov, the victim, choking his own cornerman.
Enthusiastic corner work there from Khabib. Khabib is just like the rest of us, Jimmy.
Yeah, so much worse to be in that corner. Watching his cousin fight, but he's got to be pleased about how that fourth round ended.
Bellator Champions Series fifth and final round in this title fight between Usman Nurmagomedov and Alexander Shabliy. You see the live odds reflecting Nurmagomedov's momentum in this fight. It would appear, Jimmy, that Shabliy has 4.5 minutes to pull off a finish.
Hoping one of those counter right hands doesn't just land, but lands with authority. Problem is with the movement of Nurmagomedov, that's like putting all your chips on 42 red, hoping it comes up. He's been initiating so well tonight. Tactical, playing the outside. The right hand's been a factor for Shabliy, but I think it's gotten less effective as this fight has worn on. Now Shabliy's in a position he doesn't want to be in. Remember, he's a counter striker. He's not used to being the one having to push the pace and throw that first strike. Well, I think he has to in this final round where Nurmagomedov can play the outside and probably still walk away with the title. You never want to think you have it in the bag, but I would argue he's probably ahead.
The fight stats do reflect that. He's landed 55% of his strikes. Shabliy under 40%. Halfway through this final round, and Alexander Shabliy having a hard time pulling the trigger here late. Usman Nurmagomedov keeping things out of kicking range.
And also, if you ask yourself, fatigue's a factor. So far, Nurmagomedov still keeping the footwork going, keeping those kicks very, very active. Decent right hand sneaking in from Shabliy, but hasn't been able to take Nurmagomedov off his feet. Crowd getting restless. There's 1:30 left. No surprise there.
The lack of activity in this 5th round upsetting some of the locals here in San Diego. Usman Nurmagomedov taking the cautious approach here, dancing around the outside of the circle. And again, Shabliy's style maybe just not equipped to try and pull something off late.
Not an initiator. He's not the guy who likes to throw first. And Nurmagomedov has not given him the countering options in this 5th round.
Now Nurmagomedov grabs a hold of Shabliy, presses him against this barrier here.
Will he sell out for the takedown with 30 seconds left? That's the question.
The live odds seem to have decided that Usman Nurmagomedov is on his way to a title defense. Minus 15,000 now on the defending champion.
Well, the question of would the year off affect his timing, affect his aggression? That has not been the case. A year off, and he's looked as sharp as ever tonight.
Shabliy chasing things very late. Too little, too late. Final bell. Usman Nurmagomedov and Alexander Shabliy. Title fight goes to the judges' scorecards.
Ladies and gentlemen, having gone the distance in tonight's world title fight, will go now to your 3 judges. Your first judge, Derek Cleary, sees the fight 50-45, while judges Michael Bell and Chris Lieben both see it the same 49-46. All have it for the winner by unanimous decision. And still, Bellator lightweight world champion, Usman Nurmagomedov.
Time now for a main event tale of the tape. Brought to you by that prize guy, Usman Nurmagomedov, 26 years of age, Paul Hughes, 28. Usman is 2 inches taller and has a 2-inch reach advantage as a result.
All right, keys to victory for the main event for Usman Nurmagomedov. Very lead leg attack. He's so quick with that lead leg. Trips and reaps in the clinch, and if it hits the floor, chase those neck attacks. For Paul Hughes, he's got to work inside that dangerous kicking range. Then he's got to throw boxing combinations with body shots to try and sap that gas tank for the championship rounds. Defend the takedown. He's common sense, but he's got to scramble safely, assuming he's going to get taken down at some point.
All right, gentlemen, been over the rules already. Protect yourself at all times. Obey my commands at all times. Touch gloves now if you want. The sound of the bell, come on out. Handle your business. Let's go.
He knows he's been taught really well, I think. You just got to stay on track.
Paul Hughes in the black trunk, Usman Nurmagomedov in the white. 155-pound world championship slated for 5 5-minute rounds if necessary.
Right,
Mike Beltran to oversee it.
Ready to fight. Ready to fight. Let's go.
Southpaw stands for Usman.
That's it.
I wonder if Usman's going to use a bit of time to just try and read Paul a little bit. Try and figure out if there's anything that he didn't see in his research. I wonder how many of his fights he actually watched. How many did he sit through and study? Because he might still be an unknown commodity in front of him, Paul Hughes, right now.
Nurmagomedov starting early with some searching kicks, just flicking that leg out. There's another.
Just testing the range with that long leg.
And that is where the differences become very evident between Usman Nurmagomedov and even the legends like Khabib and one of his other training partners, the UFC champion, Islam Makhachev. This guy, much more dexterous in the striking game, much quicker.
Very much like his brother. You know, Umar is very loose and flexible with his legs as well. They tend to pick with their legs like a lot of the other fighters use their lead hand. This is why Paul's got to get inside this kicking range. It's a real challenge because he can use so many different kicks to keep that distance.
Already several stance switches for Usman Nurmagomedov in the early goings of this fight.
That's it. Keep that distance.
Very technical start here.
There you go. Keep that distance.
Khabib in the corner of his cousin.
Keep carrying that calf. There you go. Take. There you go.
Jab misses. More work on the legs. Laser right hand from Usman Nurmagomedov.
Very calm, technical. This is nice side kick to the midsection. One of the best weapons that Usman's got.
Followed it up with the inside leg kick. And there's the speed again, displayed on the jab.
Distance. There you go.
A lot more respect from Usman than I was expecting in this first round. I thought he was going to come out and really be a bully. Maybe he's trying to figure out why Paul Hughes is so confident. Nice jab. It's so sharp, that is. No wind up on it or anything. Just pops it on the chin of his opponent.
That's what I want to see. 2 minutes. Turn.
Often happens in the open stances. The inside leg kick can come up a little high.
Distance is the only way. You can't do shit with us. When he wants to get the takedown, let's get the takedown. Let's take on the kick.
Paul wants to go.
Beautiful. You're doing beautiful. Stay at the distance. Keep that kicking going. That calf kick's good.
Nice.
Now
Paul opening up.
Three-piece combination. Nurmagomedov was able to move outside the range of the end.
Look at the redness on the inside of the lead leg of Paul Hughes from those slicing kicks.
And on the midsection as well.
Oh!
Hughes catches an advancing Nurmagomedov.
There you go.
And unfortunately for Paul, he's got that skin complexion that shows every single bit of contact that he gets from the toes of Nurmagomedov.
There you go. There you go.
Nice lead hook kick. Don't see those very often in mixed martial arts. I'm enjoying this feeling out process. We've got just over a minute left in the first round. Oh no, groin kick each.
Hughes tried the push kick at the same time that Usman was advancing. Below the belt.
Go ahead, brother. You got time, young man.
He's good to go.
You ready to go? Hey, both of you guys, hey, pick it up, all right? Let's go, fight!
Distance.
Goes for that front kick again. Paul's looking for that check left hook. He's got a very, very powerful left hook. Now we've seen him come off a kick to a left hook. We've seen him come off a cross to the body to a left hook now.
Stabbing front kick from Usman. Hughes is going to have to be very careful about kicking himself off balance with the speed of Usman. Javi Mendez calling for Usman Nurmagomedov to keep the distance. He is the longer fighter.
Both these guys are just moving so well. The long-range game of Usman is really incredible to watch. He just picks and pokes at people.
Keep that distance.
Keeps them right on the end of his toes.
Oh, hey!
They're working that body shot, aren't they, both of them? Usman's working it with his toes, and Paul's working it with that dig from the interesting first round. I think they've got some respect for one another in that.
Little conversation
Yeah, right.
happening at the end of the round. It's a lot of championship knowledge and championship level experience there.
An incredible amount, especially if you take into account the amount of times that Javier Mendez has been in a championship corner and a championship training camp.
I mean, you think of Cain Velasquez and Daniel Cormier and Habib and Luke Rockhold, and the list continues to go. Good jab there from Paul Hughes.
There you go.
Side kick again from Usman. Tries it now to the face.
There you go. I want that continuing.
Now, Usman did say that he was going to try and get the finish in this round.
Stay on that movement. Stay on that
Little switch kick there for Paul Hughes. Off balance to Usman Nurmagomedov. Big swing and a miss. Usman down on the leg. Hughes, great job shrugging it off.
movement. Stay on the movement. Stay on
Two
that
confidence-building moments for Paul Hughes, the
Interesting.
Irishman.
Shifts the dynamics slightly.
Well, we saw that exact thing start to change the AJ McKee fight. Paul Hughes, can he plant seeds of doubt in the unflappable Usman Nurmagomedov?
Good pressure and defense so far. Nice low kick as well.
There's a look at that corner I was referencing. Habib Nurmagomedov in the foreground.
Keep that distance.
Islam Makhachev in the background. It's quite a corner when Islam's not even really allowed to speak. He's the third. Good work again by Hughes. For now, Usman continues to pursue this pressure.
Goes for a trip. Paul keeps his hips away. Really good movement so far.
Ripping to the body is Paul Hughes, attacking that liver with the left hook. Knee on the inside from Usman Nurmagomedov.
Nice. There you go.
Usman now digging to the body.
There you go.
Knees and punches.
These are powerful knees as well. He's pulling himself into that knee with the underhook. Oh, and an elbow on the break.
Looked like he was able to avoid the brunt of that.
Some deep breaths from Usman.
Sharp inside kick. Next one is checked.
Yeah. Oh, and another level change, and Paul defends it. Dig shots to the body. Interesting.
I love the counter Paul Hughes uses to that clinch. Dennis Seaver used to do that. Just flail and punch your way out of it. There's the blue corner of Paul Hughes.
Oh, they were the best punches landed so far, certainly from Usman. Paul just seems unfazed though. It's almost like he's going to allow Usman to work for these first couple of rounds and see what he can pick, because he said he needs to pressure him to find those holes in his game. There are no holes in the games of these fighters at this level. Oh, nice work with the knee.
Beautiful timing on the knee. Attacking that rib. Another jab to the body from Hughes. Starting to really invest in that work.
And the calf is damaged.
Redness on the calf of Usman Nurmagomedov.
And that's not only going to take away the movement, but it's also going to take away the level changing, the drive on the takedowns. Oh!
The knee almost got to the chin of Paul Hughes.
Very close.
He threw a right hand over the top and then rips a 2-3 to the body.
Loving that
Loves that clinch.
Yeah, he loves that tie clinch. He's not really landed a great deal of clean knees from it, though. Paul's dropping his level and, as you said, throwing those punches. Reminds me of Vanderlei Silva, Guy Mezger as well. Ignore the tie clinch, just punch him with both free hands. And again with the calf.
Now Usman trying to invest in some combinations and a big, deep breath.
That leg is hurt. My goodness, that lead leg of Usman is really damaged. Look, he's struggling to step onto it.
Starting to affect the footing. We'll see if the Hughes corner recognizes it.
And the hands are starting to come down as well. Let's have a look at this kick. Ah, interesting. A little bit of a jab. That was a kind of knocked him off balance, like a teep to the midsection. And look at this beautiful scramble here. Usman did everything he could here to ground Paul Hughes. Incredible balance.
I mean, he was on the roll to the outside of one foot and managed to stay upright.
And here are the knees, curving in knees, similar to what we saw from Ahmed earlier on. Best two punches from Usman in that round, no doubt. Long left hook, right hand. Longer this fight goes, though, the more that calf is going to start to feel heavy for Usman.
Both men had some moments in round number 2 as we start the third frame. Sean O'Connell and Dan Hardy cage side at Coca-Cola Arena in Dubai, sold out in a world championship bout at 155 pounds between Paul Hughes in the black trunks and Usman Nurmagomedov in the white.
Now we're watching for the calf kicks from Paul Hughes and the body punches. From Nurmagomedov, I'm watching the clinch work, that tie clinch where he's trying to drag Paul's head down onto a knee.
I would add to it, Dan, that lead leg or even the rear leg potentially sneaking north because Hughes is starting to reach down to try and address the damage on his legs. Don't be surprised if Usman Nurmagomedov feints a low kick and brings it up high instead. Dan Hardy, how many people in this building are surprised by how well Paul Hughes is doing right now?
I think even the fans that came here to support him are impressed at what he's doing right now. They must have known that he was up against it. The odds were heavily in Usman's favor, as they should be with the record that he has. Oh, and again with that hook to the body.
Hughes is so good at changing the angles on punches to adjust to his body position and the position of his opponent. Good level change there. How did he stay upright with the speed of that level change and takedown attempt? The fact that Paul Hughes is still on his feet is a real testament to the work he's done.
Really amazing. He moves like a cat.
Nurmagomedov, though, so fast. And they're, like you said, they're just not holes in the game. There's not a weakness to exploit.
No holes and no seams either. You know, how he goes from striking to level change and then back again is... Now, these are deep breaths for Usman. I think Paul Hughes is going to want to go straight away just to keep the pressure on, keep the pace going. He doesn't want to break, yeah. Heard it from the corner.
I think that's smart. Strategically, you want to see if you can sap the gas tank as you continue to attack the calves.
And he's not even fully committing to his punches as well. He's still testing Usman, it feels.
Well, the movement of Usman is still good enough to keep him out of range. If he overcommits, finds himself off balance, that's when the counter punches become dangerous. Incredible fight IQ for Hughes.
Beautiful. Look at the, oh man, that was bad. I heard that one.
And it's hard to make the adjustment when Hughes is spinning and moving.
That's a bad one as well.
Incredibly unfortunate.
Yeah, it was entirely accidental. I mean, you know, it was as he was spinning, it was a very unfortunate. I mean, the benefit to Usman right now is that he is getting rest. The Hughes camp is saying that he's done this because he wants the rest. I don't think it was intentional, purely because of the speed of the exchange. But Paul's going to do everything he can to keep this fight moving. Point deduction.
There is the point deduction.
Wow. He's saying he didn't mean it. I agree, he didn't mean it. But
I mean, you'd have to be an absolute sniper to be doing that deliberately on a spinning opponent.
100%.
And now's the takedown. Usman Nurmagomedov with the takedown. Can he stay on the back of Paul Hughes?
It's incredible to watch Usman go from a strike to a takedown and back to striking again. It really is so fluid, seamless. Incredible that Paul Hughes is keeping this fight moving. Most people would be stuck here.
The wrestling and re-wrestling of Usman, and now he goes around to that front headlock position. The speed is equally on display with the striking exchanges and the grappling. It's very impressive.
Very tricky. Oh, that was a good elbow. That's two good elbows from Usman. Paul seems unfazed, but he can't take too many of those. Even if it doesn't hurt him, it might cut him.
Good combination from Hughes, jab and then a straight right to the body.
That was quite clear from the corner. Don't let him off the hook.
And that was a big energy expenditure from Usman Nurmagomedov on those takedown attempts. Of course, the same is true for Hughes to get back to his feet.
The interesting thing is, how those exchanges play out in the minds of both fighters. They both took a hit to their cardio, no doubt about it. But Paul felt success coming out of that exchange, whereas Usman maybe not. And that can make your lungs burn a little bit more than they actually are. This is good work by Paul Hughes in the clinch.
That rip to the body as Usman tries to push his head down where he can attack it with some knees. Beautiful work by Hughes. Now pressing Usman into the corner right in front of his coaches. Makhachev, Mendez, and of course Khabib Nurmagomedov. Another shot to the body from Hughes. And now the hook comes upstairs. The knee misses and is caught.
Oh, that was a good knee from Usman. Smile from Paul Hughes.
A big deep breath from both fighters in these final 10 seconds of round 3.
This is getting very interesting. Another good shot to the body from Hughes.
An uppercut to follow to the chin. And the smile from Paul Hughes.
Interesting, interesting.
Into the championship rounds. 5 minutes in the fourth ahead. Usman Nurmagomedov in those white trunks defending his Bellator lightweight title. Paul Hughes, the challenger, accounting well for himself through the first 15 minutes.
Man, I already want to watch this fight back. These first 3 rounds have been fascinating. So technical on both sides. Really incredible mixed martial arts display that we've got in front of us right now. Credit to both of these guys. Nice lead hand to lead leg by Usman.
Dan, we haven't really addressed scoring. I don't know how I would be scoring this if my job were to judge. I'm glad that it is not, and I just get to sit here and talk about it.
I mean, we also have to remember that there's a point being deducted off one of the rounds. I could certainly score a round for Paul here and there. I've not been scoring it myself because I've been so invested in the technicality of both of these guys, but you've got to be able to make an argument for Paul in some of these situations.
Good movement by Hughes to avoid that repeated jab from Usman Nurmagomedov.
Lovely control of the center as well.
There you go.
Mendez, Nurmagomedov, Makhachev all in the corner of Usman.
Lovely check hook. Usman digging to the body a little bit. Touches the lead leg. Looks like he's feinting a takedown.
Just giving him something to look at.
Such a tricky game.
Switching stances back and forth is Usman. Hughes continues to stalk, cutting off the retreats.
That was a good uppercut. Expecting that level change from Usman now. He's got to be less predictable. He's going punch to level change, but he's doing it square in the pocket. And Paul's now finding him with that uppercut.
Side kick again to the midsection. Right hand snuck through there for Paul Hughes. Jab to the body, then to the chin.
That's a fast jab from Usman. Calf kick on the cross counter. Very smart the way that Paul was building his game. Uppercut lands again.
He missed the jab, but he landed the uppercut, and then he tries it again when Usman advances. Sharp inside leg kick from Usman, and a good jab behind it.
A wee bit more feet.
A wee bit more feet. Does he mean kicking or movement? Beautiful again, sniping with the cross. He's allowing Usman to go first, so he's countering. And I think at this point, Usman feels like he needs to go first because the fight might be slipping away from him a little bit.
Good check on the inside leg kick. And Usman taking some more deep breaths. And we might be seeing good body kick from Paul Hughes. We might be seeing evidence of that thing we talked about so many times during the earlier card. Paul Hughes and his confidence able to instill just a little bit of doubt. They both got an eye poke.
They both had a clash of heads there. I think Paul's bleeding.
Me.
No, they're both, Paul's bleeding here. Paul's wiping the blood and calling him on. We're going to see a replay here. The Irish fans are on their feet. So as they step in here, oh yeah, a little clash of heads. I mean, Paul came off worse as far as a cut, but Usman's head twisted. You see how his head folded into his neck?
That's right, and where Paul's bleeding from, that's the hardest part of your head. Usman took that more on the temple, on the side of the head.
It looks like Paul came off worse, but Usman was actually rocked by that.
You understand? You stand right there, all right? Usman, hey, over here.
The gamesmanship from the Paul Hughes corner is downright hilarious. Appealing to Mike Beltran, no corner advice. And then as soon as he walks over to address Usman, he starts coaching his own guy.
Gonna bring the doctor in to check on Usman. You've got to think, even if Usman can't continue, he's not going to want the fight to end like this, on these terms. This will be a moral victory for Paul Hughes, I think, especially because he's standing so proud with blood running down his face right now.
How much time we got?
Usman asking for more time, I think.
Less than 2 minutes? Okay. Knock it off.
Look at the expression on Paul Hughes' face.
Yeah.
You have time. You have time.
I mean, the confidence of Paul is soaring right now. This is fascinating. I'm even looking around the arena and all the security guards that are supposed to be watching the fans, they keep looking over their shoulder, wondering what's going on. That's a look for Paul Hughes. Look at it.
Hughes imploring the crowd for a little bit of energy, a little noise. A sold-out Coca-Cola arena, happy to oblige.
All right, looks like we're going.
90 seconds left in the 4th round.
You've got to wonder how much the pressure of Paul Hughes standing there got Usman to get back into the fight as quickly as he has. You've also got to wonder how Usman's going to respond if he takes some more shots. Oh, left hook.
Hook snuck through. Good timing on the takedown from Usman.
Usman's got a minute to work here.
Hughes is playing to the crowd. He needs to fight with a minute left. and a world champion on top of him.
Nice short elbow there from Usman. Palm across the mouth, drops the elbow. Lovely work, soaring across the face of Paul Hughes with that. Driving forward, trying to separate the guard. I don't think Paul's going to be too bothered about trying to scramble here. I mean, just over 30 seconds.
Dan, I'm surprised by it because these rounds are all very, very close, and he does not appear intent on even trying to get up, conserving the energy for a 5th round instead.
You've got to also wonder, though, I mean, we've not been scoring it, but you've got to wonder whether Paul's kind of keeping a track of this fight in his own head. He's got the point deduction, he's going to be confident and he's been landing good shots. He might feel like just burning this next 10 seconds here is fine to get him into the 5th round.
He has avoided most of the damage. Good elbow from Usman there as the round comes to a close. One more round from Dubai.
Paul Hughes crashing forward, landing some big shots, dominating the center and getting out the way for the sniping shots that were returning from Usman. There's the clash of heads. You can see how it twisted the neck of Usman. Cut Paul Hughes, but certainly hurt Usman. And this is the takedown. You can see Nurmagomedov smothering and mauling his way to the bell of that 4th round. And we're into the last round here, the 5th round. A lot of people didn't think we'd even be here, Sean.
All right, gentlemen, 5th and final round. Ready to fight. You ready to fight? Have him, let's go.
Oh,
nice jab from Hughes. You got to have a lot of respect for the way that Usman Nurmagomedov timed that takedown, answered a high-pressure situation after the clash of heads. Hard to know who feels they've got momentum in this 5th round.
The color of the inside of Paul Hughes' leg matches the tape on Usman's gloves. It's insane, the redness.
In the next couple of days, it'll match the color of the tape on Hughes' gloves.
Maybe even his shorts if he's unlucky. Oh, that was a long left hook.
Blocked by Usman Nurmagomedov.
It's amazing that Hughes has not responded to any of these inside low kicks. I mean, they can really destabilize someone's base, but Paul seems unfazed by it. Oh, lovely twist round to the back by Usman. That was very, very slick.
He was waiting for it, the commitment from Paul Hughes, so he could have a takedown opportunity. Good work by Hughes. Reaching back.
Solid knee to the thigh. Paul's gonna spring back up in a minute, I think. But he can't take too many of these.
Cannot spend too much time here in a close fight. The Coca-Cola Arena crowd loving the work from Usman Nurmagomedov.
This is really solid work by Usman, softening the gluteus maximus up.
Hughes back to his feet, turns.
His wrestling's been quite incredible, Paul, I'll be honest. I mean, most people get dominated by Usman, and Paul's at least maintained a competitiveness in these scrambles.
Usman remains one step ahead, though, even after the great scramble from Paul Hughes.
Their wrestling is just so fluid, isn't it? I mean, it's just one to another to another. It never ends. Oh, lovely switch.
What a switch by Paul Hughes.
2 minutes left, all to play for. I don't think either of these guys can be confident that they can walk away with the belt.
Jab from Usman. Khabib up out of his seat, demanding his cousin put in the effort now to get this fight. Good head position here from Paul Hughes. Dan, it feels like every single exchange is so important.
Yeah.
This fight has been razor-thin margin.
I mean, we've got just over a minute left, and anything could happen that could change this fight entirely. Lovely underhook dig into head position. Nice knee to the inside from Usman, takes a couple of body shots.
More body shots from Hughes. Overhand right out of that clinch work.
Lovely knee to the body there from Usman.
And now Hughes eats a right hand. A big moment, a knee from Usman. Hughes trying to find that uppercut that landed so many times. Inside of a minute now. Hughes behind his jab.
Can Paul make a statement at the end of this round? Oh, that was a glancing left hook. Lovely
Beautiful jab. Usman responds with one of his own. Right hand from Paul Hughes. And more work to the body. Hughes tries the leaping knee. Usman catches it. Can he complete this takedown and finish on top? Another switch from Paul Hughes. What timing, ripping to the body and swinging away to the final bell. What a championship fight. Usman had a counterpoint to it.
I can't wait to hear the scorecards. We've also got to remember there was a point deduction from a groin shot. That could factor in here.
I want resolution on who gets to take home the belt, Dan, but I don't want either of these fighters to lose after performances like that.
And these switches in this last round were very, very impressive.
Everyone on their feet awaiting a decision. Post-fight stats look like this. Look how close it is. The takedowns, will they be the difference? 128 of 171 landed by Usman. 120 of 177 by Paul Hughes. So close.
Ladies and gentlemen, and now it's time to announce the winner for our main event for PFL Road to Dubai Championship Series. It's a lightweight title. And after five-minute rounds, we head to the judges' scorecards for decision. Judge Hadi Ali scores 47-47. Judge Eric Colon scores 48-46. And Judge Sal DeMallo scores 48-46. And the winner by majority decision, still undefeated, Usman Nurmagomedov!